Qin He went to him last night, and after their conversation Yi Futian understood Qin He's thoughts, and the two also reached a certain understanding. Everyone had speculated that Qin He might choose him, but neither he nor Qin He had such an idea. Therefore, he did not step out today, nor did Qin He choose Yi Tianyu, but instead, they experienced a great battle just now, which was her intention. Coerce? Yi Tianyu murmured, and said, I never coerced anyone. It was Brahma's pure heaven who extended the invitation to this feast, and it was Brahma's pure heaven that informed us Od Qin He's intention to choose a companion in cultivation. So I came from the heavenly mandate realm and did all this. What is the meaning of this? As he finished speaking, he stepped forward and looked at Yi Futian. Since you didn't step out, you are not qualified to intervene in this matter. If Brahma's pure heaven wants to make an alliance with anyone, it's a decision that could be made directly. I don't think Qin He is qualified to decide for Brahma's pure heaven. Yi Futian looked at Xianxia goddess and said, I would humbly ask Xianxia goddess, what is the meaning of all this? For Qin He to pick a path companion meant that Qin He had the power to decide the alliance by marriage. But judging from all that had happened, he did not think Qin He had such a position in Brahma's pure heaven. Coupled with what he saw last night, there must be an ulterior motive for Brahma's pure heaven to do so, and it had nothing to do with Qin He. Qin He was just the one that Brahma's pure heaven decided to sacrifice for some yet unknown purpose. Xianxia goddess looked at Yi Futian, and instead of answering Yi Futian's question, she asked, Yi Futian, today Brahma's pure heaven is choosing a path companion for Qin He. Are you in, or are you out? Yi Futian gazed at the other and did not avoid the eyes of the Xianxia goddess. He looked very serious, and with a hint of indifference he said, I do not deal in the sacrifice of another, and Qin He, she is also unwilling to make such a trade. Xianxia goddess looked into Yi Futian's eyes. Was he refusing? Everyone in Heavenly Mandate Realm had thought that today Yi Futian would compete with the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Yi Tianyu, and because of Qin He's preference, Yi Futian was the most likely to win Qin He over as her chosen path companion. But no one would think that Yi Futian did not participate directly, and Qin He was even more resolute. Their attitude was clearly witnessed by everyone. Even though it concerned the institution of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, they were still unwilling to go against their hearts and do something against their will. Qin He, especially, had even defied the order of her master, and had made a silent protest by fighting against Yi Tianyu, the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, until she could fight no longer. At this moment, Qin He took a step forward. Her face was still pale, with blood stains at the corners of her mouth. The step she took put her next to Yi Futian. The face of the peerless goddess was beautiful beyond compare, and the white-haired young man was full of spirit. In this instant, many witnessed an illusion. It was as if they were really a perfect pair. Moreover, everyone could see that they admired each other. Qin He had openly expressed her admiration for Yi Futian, and Yi Futian protecting Qin He did the same. But admiration aside, it did not represent feelings, nor was it entangled with selfish interests. That was not Yi Futian's intent, nor was it Qin He's. Especially for Qin He at this moment, she smiled and cast a glance at the white-haired young man beside her. Her admiration of Yi Futian came from her heart. He was so dazzling and outstanding. Everyone thought that Yi Tianyu, the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, were the two most talented geniuses and representatives of this generation. But in Qin He's eyes, everyone had underestimated Yi Futian. Even though he had demonstrated great talent, the world still underestimated him. She thought that in the future, Yi Futian would rule over all in the Heavenly Mandate Heaven. Young Master Yi is right. All that Qin He has was given to her by her master. Can all also be taken back by her master? One came to Brahma's pure heaven to seek the way and see the way diminished at Brahma's pure heaven. There was no resentment or regret. It is just because of clan interest to arrange a marriage. This was not Qin He's idea. Qin He glanced at the Xianxia goddess. Her voice showed her determination. This was the path of her way, and she would guard it no matter the cost, even if it meant the destruction of her way. Her heart remained on its path. Many were silent upon hearing what Qin he had to say. The cultivators here were all cultivators of Saint Plane or higher. Even though in the heavenly mandate realm, cultivators of Saint Plane were plentiful, and were not considered to be at a high plane. Yet, it was a plane that had also undergone the test of the mindfulness of the path, and their hearts had experienced transformation. Therefore, they were all a little moved. There was a reason why Qin he was able to become the first maiden of Brahma's pure heaven. If she accepted the arrangement of Brahma's pure heaven and became path companions with the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty, she would still be the magnificent Qin he even when the two became a heavenly couple. But at this moment, Qin he, with a touch of sadness, seemed to be even more admirable and deserving of respect. In the quiet space, many people had a lot of thoughts of their own, but none of them were easy to express. Even Xianxia goddess was silent at the moment and did not speak. No one knew her thoughts, and no one knew the thoughts of Brahma's pure heaven. From the beginning until now, everyone was a little doubtful. They came here to see how the whole thing would turn out. Since Goddess Qin has already said so, then let it stop here. Although I am not a human cultivator, the matter of human marriage should not be forced. A voice interrupted the quiet space, and the one who spoke was the cultivator of the dragon gods, Long Chun. At this moment, under these circumstances, many people dared not speak, but Long Chun didn't care so much. The dragon gods of the demon realm was extremely powerful. Long Chun, as the purple blood divine dragon, had incredible talent. His status in the demon realm was comparable to that of Yi Tianyu in the world of human cultivation. Long Chun didn't care so much, so he spoke up. So, Brahma's pure heaven invited all the forces here with such great flair, tested the Shention matrix, entered the Shention pavilion, under the pretext that Qin he was to choose a companion. All the forces of the heavenly mandate realm came for this purpose, and this is how it ends. Yingzhou Mountain's demonic cultivators remarked, "What is all this? None of us could breach the matrix, so although we were not qualified to participate, if this is how things end, it really does look like a joke." The cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan had always reveled in chaos. They had always wanted the situation to be more chaotic. The heavenly mandate dynasty is a supreme principality. Its crown prince is an excellent figure in his own right. He is not too concerned about it. If he wants to continue and push Goddess Qin further away, what good would it do? It would just sully the reputation of the two great powers. At this time, Gao Yuang 10,000 Divine Mountain also spoke up, seemingly to calm down the situation. Yi Tianyu had been standing above the void, surrounded by divine light, clad in the armor of a god. Of all the comments made, what was said by Gao Huang of the 10,000 Divine Mountain was actually the most realistic. Qin he behaved so resolutely that if he were to continue, the two peak forces of Brahma's pure heaven and heavenly mandate dynasty both pushing a peerless goddess into a desperate situation would definitely not be some glorious matter to boast of. But, was he the one who caused everything that happened to reach this point? Now Yi Tianyu look like the bad guy. Yi Tianyu suddenly laughed, with a particularly sarcastic irony. What did all this have to do with him? The heavenly mandate dynasty and Yi Tianyu were both innocent. He came because of Brahma's pure heaven's invitation. He tried very hard to do what he could, but now he had become the one to be accused of doing something wrong. It was as if he was pressuring Qin like he wanted to destroy this beauty out of his own narrow-mindedness. How ironic. What a joke. The fault of Brahma's pure heaven seems to be my senior brother's fault. In the direction of Xianxia Divine Palace, Yen Sui also spoke up, and his tone was laced with some sarcasm. Neither Yi Tianyu nor Qin he was wrong. They were both doing what they thought was the right thing to do, and they were insisting on their own way. All this chaos has been caused by Brahma's pure heaven. Brahma's pure heaven? Aren't you going to say anything? Lin Yu also remarked with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Xianxia Divine Palace came to help Yi Tianyu to bring back the beauty as a contribution to Yi Tianyu's effort to revive the heavenly mandate dynasty. But now, what was this? There was nothing more that Shention goddess could say. All of this went beyond anything she could have anticipated. I, Yi Tianyu, am a true and righteous man. I have no concerns over lacking a wife. Since Goddess Qin is not in favor of the union, I will not force it. Yi Tianyu finally spoke his mind, causing everyone's heart to be slightly disquieted. Yi Tianyu was willing to give up. He no longer pressing Qin He on the matter. Senior brother, the people from Xianxia Divine Palace, such as Yen Sui, wanted to see Yi Tianyu succeed. Many people admired Yi Tianyu in their hearts. Above the Xianxia Divine Palace, Yi Tianyu was definitely the one and only. True and righteous men did not lack mates, but Brahma's pure heaven should not have contrived such a scheme. But even so, Yi Tianyu would no longer continue to entangle himself in this matter. This was his attitude on the matter. Although he had let it go, Yi Tianyu's eyes still fell on Qin He, or rather, fastened on Yi Futian. In the past, at the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, you intervened in the dispute between the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and my Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Now, in Xiantian Pavilion at Brahma's Pure Heaven, why do you interfere with the matter between Brahma's Pure Heaven and me, since you did not participate yourself? Yi Tianyu's eyes fell on Yi Futian. His eyes were extremely sharp. As he took a step forward, the void shook, and the divine light was radiant, shining toward Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian looked up at Yi Tianyu, and the hearts of many trembled slightly. Yi Tianyu had let Qin He go, and the whole affair stopped there. But Yi Futian intervened and ruined his chance. That was not something Yi Tianyu intended to let go. Goddess Qin is a good friend of mine, so this naturally has something to do with me. Yi Futian looked at Yi Tianyu and said, there was a sound of elephants chanting upon his body, which rang through heaven and earth. Above the Xiantian Pavilion, everyone felt as if hundreds of thousands of elephants were running by. In an instant, the horrifying storm of the great path swept out and collided in the void. The hearts of many felt chilled. Yi Futian was facing Yi Tianyu. Did he also want to battle him? Yi Tianyu looked as if he was electrified, full of sharp edges. He said, this is the Xiantian Pavilion of Brahma's Pure Heaven. I won't fight here. As he finished speaking, he gave another look at Yi Futian and turned around to walk outside Xiantian Pavilion. Yi Futian naturally understood what he meant. He stepped into the void and headed outside as well. Seeing the actions of the two, many above Xiantian Pavilion followed them at once, and a sublime atmosphere moved outward all of a sudden. It was quite spectacular. Soon, only very few people remained in Xiantian Pavilion. Qin He looked up over there but didn't move. Those from Brahma's Pure Heaven was still here. Goddess Xiantian looked at Qin He, and then said to the others around her, take Qin He back to Brahma's Pure Heaven. Her voice was still calm, and no emotions could be detected from it. No one knew her thoughts. Even the disciples of Brahma's Pure Heaven could not tell. Yes. Several people walked toward Qin He. Qin He looked at Goddess Xiantian. Her eyes still expressed some confusion and a hint of loss. Goddess Xiantian looked at her and said, focus on cultivation in the future. When she was done, she walked outside. Qin He's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. She was still puzzled and did not understand what Goddess Xiantian meant. Why ask her to focus on cultivation again? At this time, countless people beneath the Xiantian Pavilion felt as if their hearts had been shaken. They looked up above the void and felt an inner shock. Could it be that Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and Yi Futian were finally colliding? Previously, everyone in the Heavenly Mandate realm thought that this time, when Qin He was selecting a path companion, it would be a game between the two of them. But no one thought it would be in the form of fighting. After all, the cultivation between the two was completely different. Even though Yi Futian was one in a million, he was still just an unblemished saint. The Crown Prince Yi Tianyu had already proven to be in the Nirvana plane, and may even be the strongest person under Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate realm. At their level, this realm was extremely difficult to cross. How could they fight, then? 10,000 bones of the divine Elephant Emperor, someone said when they felt the surging momentum from Yi Futian. The two figures walked above the sky, leaving Xiantian Pavilion, and came to the area outside. There seemed to be countless illusions of the divine elephants above the sky. The breath upon Yi Futian was already comparable to that of the Nirvana plane. With the help of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor, Yi Futian's strength is indeed comparable to that of the Nirvana plane. This makes them equal when fighting one another, many people observed and remarked. The bones of the ancestors of the divine elephants had extremely potent power. After Yi Futian cultivated with the divine elephants and learned of this unparalleled skill, he was able to resonate with the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor and burst into supreme power. Yi Tianyu, likewise, also continued in the peak form as when he fought with Qin He. The life spirit of the divine picture of the heavenly mandate bloomed, the divine light of the great path continuing to converge toward his body. This made him the incarnation of the divine body of the great path, the one and only. The scene above the sky was utterly shocking. Yi Tianyu, known as the natural supremacy of the heavenly mandate dynasty, was destined to be extraordinary. He was shouldering the mission of reviving the heavenly mandate dynasty. Then there was Yi Futian, who had called himself the divine body of the heavenly path. What a battle these two men would have! The cultivators of those top principalities landed in different directions, but all were gazing at the battlefield, especially the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan and Zhang Yuan. They were highly interested in this battle. Today, Yi Tianyu failed to win the heart of Qin He and make an alliance through marriage with Brahma's pure heaven. But the chasm between Yi Futian and celestial gate of vast heaven had also deepened. This time, perhaps neither Yi Tianyu nor the heavenly mandate dynasty would not let the matter go. A violent, murderous force swept through the sky and the earth. Above the void, Yi Tianyu was clad in the divine armor of a god. His golden pupils were extremely sharp. His finger pressed toward the void, and a frightening Xianxia brush appeared above the void, stabbing directly down from the sky. It broke through the air instantly as thousands of murderous air streams turned into the divine light of the great path, aiming straight at Yi Futian. There was a sharp howling sound in the void, pricking everyone's eardrum. Even cultivators standing in the distance could feel that strong will of murder. If there were a chance, perhaps Yi Tianyu would kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his hand and blasted the great path to destroy everything, shattering the void. With Yi Futian's body as the center, a terrible scene appeared around him as thousands of divine elephants rushing past, stomping across the sky and smashing those killing streams. There was a terrible storm of the great path on the sky, and the two of them stunned everyone with just the initial exchange. The 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor. Yi Tianyu could naturally feel the powerful momentum emitting from Yi Futian's body, which was faintly laced with the might of with the imperial power of sovereign. The countless divine elephants that had trampled through the void contained the will of the demon emperor. The divine picture of heavenly mandate roared in the void, gathering the great path of heaven and earth. The world was enveloped by a picture, as the divine picture of the heavenly mandate was madly expanding, covering the sun and the sky and shrouding the battlefield where he and Yi Futian were. In a moment, an infinite number of murderous air currents fell from the sky, and many Xianxia brushes appeared. In Yi Tianyu's palm, a divine brush seemed to have appeared. It would be able to cut through the great path. He, who was clad in the divine armor, appeared to be the descendant of the gods. In his hand, he held the pen and smashed it down from the sky. Under the attack of thousands of Xianxia brushes, the entire sky seemed to be buried in the slaughter. Yi Futian's image became extraordinarily small in comparison. Yi Futian looked up at the countless divine brushes that descended from the sky, each of which contained the slaying power of the great path. It roared through the sky and slashed to his side. Yi Futian's face was somber, and the deed of thorough comprehension exploded. As the great path unified, an idol king appeared upon his body, a divine elephant of golden armor. With the sound of the elephant trumpet, it rocked heaven and shook the earth. It was as if everything was about to collapse. The hearts of many beat rapidly, and they were all in extreme shock. How strong! Everyone looked at the battlefield, especially those who were on the Shantian pavilion before. They found that this battle was even more violent than the one between Yi Tianyu and Qin He, and the initial exchange of the two was enough to stun everyone. Yi Futian's body, which was enveloped with the divine elephant of golden armor, had now transformed into the divine elephant emperor. Tens of thousands of elephants trampled towards the sky, colliding with Xianxia brushes. There were even an infinite number of killing currents and Xianxia brushes that landed on the immense torso of the divine elephant of the golden armor, unable to shake it in the slightest. Spectacular! The people in the Brahma Sky City below watched this violent battle with trembling excitement. The scene in front of them was simply too sensational. The idol king continued forward toward Yi Tianyu. Obviously, Yi Futian did not intend to take a defensive position at all, but instead took the initiative to attack preemptively to Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Bang! The method of divine elephant stomping the sky bloomed, crushing the void and trampling the great path. The divine elephant of golden armor moved forward. Its seemingly awkward body arrived in front of Yi Tianyu in an instant. I heard that you were born to be supreme, but your true strength is unknown, Yi Futian said loudly, dominant and overbearing. With his palms raised, he launched a punch at Yi Tianyu, and the void seemed to be shattered and pulverized. Between him and Yi Tianyu, everything was exploded and shattered. Yi Tianyu also truly felt Yi Futian's aggressive and dominant power. He stepped forward, and the giant Xianxia brush also pierced ahead. Infinite murderous air currents converged into a storm of slaughter that continued to collide with the might of that and that strike. Boom, boom. The two forces converged, and the world was overshadowed. Bang. Yi Futian continued to take a step forward. The immense divine elephants once again trampled the sky, and the arm once again penetrated heaven and earth. As the strike was thrown, infinite shadows of the punch appeared, and each blow was able to shatter the sky. The power of the divine elephant void-splitting fist could crush an entire space. The divine picture of heavenly mandate released bright, dazzling divine light, covering Yi Tianyu. With his body as the center, a storm of the great path started to rise. The heavenly mandate divine book bloomed, and hundreds of thousands of the slaughtering forces seemed to be swallowed up by the divine picture of the great path. Everything could be wiped out at any time. He stared at Yi Futian. His eyes were still proud. Divine art of heavenly mandate? Yi Futian looked down at him. His body was glowing with celestial light. With the celestial soul gathering, the celestial soul attraction was released. Behind Yi Futian, in addition to the tens of thousands of divine elephants galloping, there was a celestial soul that also manifested, emitting extremely and radiant celestial light. This scene made Yi Futian's temperament even more remarkable. Fae and demon united as one, showing a tantalizing demonic elegance. However, Yi Tianyu was not to be surpassed. The divine picture of heavenly mandate was bright and shrouded his body. The divine light of the great path flowed toward his body and put the armor of a god on him. This armor of a god actually took the shape of a gigantic demon. It transformed into the divine bird Kunping battle suit. At this moment, there seemed to be a sacred divine beast of Kunping that formed a battle armor. Its gorgeous and divine feathers opened, covering the sun in the sky, and the divine light split through the sky. Then a supreme collision. The hearts of many cultivators beat wildly. They did not expect that the battle between Yi Futian and Yi Tianyu could be so brilliant, or that Yi Futian, who had urged the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor, was just like Gu Donglu before. He was outstanding within the realm, comparable to that of Nirvana, as he battled Yi Tianyu with an indomitable stance. Above the sky, the battle will covered the heavens. Yi Futian's pupils were demonic and terrifying, and he sensed the spiritual souls of Yi Tianyu. He saw that Yi Tianyu's spiritual soul had put on the divine armor of Kunping. It was radiant beyond imagination. Clearly, the divine method of the heavenly realm could also be used on the spiritual soul as a truly top-notch method. Yi Tianyu waving both wings, and caused a slaughtering storm above the sky. There were countless divine feathers of the Kunping turning into golden slaughtering spears upon the divine armor of Kunping, which instantly shot through the void and aimed toward Yi Futian. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of galloping giant divine elephants were directly penetrated and shattered. Yi Futian, who was possessed by the golden divine elephant, kept walking forward. When he stepped out, the sky shook violently. It seemed it would collapse in total destruction. At the same time, a terrifying might of suppression descended. It seemed to freeze the space. Many slaughtering spears above the sky became sluggish. Their power had greatly weakened. But Yi Tianyu didn't stop giving up. The wings of the Kuanping opened up, and the divine wings that sheltered the sky continued flapping. The sky was blowing a storm of the Great Path, but it was the force of the wind that caused a hurricane in the Brahma Sky City. The hurricane brought the golden slaughtering spears to descend at the same time in Yi Futian's direction. Such force, even for troops in the hundreds and thousands, would be wiped out immediately. But Yi Futian did not stop. He was still walking in the storm, and each step was earth-shattering. When the power of the 10,000 bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor was released, the power of the ultimate skills of the Divine Elephants also surged, resonating together. The galloping Divine Elephants had unparalleled power. His body rushed toward the center of the storm, and as a punch was thrown, the Great Path collapsed, opening up a great path of space. The golden Divine Elephants walked in this great path of space, crossing the void with a single step, and came in front of Yi Tianyu. The Divine Elephant of golden armor and Kunpin of the Divine armor faced each other, and the people in the sky below looked up at the center of the storm. This was no longer a confrontation between Yi Futian and Yi Tianyu. It was more like a confrontation between divine beasts. Yi Futian raised his fist and blasted it forward without any flourishing movements. The bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor inside his body burst out into divine glory and merged into the will of his fist. When this punch was thrown, Yi Tianyu, though clad with the divine armor of Kuanping that was protecting his spiritual soul, still felt the shock of the spiritual soul. Yi Futian's attack contained a terrible power that was able to penetrate anything. Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist, shattering the void. At the same time, Yi Tianyu's divine method bloomed, and a giant illusion of Kuanping appeared in the sky, grabbing at the giant divine elephant that appeared. They collided above the sky. Rumble, the sound of a horrible collision hurt the eardrums of the crowd. Looking up, the giant beasts collided, and the sky and earth broke apart. Moreover, this seemed to be just the beginning. Yi Futian was still pressing forward while attacking, launching punch after punch. He was facing Yi Tianyu, colliding with the Great Path. This white-haired young man had found no equal. With Yi Futian attacking like this, how could Yi Tianyu retreat? The attacks of the Kuanping's feathers could pierce the void. The crowd saw continuous and violent collisions above the sky, and neither warrior showed any intention of stopping. As the collision continued, everyone was shocked to discover that Yi Futian's attack seemed to be more violent and fierce. In contrast, Yi Tianyu seemed to have suffered some interference, as his power was weakening. As a result, it felt as if Yi Futian had taken the initiative to engage in a violent attack while Yi Tianyu was merely defending himself. Once, in the battle between Gu Donglu and Yi Tianyu had not been suppressed and always took the initiative. Now, in his fight with Yi Futian, it actually felt that he was somewhat passive. What a shock this was. Could it be the might of the bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor? Even so, Yi Futian's raw strength was still terribly powerful. Naturally, they did not understand why Yi Tianyu's offensive would be increased. Each of Yi Futian's dominant methods contained a powerful force to suppress and collapse. They directly blasted onto the spiritual soul through Yi Tianyu's body. Although the spiritual soul was clad with the will of war, under the continuous violent attacks, it was still extremely uncomfortable. Boom! Finally, with a loud bang, Yi Tianyu's body was knocked back. He could have continued to fight, but he did not. He chose to retreat instead. This step back was a little embarrassing for him. The crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty retreated in battle with Yi Futian. But he had to take this step back or he would still be suppressed. He needed to retreat so he could advance. However, Yi Tianyu's retreat, as he had thought, shocked countless people beneath the sky. Yi Tianyu retreated during the confrontation with Yi Futian. 1 inch could it be that Yi Futian is stronger than the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Gu Donglu? Some murmured, feeling the whole thing to be surreal. Even though Yi Futian's power was great, perhaps his talent could be ranked in the top 5 of Heavenly Mandate. However, nobody had ever thought that he could be stronger than Yi Tianyu. It should be the mighty power of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. After all, it was the ancestor of the divine elephants, the royal mount of the demon emperor, an existence that shocked all generations alike. Someone responded. Yi Tianyu just took a step back. He needed to pull away to use a stronger method. Someone looked up into the sky with an extremely sharp expression. Sure enough, Yi Tianyu's aura had become perceivably more terrible. The divine picture of heavenly mandate engulfed the great path of heaven and earth. Countless divine lights of the great path seeped into Yi Tianyu's body. The divine picture also integrated into the body, wrapping it and turning it into a part of the divine armor. With dazzling divine light falling down, his long hair that was behind him also turned golden, full of sharp breath. His robe fluttered as he became a god of war, which was the ultimate evolution of the divine art of heavenly mandate, the divine advent. Yi Tianyu wanted to morph into a celestial divinity. However, just as he devoured the divine light of the great path, the sound of elephant trumpeting was heard, and an incomparable figure appeared above the sky. Yi Futian's silver hair danced with the wind, possessed by the divine elephant, and a long staff appeared in his hand. This long staff seemed to have been formed by the celestial way, but it was shining with a brilliant golden light. What was even more terrifying was the power contained in the long staff. Once stepping onto the sky, Yi Futian glanced at Yi Tianyu below and did not give him any time to gather his divine power. He just unleashed a strike with the staff. One shadows of the staff appeared and filled the sky. Among the many shadows of staff, there were also galloping divine elephants. The staff techniques were 9 strikes in the heaven, but powered by the immense strength of the divine elephants and incorporating the will of the elephant splitting the sky into it. Its strength could only be imagined. Yi Tianyu raised his head to sweep a glance over the void. His rage surged to his crown, and his golden hair stood on end like spears. He shot out as if he were one of the gods. He raised his hand to point toward the void. His godlike figure was dazzling. As his finger pointed to the sky, moving his way forward, he broke through the great path, splitting through the sky. Countless shadows of the staff were now collapsing here. He wanted to open up an ancient path of slaughter, aiming at Yi Futian. Yi Tianyu had extreme killing will in his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, Yi Tianyu had caused the divine might of the great path to collide with the long staff. However, he did not retreat, which showed just how terrible Yi Tianyu was in the state of godly advent. Buzz! The storm of great path ravaged, and Yi Futian stepped down, following up with another strike of the long staff with even greater power. Behind Yi Tianyu, the divine wings of Kunping appeared. They lifted up, cutting through the void to shatter the shadows of the staff. This divine power was incomparable. In the area outside of Xianxia Pavilion, countless people in the Brahma Sky City looked up at the sky, their eyes not blinking. They stared at the battlefield, watching this terrifying battle that could make the gods and ghosts weep. The sound of collisions blasted out again and again. Each time felt as if there was a collision in their heart, making them feel that their bodies were vibrating and their blood boiling. The staff technique is still getting stronger. Those below watched as the staff blast out endlessly, trembling. Even if Yi Tianyu had the body of a god, it seemed that it was reaching the limit. When the 6th staff strike blasted out, the supreme power blasted open the void. Yi Tianyu groaned as his body fell from the void. His face was pale, and his spiritual soul trembled. The divine elephant descended from the sky, trampling the void, and struck with the staff again. This strike unified hundreds and thousands of the staff shadows into one. Even though it was only one strike, it seemed to be one with the great path. It flew toward Yi Tianyu. However, Yi Tianyu, who looked like a god from heaven, dared not intercept this attack at this moment. At this time, he was comparable to the body of the god, but still summoned the body of Kunping to attack. Boom! The shadow of the staff fell, the Kunping was shattered, and the divine armor was torn apart. A violent power penetrated the defense and exploded upon Yi Tianyu. His body was knocked to the ground from the sky, and all the buildings were pulverized. Countless people backed away as cracks appeared underneath their feet. Yi Tianyu has been suppressed. The eyes of many were dull. They couldn't believe what they had seen. In the heavenly mandate realm, was there someone who could suppress Yi Tianyu? As the battle of the celestial gate of vast heaven, even Gu Donglu had been unable to achieve it. Yi Fuqian leveraged the power of divine elephant emperor of 10 directions to suppress the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty and knocked him to the ground. One could only imagine how strong of an impression this scene had left on people. When the dust cleared, everyone looked at the ground. Yi Tianyu, who was bathed in golden rays, stood in the ruins. The ground was already shattered. Above the sky, a peerless figure stood there, extremely dazzling. He was the white-haired talent who once again shocked the heavenly mandate realm. In the fight for the great path of heavenly mandate, who could be invincible? Who could be matchless and rule the times? All the cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven looked at Yi Fuqian, and there was some disturbance in their hearts. Gu Donglu was taken back to the Fei clan and was nurtured as its future leader. Although the two major clans shared the same goal and agreed on the same point, to say that everyone was the same as the lord of the Jiang clan without any thoughts regarding their personal interest would be impossible. If Gu Donglio's performance were disappointing, then Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would not wager everything on him. Last time, Gu Donglu and Yi Tianzhong ended up in a draw. It was still something people of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven found comforting. After all, there was still a lot of room for improvement for Gu Donglu. But they did not expect that today Gu Donglio's junior brother Yi Fuqian would also be someone who could rule an era. Unexpectedly, he had suppressed Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate realm. What kind of characters would these two brothers be in a few more years? What kind of landscape would be in the future for the heavenly mandate realm? Moreover, there seemed to be another figure named Yushang, who had been cultivating with the dragon gods. Rumor had it that Yushang had been accepted as a disciple by the dragon gods and had been cultivating with its top characters. Those of the heavenly mandate dynasty were also shaken to the core, and their eyes were extremely sharp, including those from Xianxia Divine Palace. Their senior brother had actually been defeated, blasted to the ground. Even if the other party had the help of a magical divine item, his own strength was also incredible. This attack could be considered terrifying. It seemed that one could not afford to underestimate top figures in the supreme realm. Undoubtedly, Yi Fuqian belonged amongst top genius talents. There were few people who could rival Yi Tianyu. All the cultivators felt the disturbance in their hearts, and this gave rise to all kinds of thoughts. Goddess Shen and the cultivators of Brahma's pure heaven were also watching the battle, staring at Yi Fuqian. At this moment, a slight sound was heard, and from the broken ground below, Yi Tianyu emerged. The divine light on his body was still bright and dazzling, which moved many people. Even such an attack could not hurt him seriously, and Yi Tianyu, in the state of godly advent, possessed the body of celestial divinity. He was indeed fearsome. Yi Fuqian looked down at Yi Tianyu, a well-known figure of the Nirvana plane and the most outstanding descendant of the peak Renhuang existence, who would one day be the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Yi Tianyu, who was hailed as a natural-born supreme, was indeed very strong. Yi Fuqian's attack was already at the peak of Nirvana plane, but even so, it had only slightly injured Yi Tianyu. Although he managed to suppress the other, he was unable to seriously damage Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu looked up and stared at Yi Fuqian in the void. He was expressionless, and there seemed to be no disturbance on his face. No one knew what he was thinking or how he felt at the moment. The void became a bit oppressed. Yi Tianyu's eyes never left Yi Fuqian, and then he stretched out his palms. In an instant, divine light dazzled. A divine pagoda appeared in front of Yi Tianyu, continuously expanding and enlarging in the void. Renhuang implement. Everyone's eyes sharpened. Yi Tianyu had now also released a Renhuang implement. Furthermore, the might of this particular Renhuang implement was extremely aggressive, as it continued flying toward the sky, turning into an immense and endless pagoda. The infinite divine light of the great path flooded into it, and the light of the divine pagoda headed toward Yi Fuqian. Yifutian looked up at the pagoda and stepped into the void. The divine elephant roared and headed toward the pagoda. However, under the glory of the divine pagoda, every single one of the divine elephants was shattered into nothingness. The divine light permeated the sky, turning into a storm of destruction and murder. Boom! Yifutian's celestial soul power was faintly restricted. This divine pagoda contained the power to suppress celestial soul, which was the prowess of Renhuang. There was a loud roar inside of Yifutian, and the power of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor surged to the extreme. An overpowering divine elephant appeared and stepped into the sky. The long staff in his hand swung toward the divine pagoda. Tianyu's body flickered and appeared on top of the divine pagoda. His body became large and turned into a true celestial divinity. He held the giant divine pagoda in his hand and hurled it below. Illusions of the divine pagoda slammed down. It was as if they could destroy demons and saints. Under the shining glory of the divine pagoda, Tianyu turned into the ancient emperor. It was like the ancient emperor of the heavenly Mandate dynasty had descended into the world, his towering figure releasing the mighty power of the Great Path. This implement, the cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven, looked grave. The might of Renhuang from this implement was extremely horrifying. Even if Tianyu's current state could not release all its power, just a part of its might would be enough to put the fear into everyone's heart. Tianyu obtained this thing from the ancestral lands. The implement left by an ancestor, and its power was far more than what was being shown. Since Yifutian fought against him using the bones of the mount of the demon emperor, the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, then he would have to suppress him with the implement of his ancestors. Boom! There was a sound of a shocking collision above the sky. It was extremely horrific, and Yifutian's staff technique was suppressed by it. The lights of divine pagoda rushed toward his body. It was like shadows of the divine pagoda directly ran through his body, shrouding that immense and boundless divine elephant, and his celestial soul was, likewise, suppressed. What a powerful implement! The cultivators around were all trembling. It seemed that Tianyu was angered by being overwhelmed by Yifutian and had now resorted to a super powerful implement, determined to reverse the tides and wash away his shame. The light of the pagoda seemed to be manifold, covering Yifutian's body. Each fold of the divine light was extraordinarily terrifying and seemed to want to refine Yifutian's body. Boom! The divine elephant of golden armor walked on the sky, and Yifutian was still resisting. His pupils turned toward the sky, and they were extremely fierce. They were both to fight again. Go! Tianyu raised his hand and waved. Immediately, the towering divine pagoda traveled downward and landed on the sky above Yifutian. Rays of the divine light of the pagoda descended frantically, wanting to bound and imprison Yifutian within. Two terrible forces met and collided in the void, but Yifutian was under terrible pressure and was likely to be suppressed. Tianyu, you are an entire realm higher than your opponent, and yet after you were defeated, you now have to resort to such a powerful implement? Is this the way of the natural-born supreme of heavenly Mandate dynasty? Hua Qingyun said sarcastically. At the level of St. Plain, an entire realm was a vast difference in power, and the differences in strength could be 10 times or more, so it could only be imagined how difficult the gap was to overcome. Under such circumstances, as the peak existence of the naturally born supreme, fighting with Renhuang implement, how could the fight be fair or just? It was important to note that Tianyu was also the existence of the peak. Tianyu ignored Hua Qingyun, as divine light rained from his body and fell upon the divine pagoda. It continued its slaughter on Yifutian. In those indifferent and profound eyes, there was the intention to kill. Such an unfair battle. That's enough. Cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven spoke up. The might of Renhuang was bloomed and released. However, almost at the same time, from the direction of the heavenly Mandate dynasty, there was also infinite might of Renhuang that bloomed. In an instant, this space was shrouded in the power of Renhuang. It seemed that as long as the Renhuang of celestial gate of vast heaven intend to make a move, then the Renhuang of heavenly Mandate dynasty would not stand idly by. Many cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty emit thoughts of murder. Between the vast space of heaven and earth, many observing cultivators remarked to themselves. Prior to this, Yi Futian had obstructed the alliance by marriage between Yi Tianyu and Qin He. He now had revealed his superior talent. At this moment, he had already elicited the intent to kill from the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty. Boom! Above the firmament, the glory of the divine pagoda was getting more and more terrible. The glory of the divine elephant on Yi Futian's body was becoming dimmer as a terrible force continued to rush into his body, turning his face pale. This pagoda of the sky could suppress celestial soul attraction. At this moment, a figure walked through the void, and many showed a strange look when they beheld this figure. However, the people from the heavenly mandate dynasty did not stop him. It was just someone from the Saint Plane. Who could compete with Yi Tianyu right now? Anyone who wanted to get involved would be easily suppressed. The man continued moving forward and was walking toward the pagoda. When everyone saw this, they all showed a strange look. Was this man seeking death? Even the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty had a look of jeer on their faces. What a complete lack of self-awareness. The man who walked out was Qi Shengang, who now had the ancient characters of the Great Path appearing on his body. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension bloomed. The words that indicated heaven and earth were on the top and bottom, respectively. A divine picture of the Great Path appeared around him, and Qi Shengang walked out from under the glory of the divine pagoda, blocking Yi Futian from the divine pagoda. Is he mad? The hearts of many trembled darkly, and the people from celestial gate of vast heaven showed a strange color. As far as they knew, this man was Yi Futian's master. His temperament was extraordinary, showing he was not someone who did this without reason. But the glory of the divine pagoda was mighty. For someone in the Saint Plane attempt to compete with his own body of flesh and blood, it was undoubtedly pure foolishness. Many people watched as Qi Shenjiang was suppressed by the glory of the divine pagoda. However, as Qi Shengang stepped into it, the glorious rays of the divine pagoda were cut off. They descended upon his body instead and did not continue to bombard Yi Futian, apparently isolated by his body. The crowd found out, much to their shock, that Qi Shengang was standing inside. The pattern of the Great Path shrouded his whole body, and the power that was blasted down by the divine pagoda to kill seemed to turn into nothingness, unable to destroy him. The scene in front of their eyes stunned many people. How was this possible? Yi Tianyu's strength was already at the peak of the Nirvana plane. His combat power was top-notch, not to mention that he had the aid of the Renhuang implement. Someone from the Saint Plane, no matter how strong, would only face the fate of being obliterated under these circumstances. But Qi Shengang was actually dissolving his attacks. Rays of sacred light were released from Qi Shengang, which caused confused looks to appear on the faces of many Renhuang cultivators. Renhuang will. Their pupils contracted slightly. From Qi Xuangang's body, they felt the will that belonged to Renhuang. It definitely did not belong to Saint Plane, but only to Renhuang. This man who had already entered Renhuang with one foot could break free of the Great Path at any time and level up his realm. Master, Yi Futian called out. The divine light of the Great Path upon Qi Xuangang's body shot upward and shrouded the divine pagoda within. Suddenly, the oppressive force on Yi Futian's body disappeared completely. He walked across the void and past his master Qi Shengang and the divine pagoda. With a strike of the staff, he slammed down. The sky changed color, and the look on Yi Tianyu's face, who was controlling the divine pagoda, suddenly changed. In haste, he sent out a great palm print, which was crushed and pulverized. Yi Futian's staff fell directly on him, this time much more violent than the blow previously. The blast caused Yi Tianyu to spit out blood. He was sent flying, and even the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Seeing this transpire, the hearts of many skipped a beat. Yi Tianyu's body flew back and his mouth was bleeding. The staff attack made many people feel a crawling sensation on their scalps. If it were them, that strike would probably be enough to end them. Yi Tianyu was beat once again, and the injury was not minor. Who was that? Someone wondered silently, glancing at Qi Xiangang. He had stepped directly under the divine pagoda as someone in the same plane, blocked Yi Futian from the attack of the divine pagoda, and even bound the pagoda there. Furthermore, he already exuded a trace of Renhuang will, with one foot firmly planted on the other side. It was not that he was just a half step away from Renhuang, but that he could possibly enter the Renhuang plane level at any moment. Many people in Violet Heavenly Palace looked rather sharp. Some of them recognized Qi Xiangang, Yi Futian's master, who had shown his strength in the Celestial Demon City in the old days. His power was mighty. His realm was unexpectedly profound. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, probably had never suffered such humiliation before. This time he was invited by Brahma's pure heaven, was prepared to marry the first virgin, Qin He, but Qin He would rather fight to the death with him than stay with him, which made him appear unnecessarily aggressive. Afterward, Yi Futian stepped forward to fight him, and this was the conclusion. In Brahma Sky City, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had suffered a humiliation that he had never experienced before. This should be the first time, but there was a flash of cold light from Zhang Yuan's eyes. He was the supreme body of the Great Path from the Violet Heavenly Palace. This was getting more interesting. The hatred between Yi Tianyu and Yi Futian was getting deeper, which would naturally be to the benefit of the Violet Heavenly Palace. After all, the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had a common enemy. As he had thought, a strong and overbearing might bloomed. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, upon seeing Yi Tianyu being injured, finally made their move. The mighty authority of Renhuang shrouded the sky. A Renhuang pointer struck at Qi Xiangang and Yi Futian, penetrating heaven and earth. Those Renhuang of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had also been prepared for this moment. Radiant celestial light was shining, and a figure crossed the void and descended. A celestial sword slashed out at the same time, colliding with the destructive Renhuang power. A violent storm blew between heaven and the earth. Its fierce pressure of might slammed on the bodies of both Yi Futian and Qi Xiangang, and they were both slammed back. The divine pagoda flew back in an instant and headed toward Yi Tianyu, who put it away. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of might of Renhuang erupted at the same time, and as it swept through the sky, the people below really felt the suffocating divine might of the Great Path. They tensed, and their breath quickened. Was a major battle of Renhuang about to erupt? At this time, in Brahma Sky City, countless people looked up to the sky, and above Shentian Pavilion, there was a palpable pressure of Renhuang might. Yi Futian and Qi Xiangang both retreated into the camp of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Under these circumstances, they no longer could continue in the battle. Even though Qi Xiangang was not far from the Renhuang realm, the realm of those others was simply way too high. Even if he had already entered the Renhuang realm, it would still be difficult for him to participate. Yi Tianyu and the top figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace were here, and then there were the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty who followed them. Of course, Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun were also here, and the guardians of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were no weaklings either. Therefore, the pressure of might that erupted above the sky was horrific. So, Renhuang can intervene after being defeated? A voice was heard, and it was the cultivator of divine elephants. In today's battle, Yi Futian had shown the cultivators of the divine elephants that even human cultivators could fully exercise the inherited techniques of the divine elephants so well. He was even better and stronger than their top geniuses. Thus, it was no wonder the divine elephant emperor had told them to guard Yi Futian well. It seemed that, previously, when Yi Futian had returned with the divine elephants, the divine elephant emperor had already realized that Yi Futian had unlimited potential. This battle was enough to prove that he could exist side by side with the likes of Gu Donglu and Yi Tianyu, and that he was no less worthy than the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Previously he had already had several brilliant battles, but the battle today would exemplify his record, which would soon be spread throughout the Heavenly Mandate realm. Today, Yi Futian interrupted the marriage between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Brahma's pure heaven Yi Futian. The divine elephants would be wise not to interfere, the cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty said. His voice rang through the void. Everyone in Brahma Sky City could hear him clearly. If it were not for the sake of being unwilling to involve divine elephants in this dispute with the Heavenly Mandate realm, perhaps the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would have already attacked Yi Fuqian a long time ago. Renhuang are not allowed to participate in friendly contests of the Saint Plane. This is a rule from the human world of cultivation. Now that your crown prince was defeated, you decided to mobilize your Renhuang to battle, and you intend to prevent me from intervening. The voice of the cultivator of the divine elephants was overbearing. As he walked, the sky shook, making roaring and booming sounds that were terrifying. Even though he said this, everyone knew that the fighting had already gone far beyond the scope of a friendly contest. Both Yi Fuqian and Yi Tianyu had already exerted their true strength. It's best that the forces of the demon realm not interfere in the matters of the human world of cultivation. The Renhuang from Heavenly Mandate Dynasty continued, "Don't forget, the Heavenly Mandate realm demarcates the human world of cultivation and that of the demon realm. You are all here as guests, and we won't pursue the matter, but don't you meddle in it." That's right, the divine elephants shouldn't forget where they are. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace also piped in. They were the allies of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Bang! The cultivators of the divine elephants snorted coldly and continued forward. The void shook violently, and many of those in Brahma Sky City, whose cultivation was not as strong, groaned as their faces paled. If that random stomp were to land on them, its invisible might was enough to suppress them. The people of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty are right. We are from the demon realm, so why should we participate in human disputes? At this time, a voice was heard. The cultivator who spoke was a figure of Demon Emperor from the Purple Gold Rat clan. They always thrived in chaotic times. The rise of the Purple Gold Rat clan was due to the chaotic environment. Now, if things would get more chaotic, it would undoubtedly be another opportunity. He clearly understood that the divine elephants chose this moment to interfere. They passed their special techniques on to Yi Fuqian in an attempt to place a bet in the world of human cultivation. This way, they could have a say in the changing future of the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, this was clearly something the Purple Gold Rat clan did not wish to see. "Why are you rats everywhere?" The cultivator of the divine elephant swept a glance over them, his eyes of the Elephant Emperor domineering and full of contempt. The divine elephants had always had a lofty position within the demon realm with noble blood to boot. The era of the divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions was the golden age when they were the top demon clan in the demon realm. The Purple Gold Rat clan was nowhere on their radar. This was also why the Purple Gold Rat clan was so sensitive. In the demon realm, many noble demon clans despised them. Even though they had true strength, respect and recognition still eluded them. The glory of purple gold glittered and bloomed. The body of the cultivator from Purple Gold Rat clan was radiant all over. As he moved forward, a demon emperor whispered coldly, "Even us rats would like to experience the power of the divine elephants." As soon as he said that, he raised his hand and blasted out his attack. Above the sky, an immense and boundless purple gold divine rat appeared, covering the sky and biting at the demon emperor of the divine elephant below. The demon emperor of the divine elephant frowned. This rat actually dared to engage him, but he instantly understood the intention of the other party. They wanted to deliberately keep them occupied so that the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could do what they wanted. Stepped into the void, an immense giant divine elephant manifested, and the great battle of demon emperors had the potential to split heaven and earth. At this time, the Renhuang existence of the Heavenly Mandate realm was moving forward in an arc. In an instant, the divine light of the Heavenly Mandate shrouded the sky, shrouding the vast, endless void within, completely locking down this space. They intended to keep Yi Fuqian here for the kill. Protect him. The cultivators from the celestial gate of vast heaven frowned. These Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were really determined. It was much easier to kill lesser characters under their protection than to defeat all of them. Furthermore, they had arranged this layer of the Heavenly Mandate Divine Light of Boundary, delaying them to get to Yi Tianyu on the outside for a while. "Be careful," someone said to Yi Fuqian. This was intended to take Yi Futian's life. The will to murder had taken hold of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and now they wanted to execute Yi Futian here. Gu Donglu was already a volatile factor, so it was best to get rid of Yi Futian. Otherwise, two peerless characters were sure to be a big problem in the future. The slaughtering divine light drowned out the void and shot directly toward Yi Futian. Ren Huang of the celestial gate of vast heaven stepped out successively and locked down where Yi Futian was. The celestial light, bright and radiant, cast a celestial matrix. However, at this time, there was a character of divine general from the other side, who raised his hand and pierced through the void, shooting straight at Yi Futian. They were not interested in a long fight. They just wanted to kill Yi Futian. Celestial light turned into a boundary and blocked the sky above. As that one finger fell, a divine light swept through the heavens. It was as if it had leveled the heavens. It was extremely fearsome to behold. The cultivators of the divine elephants were restrained by the great demon of the purple gold rat clan, and the situation seemed very unfavorable. In front of so many Ren Huang, Yi Futian appeared weaker, and he could not withstand their attacks. At this moment, a suffocating power of mighty of the great path suddenly came from above, pressing down on everyone. Divine light fell straight down, and the faces of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty changed. They raised their heads and looked up at the sky. A gorgeous face appeared. This face was perfect, and in the vast Mandate heaven, such a face was difficult to find. But the majesty contained in those eyes could make people forget the shocking beauty of this face. Just a look was enough to make these Ren Huang and demon emperors feel inexplicable coercion, and the fighting ceased in an instant. Her Majesty! In Brahma Sky City, countless people worshipped the face above the sky, and many looked extremely moved, for they had now seen the Empress in person. If you want to be disorderly, get out of Brahma Sky City. An extremely arrogant and icy voice came from above. It was authoritative and dominant, disallowing for any doubt. The fight stopped in an instant. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked grim. Brahma's pure heaven was also responsible for today's blunder. But the overlord was not there. So who would be eligible to talk with Her Majesty the Empress of Brahma's pure heaven? No one dared to question her. Warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked at the stunning solemn face and cupped their hands, saying, "We apologize for the offense. It's time to bid farewell." Even though they were not happy about it, they couldn't say anything. Their status was not comparable to that of Brahma's pure sky, so they didn't dare to turn hostile against Brahma's pure sky. After all, it was about the political geography of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and no one could afford the consequences. After speaking, the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty restrained their life forces. Not only them, but warriors of other powers also restrained their life forces. No one dared to keep fighting. "We are sorry to disturb Your Majesty," warriors from Violet Heavenly Palace and other forces said. They all cupped their hands to bid farewell, and then they all flashed and left quickly. There was no need for them to stay any longer. Many warriors of Xianxia Divine Palace stared at the Empress's face, their hearts troubled, but they didn't say anything and left with the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Even though they came from the Xianxia Divine Palace, the Empress of Brahma's pure sky was a big figure at the top of the Supreme Path realm. They belonged to the younger generation and dared not act presumptuously. They didn't have the capital to try, and even their elders were the same. In a blink of an eye, most people of top forces had left, but some warriors were still here, such as Yi Futian and others of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Yi Futian gazed at the face in the void sky and didn't look away. He even wanted to ask something. The Empress seemed to be aware of it, and her majestic eyes glanced at him. Soon, she gradually dissipated and vanished. The might over the sky also dissipated, and soon the void sky restored its calmness from before. However, the war that just happened and the Empress's solemn appearance were still imprinted in the minds of countless people in the lower sky above the Brahma Sky City. Today's battle would surely spread throughout the Heavenly Mandate realm. Even Her Majesty had been shocked. Many people looked excited since this was the first time that they had seen Her Majesty's face. Even though they lived in Brahma Sky City, it was still very difficult to see Her Majesty, and Her Majesty rarely showed up in public. Usually, she either cultivated in the Brahma's pure sky or traveled in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. After the Empress of Brahma's pure sky had left, Yi Futian didn't retract his gaze. He still stared into the void sky, and his deep eyes looked like he was lost in thought. After a long while, he took back his gaze and said to the Runhuang figures and demon emperors in front of him, with his hands cupped, "Thank you all very much, Your Majesties. During the battle that just happened, these Runhuang-level figures took the lead to protect him. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he would be unable to cope with those Runhuang figures of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. From now on you must be careful. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty intends to kill you." A Runhuang figure of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven reminded Yi Futian. Just now, everyone could clearly tell that people of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were trying to kill him. A tree outgrowing other trees in a forest was more likely to be destroyed. Yi Futian's relationship with Gu Donglu and his stance had already put him on the opposite side of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. In such a situation, killing him before he grew stronger was naturally the best and easiest choice for the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. When Yi Futian reached the Renhuang realm, if they wanted to kill Yi Futian at that time, they would need to use more manpower, and it would be much more difficult. "Thank you for reminding me, sir. I will be more cautious," Yi Futian said, nodding. He frowned slightly. This time, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had clear murderous intent, so from now on, they might try to assassinate him more frequently. Since they had done it once, they wouldn't care about doing it again, even at the risk of offending the Divine Elephant Clan. Yi Futian wondered if he should be proud or not. After all, this meant that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty took him so seriously that they took such a big risk to get rid of him. "Let's go back too," said a warrior of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. "I still have something to do," Yi Futian said. He shook his head slightly. He turned his gaze and looked toward where people of Brahma's pure sky stood in the distance. Yi Futian took a step forward and walked towards the place where Xiantian Pavilion was. The Xiantian goddess looked at Yi Futian, who was walking towards her. A different look flashed in her eyes. "Yi Futian is here to salute you, goddess?" Yi Futian stopped in front of Xiantian goddess and said, "What else do you want to ask?" The Xiantian goddess said coldly, as if she was dissatisfied with Yi Futian because of the previous events, "I want to ask again if Jeyu is in Brahma's pure sky. Goddess, please don't conceal anything." Yi Futian bowed down and said sincerely, "Jeyu appeared twice in his mind, and it should not have been an illusion just because he missed her so much. Moreover, all that had just happened made him realize that the thing was not very easy. Why did Brahma's pure sky want to choose a spiritual partner for Qin He? Qin He, as the first goddess of Brahma's pure sky, had an extraordinary status. Why would they force her? From the perspective of Brahma's pure sky, they didn't seem to want to join hands with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Also, what the Empress of Brahma's pure sky just did could be considered as helping him. He still felt that all these things were related to Jeyu. The Xiantian goddess looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes looked as calm as before, and there was no change in her gaze after hearing Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian's eyes looked extremely deep. When he asked the question, he fixed his eyes on the Xiantian goddess as if he wanted to capture something from her eyes, even if it was just a hint of emotional fluctuation. However, Xiantian goddess's eyes were so calm, revealing no change. It was as if she had just heard an unrelated name and some unrelated words. "What are you talking about?" Xiantian goddess said softly. Nobody would be suspicious of her indifferent tone. She still denied it. Yi Futian stared at her. Why didn't she have a look of suspicion? Xiantian goddess really knew nothing about it? He didn't believe it. "I boldly request to go to Brahma's pure sky to meet with Her Majesty," Yi Futian bowed and said. The Empress, undoubtedly, was the one who knew most about all these things. Last time he didn't get any answers, but he still wanted to try it. "Her Majesty has no time to see you," Xiantian goddess said. "I don't mind what you have done today. Now go back." "I want to see Qin He," Yi Futian said again. "She has returned to Brahma's pure sky," Xiantian goddess said and left directly, ignoring Yi Futian. She just walked into the void sky and left with other goddesses of the Brahma's pure sky, leaving Yi Futian there, dazed. Qi Xiangang and Yaya came to Yi Futian's side. Qi Xiangang asked him, "What is on your mind?" "Master, I felt the presence of my wife twice during my cultivation, and both situations were related to Brahma's pure sky." Yi Futian looked at Qi Xiangang and said. A surprised look flashed across Qi Xuangang's face. He had heard about this thing, and in Yi Futian's capacity, it was impossible for him to be wrong. Maybe she really was alive. "I want to go to Brahma's pure sky," Yi Futian said. "Then you should go." Qi Xiangang nodded and said, since he had doubt, he should try hard to find the answer. Yi Futian nodded, and after bidding farewell to others, he walked away and headed in one direction. Some people came with him, some people left. Xia Qingyuan also followed him. Was Hua Jieyu really alive? At this moment, she had conflicting emotions, which made her somewhat hate herself. Why did she have inner conflicts, especially for her ruthless side? Brahma's pure sky was located to the north of the Brahma Sky City and was above all of Brahma Sky City. Standing at the foot of Brahma's pure sky, Yi Futian looked up at the mountain and the endless stairs in front of him. Clouds and mist were flying over his head, and in the clouds, a celestial city could be faintly seen. His body flashed and he walked upward. Many warriors gazed at him along the way until Yi Futian came to the sky outside of the gate. A goddess stopped him and released warning might, glaring at him indifferently. She did not speak and did not need to say anything. Who didn't know that this was the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky? Yi Futian is here requesting to see Her Majesty. Yi Futian looked up toward the heavenly gate and shouted loudly. He knew that, even though he was outside the Brahma's pure sky, the Empress of Brahma's pure sky claimed to be able to perceive everything in the 3,000 realms. Although she was not there, her mind could directly reach the sky above Shentian Pavilion. So his voice must have been heard by the Empress of Brahma's pure sky. The goddess outside the heavenly gate showed surprise when hearing Yi Futian's name. Not long ago, he had returned to Brahma's pure sky, and they heard something from her. Now, what was Yi Futian's purpose of coming to Brahma's pure sky? There was no response from Brahma's pure sky, and Yi Futian's voice seemed to be entering the land of nothingness. Yi Futian requests to see Her Majesty, Yi Futian continued. However, there was still no sound. He said this, again and again, making the goddess outside heavenly gate frown. A lady stepped forward and said coldly, "Yi Futian, enough." Yi Futian's shouting had disturbed some people's cultivation. Some Renhuang figures' wills had swept down. Apparently, they had also heard of Yi Futian's voice. Yi Futian had perceived them, too, but he still did not leave and continued shouting loudly. He wanted an answer. He needed to know whether Jieyu was here or not. However, it seemed that everyone would just ignore him. In the land of Brahma's pure sky full of clouds and mist, in front of a fey palace, a person, who looked very thin, was kneeling on a futon. At this time, the sound of footsteps came. He looked up and saw a figure in front of her. He is here to meet Her Majesty. He bowed her head and said. She wondered why the Empress wanted to see her, but no matter what punishment it was, she wouldn't care. The Empress stood there quietly, looking at He. She was silent for a moment and then said, "From now on, you can cultivate with me." He paused a second and looked up at the Empress. But the Empress had turned around and entered the Fey Palace, shrouded by mist. He did not show much joy, and she was just a little confused. What was all of this about? The Empress of Brahma's pure sky stepped into the Fey Palace. There was another figure here in this fairyland, sitting quietly. She was also extremely beautiful, stunning like an immortal, and she seemed to be in the dormant state of cultivation. The Empress of Brahma's pure sky looked at her and said, "You disappointed me. If I knew, I would have chosen her, not you." The figure didn't seem to hear her and sat there quietly. She even ignored the Empress of the Brahma's pure sky when she talked to her. There would be no second person in Brahma's pure sky who dared to do so. Still, Yi Futian didn't get to see the Empress. He was ignored at the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky, and from time to time, some cultivators sent might to him as a sign of warning. After a long while, he stopped shouting but just looked up at the heavenly gate. Now, no matter how outstanding his talent was, he was just a cultivator of Saint Plain and was not even qualified to talk to the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Could he do anything to them even though they refused his request? There was nothing he could do. He could just stand outside the gate of Brahma's pure sky and watch. He didn't know what the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky would think of him. Is Jeyu in the Brahma's pure sky or not? Yifutian murmured to himself. It was like an enigma. If Jeyu had been here, she would have found him by herself, unless she was in trouble, so she showed up in his mind twice. Was she trying to tell him that she was still alive? Maybe he guessed it. However, if Jeyu was really in Brahma's pure sky, who was imprisoning her? Did the Lady of Brahma's pure sky do this? But why did Her Majesty trap Jeyu? He had asked people of Brahma's pure sky several times, including the saintess, the goddess, and the empress, and whenever he asked, the answer given to him was the same. No one acknowledged the existence of Jeyu. At that time, Jeyu summoned a wisp of the empress thought, but she was very weak at that time and not in the holy plane. If the empress paid attention to her for this reason and brought her spiritual soul to the Brahma's pure sky, she didn't have to let Jeyu stay with her. Even though Jeyu, as a cultivator, had potential, she couldn't be more promising than those goddesses in Brahma's pure sky. They even didn't care about sacrificing the goddess Xianxia. So would they care about Jeyu? He didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. Yifutian looked up at the heavenly gate of Brahma's pure sky and said loudly, "Your Majesty, please let me know if Jeyu is in Brahma's pure sky. I will come to visit again later if I have the chance." After these words, Yifutian turned around and walked away. Seen from behind, he looked quite lonely. Even though he knew Jeyu might be in Brahma's pure sky and wanted to go inside and take a look, he could not do it. He didn't have this feeling of powerlessness even when he confronted Yi Tianyu and other people. Xia Qingyuan stood behind Yifutian and felt a little sad to see this lonesome figure walking ahead. However, Yifutian couldn't do anything, not to mention herself. Even if her father Emperor Xia had come here in person, the Brahma's pure sky wouldn't change their attitude either. This was the disparity between different areas. Emperor Xia was an emperor of a realm, but in the Supreme Path realm, he was not that important. She turned her head and took a cold glance at Brahma's pure sky. Although she had some inner conflict, she felt sad when she saw Yifutian like this. She also hoped that one day, Yifutian would be able to forcibly enter the heavenly gate, and no one would dare to stop him at that time. Many warriors from Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and other forces turned around and also left with Yifutian. They went away and gradually disappeared into the distance from the Brahma's pure sky. There were still many divine thoughts sweeping down from the Brahma's pure sky, and all of them were withdrawn at this time. Many people knew nothing about it, and only a few people faintly knew some inside information, but perhaps only Her Majesty knew most about the details. Yifutian and his companions left Brahma Sky City. Besides them, other top forces from elsewhere had also gradually left. The storm had finally come to an end, but the final outcome was unexpected. Yifutian fought with Yi Tianyu, but he chose neither of them. In the end, this attempt to seek marriage was not successful, but the conflict between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and Yifutian was intensified, and the world witnessed the rise of another top figure. Yifutian was another hero like Yi Tianyu and Gu Donglu, peerless and gallant. After this battle, people of Brahma Sky City regarded Yifutian as a hero like Gu Donglu and Yi Tianyu. But unfortunately, Yifutian was not of Nirvana Saint Plain in that battle. If he had been, people could tell from the battle between Yifutian and Yi Tianyu which of them was stronger when Yifutian had not used the bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. In the Battle of Brahma Sky City, there was still some controversy since no one could say clearly how much enhancement the bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions had brought. Therefore, it could only be said that Yifutian was also one of the top figures and stood alongside Yi Tianyu. However, there was still doubt as to who was the stronger one. After all, even when Yi Tianyu was injured in the battle, he still showed remarkable combat strength. Although Yifutian went all out, he could not seriously hurt him, and it was only when his master joined forces with him that he gave Yi Tianyu a hard strike. Even so, their performance was still truly amazing. Gu Donglu and Yi Fuqian were brothers, and this generation of celestial gate of vast heaven they represented had won over the heavenly mandate dynasty, plus they had Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Yi Fuqian's brother Yusheng. Such a lineup was horrifying enough. In the future, the celestial gate of vast heaven would have another heyday. If so, would the heavenly mandate dynasty be more stressed? In addition to the heavenly mandate dynasty, Xianxia Divine Palace also regarded the celestial gate of vast heaven as a serious threat and would never let them rise to the top of the heavenly mandate realm. Especially now, the strongest descendant of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the ultimate form of Great Path Zhan Yuan, had been proven to be incapable of defeating Yi Fuqian and Gu Donglu, so they could not afford to gamble on the future. When the news began to spread in the heavenly mandate realm, people of top forces all had returned. In the south vast heaven, above the celestial gate, Yi Fuqian was focusing on cultivation. At this moment, there was a fairy light flowing around him. A celestial soul condensed and was formed, resonating with the sky and earth. With the fairy light cleansing his body repeatedly, the power of the celestial path seemed to be merging into him. At this time, in addition to the fairy light, a dazzling golden aura flew around Yi Fuqian's body, just like the light of Ren Huang. He stood up, waved his hand, and blasted out his fist. Each of his punches trembled the distant void sky and seemed to penetrate the space. Yi Fuqian repeated the movement again and again, and his body was coated with dazzling golden light. After a short while, he opened his eyes and murmured, "It's still wrong." After all, the cultivation of mystical ways could not be achieved overnight. At the highest level of celestial soul attraction, the celestial soul entered the cultivator's body. His physique would be strong as that of an immortal, and such a body was called the celestial form. Every move of the celestial form attack contained the might of immortal skills, which meant that each of his random attacks would incorporate the immortal spirit into it, and there was no need to deliberately control the immortal skills. It was the stage pursued by all warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven. In the heyday of the celestial gate of vast heaven, the 12 immortals had all cultivated to such a level and owned forms of celestial paths. All of them were figures with outstanding talents in the cultivation of mystical ways. He was obviously still far behind and had not been able to reach this level. At this moment, there seemed to be a strong life force coming out. Yi Fuqian gave a different look since cultivators of the celestial gate generally did not create noise like this. He moved his gaze and looked toward one direction, where there were bright beams of imperial light rushing into the sky, extremely beautiful. They made the wind and clouds above the sky roar and caused storms of the Great Path. The storms of Great Path contained glorious aura, and the might of Ren Huang erupted from it. The might of Ren Huang, Yi Fuqian thought to himself and looked surprised. Then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly became bright. Yi Fuqian walked into the void sky directly toward that direction and seemed a little excited. And then he saw a figure rising up in the wind, shrouded with the aura of Ren Huang, which made his figure even more magnificent. "Master!" Yi Fuqian smiled and called. The person was Qi Xiangang. It was the first time he had seen someone enter the Ren Huang level, and it was his master. When they fought to leave the Great Li dynasty, Qi Xiangang had already taken a half-step into the Ren Huang plane, and after that, he rose again from the collapse. After he was deprived of cultivation, he jumped to the top of Nirvana plane and was halfway toward Ren Huang plane. After defeating the ninth servant, the city lord of the Crimson Dragon realm, he followed Yi Fuqian into the heavenly mandate realm and cultivated for more than 2 years. Today, Qi Xuangang's cultivation had finally reached this stage. Nothing dramatic happened. It was as if it was just a matter of course, and he entered the Ren Huang realm. Qi Xuangang's body rose up and landed in the sky above the celestial gate of vast heaven. His body appeared in the center of the storm of Great Path. In the sky above the celestial gate of vast heaven, clouds were tumbling. Many people in Haotian City had noticed and looked up in the direction of Celestial Gate, but they were not too surprised. Although there were not many Ren Huang figures in the Celestial Gate, usually every few years some people could set foot in the Ren Huang plane, so people were not that surprised about it. But they didn't know who had entered the Ren Huang plane this time. Many cultivators in Haotian City smiled. First, there was Gu Donglu and then Yi Futian, and now another figure had entered the Renhuang Plain. So many years after the celestial gate of vast heaven experienced destruction, its fortune once again prospered, and it was likely to usher in a glorious era again. Many people in Celestial Gate also paid attention to Qi Xuangong's entry to Renhuang Plain. Many cultivators believed in fortune. After being silent for so long, they could also feel that the celestial gate of vast heaven seemed to be surrounded by luck again. The sound of entering Renhuang Plain was far louder than entering Saint Plain. Although, when entering the Renhuang Plain, there was no catastrophe as there was in the Saint Plain, Renhuang needed time to cast the imperial body and soul. The scene in the void sky was appalling. After a long while, the situation returned to calm, and a figure slowly descended from the sky and landed on the celestial gate. Yi Futian and others ran to him. Yi Futian took the first step and called, smiling, "Master, Master." Mu Chunyang and Lu Chuan also smiled and said, when they cultivated in the Great Li dynasty, they had never expected that Master would break into the legendary plane in such a short period of time. Renhuang in realms like Great Li was equal to the Lord of a realm. Congratulations. Many warriors at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven also congratulated Qi Shengang. Thank you very much. Qi Shenyuan smiled and bowed his head, then looked at Yi Futian and other disciples. Things always happened like this. When he cultivated in the Great Li, he did not have a very strong obsession with achieving anything. Even later, after he experienced great changes like Yi Futian's incident, Emperor Li's suspicion, and being deprived of cultivation, he still had nothing to ask for, and never thought about the later things. Not to mention entering the Renhuang Plain. However, excessive joy was of no need. Everything had its time, and even though he had not deliberately pursued it, now he had also set foot in the Renhuang Plain. It didn't mean anything. As Yi Futian's stage became broader, the road they chose was getting harder. He did not know what would happen in the future and would not think about it. He would just wait and see. In front of a magnificent palace of the heavenly Mandate dynasty, there was a bright golden divine matrix. Over the sky dome, countless stars fell down. A map seemed to appear in the starry sky. There was a boundless area on the map, divided into 2 realms. Among these 2 realms, there were 10 locations that were the brightest and full of glares. Shimmering stars fell on that map, and below it, a figure sat in the matrix. Outside the field, there were several figures standing there, watching silently. At this time, the person in the matrix stared up at the sky, and in an instant, all the stars began to rotate, and countless stars continually flew in the vast land of 2 realms. Over the map, many marked coordinates flickered. They kept changing as time passed, just like the transition in history. There was a place where the starlight became extremely dim, as if it might become completely silent at any time. The scene made some people's eyes suddenly turn sharp, and a feeling of coldness flashed in their pupils. It seemed that the outside rumors were not true. Even though they had 2 extraordinary cultivators, nothing had changed. The starlight was still flowing, and they were waiting as if they were waiting for the dim starlight to disappear completely. However, after a long while, suddenly countless beams of starlight converged towards the same place, which had already been dim, and, as time went on, the place became brighter and brighter until the light overwhelmed everything, and dazzling divine light erupted from it. It even dazzled many people's eyes. In addition, there were several other places where the light was dazzling and some places where the starlight was dim. Suddenly, it seemed that they all became clear and distinct. How come? People outside frowned and murmured. The dazzling starlight gradually covered everything as if it would engulf the entire map. Finally, a clear sound came out, and the vortex of stars shattered. Countless glimmering stars flew around, and the map disappeared. The person in the matrix watched the disappearance of everything and frowned. Everyone's heart was slightly stirred. After a moment of silence, he stood up and turned around, looking at the people next to him, and sighed in his heart. "How is it, sir?" a majestic figure asked with an imposing bearing. He was the imperial lord of the heavenly Mandate dynasty. However, he called the man in the matrix sir, which showed that the man's identity was also unusual. "Your Majesty has already seen it," said the figure. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty, with a bit of indifference, said, "Sir, does the picture mean that the celestial gate of vast heaven would have great luck?" That person nodded slightly and sighed. "The celestial gate of vast heaven's fortune will greatly prosper, and even absorb the heavenly mandate's fortune and outshine all other forces of the heavenly mandate realms." "How is this possible?" The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked emotionless. Of course, he did not want to accept such a result. Not only him, but others beside him also whispered at each other. Recently, there were rumors in the outside world that the celestial gate of vast heaven's fortune was prospering. The celestial gate of vast heaven had Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun, and now Gu Donglu also came with Yi Futian. Besides, it was said recently that someone had just reached the Renhuang Plain. Although entering Renhuang Plain was not an important issue here, so many things that happened together started to get people's attention. Thus, the imperial lord paid a great price and invited the person with transcendent status from outside to observe the luck of heavenly mandate realm. However, what the person saw was actually the prosperity of the celestial gate of vast heaven, which was the same as the rumor from the outside world. Cultivators absorb the fortune of the sky and the earth and live with luck. Even though celestial gate of vast heaven has good fortune, we can still forcibly extinguish their qi and take away their luck, the imperial lord said. He suddenly resumed the domineering spirit. His voice was indifferent, and his tone was full of pride. He was the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Although he believed that fortune was important, he didn't have blind faith in it. As the saying went, men could win over heaven. That was to say, human beings could alter their destinies, and naturally, fortune could also be changed. Otherwise, how could human beings seize the fortune of sky and earth? "What do you think, sir?" the imperial lord asked, his voice still very polite. "Of course," the man nodded and said, "the art of fortune-telling is only a way of prediction, and it is not absolutely accurate. Between the sky and the earth, there are people who go against heaven. Their fortune is unpredictable, and they can change their own future. Fortune is changeable, and prophecies are just prophecies. They do not represent what would happen in the future. The results may be different if you predict during different time periods." "Thank you, sir," the heavenly mandate imperial lord said, and felt much relieved after hearing his words, and he made up his mind. In fact, he was very clear that although fortune could be changed, it was easy to adapt to the current trend and difficult to overcome the trend. Now, the good fortune was on the other side, and if they wanted to change it, they had to go against the trend, and it was not easy to achieve. He would not be blindly confident about it. Of course, even though it was difficult, he would still make every effort to do it. The inheritance of the heavenly mandate dynasty passed from generation to generation, and they used to be the king of the heavenly mandate dynasty in the past. Now it was in the current imperial lord's hands, so he would definitely not let it end here. If celestial gate of vast heaven had its heyday, it would be the end of the heavenly mandate dynasty. Not only did he understand it, but the person who predicted the fortune was clear about it, too. What he foretold was the luck of the whole realm, which required a lot of energy to predict. The trend of the whole realm would be stable and unshakable, and even though it was easy to change a small pattern of it, it was extremely difficult to change the situation of the whole realm. The heavenly mandate dynasty wanted to go against the trend, which was not an easy thing. However, this was not a thing he needed to think about, and the heavenly mandate dynasty would do it by himself. "Sir, how about my child's life?" the imperial lord of heavenly mandate dynasty continued asking. Before, the person did not tell him. The transcendent figure looked at him and asked, "Do you really want to know the answer?" The imperial lord of heavenly mandate dynasty nodded and said with a solemn look, "My son Yi Tianyu has been gifted since he was a child. He was born with supreme power. I believe his fortune will be strong, and even if not, he could still change his life. I can only say he lives in a wrong time." The person responded to him in these words and then cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I should leave now." He turned around and walked away, disappearing in a moment, as if he had never been here. Living in the wrong time, the imperial lord of heavenly mandate dynasty stood there, looking ahead. His eyes constantly changed, and he didn't look very well. His son Tianyu was a rare genius, a peerless figure, born to be supreme. He would take over his throne and become the imperial lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty in the future. However, that person claimed that Tianyu was living in the wrong time. He couldn't help but think of Gu Donglu, Yi Futian, and all the rumors circulating today in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Everything seemed to match, but he didn't believe it. Even if Tianyu lived in the wrong time, he would change his destiny. 1 inch, don't tell him about this, the imperial lord ordered. He was worried that this would affect Tianyu's state of mind in cultivation. But after he said it, his expression froze on his face. He turned around and saw a person standing there quietly. This area was the very core of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty that few people could enter, so he was not on guard and didn't spread his thought. Before, he just focused on the fortune teller and didn't pay attention to the outside. Tianyu suddenly showed up and had heard what he said just now. "Do you believe in fate, father?" Tianyu asked the imperial lord. The imperial lord looked at Tianyu's sharp eyes. Tianyu continued, "I don't believe in my fate. It can be controlled only by myself, not by others." 1 inch, good. The imperial lord praised him. "My son is a rare genius. Even if you are trapped by the fortune of your life, you can go against heaven and change it. Why fear it? When will you go back to Xianxia Divine Palace?" the imperial lord asked. "What do you mean, father?" Tianyu asked. "You get ready and go back to cultivate in the Divine Palace. I hope you can set foot in the Runhuang Plain as soon as possible," the imperial lord said. Tianyu paused a second and looked at his father in surprise, then nodded and said, "Yes, father. Go to cultivate," the imperial lord said calmly. Tianyu requested to leave and then left. "Your Majesty?" People around the imperial lord looked at him and whispered. Their eyes flashed with wonder, and they had all faintly guessed something. "Send someone to the Violet Heavenly Palace to inform him of what happened here today. Let him convene people of the Violet Heavenly Palace to discuss." The imperial lord looked forward and said, "Besides, send some people to the demon realm and meet the major demon clans, especially the Purple Gold Rat clan." "Aye, your Majesty," they nodded and answered. They had all understood the intention of the imperial lord. "Also, don't forget to send people to other forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm," the imperial lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty added. He then muttered, "No one wants to see one force's fortune outshine everyone else." In the past, the reason that many major forces came to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was that Gu Tianxing of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was too outstanding. Today, time had changed, and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had been silent for many years. No one expected that they could restore its vitality and once again own the good fortune. He didn't believe it. No matter how good their fortune was, just wipe it out, then how could they talk about luck? He didn't intend to take action so fast. But now, he could only do it as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. The threat should be stifled in the cradle, and he could not watch they grow stronger. It didn't take long for all the warriors from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty to cross the space and head towards all parties of the Heavenly Mandate realm. At the same time, Tianyu and the people of Xianxia Divine Palace launched the Super Space Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They walked across the void space and left the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They would return to Xianxia Divine Palace. The Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to provoke a war and would not let Tianyu stay here. After all, Tianyu was only of the Saint Plane. Suddenly, the entire Heavenly Mandate realm seemed to be shrouded in a cloud of darkness. Warriors sent by the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had gradually arrived and informed all the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm of what they'd seen about the fortune of Heavenly Mandate realm. Many forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm began to make plans, and some of them were about to take action. The balance of the Heavenly Mandate realm had been maintained for many years. Especially after the battle between the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the balance had reached the ideal status. The two strongest forces, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, were both greatly weakened, and the world of human cultivators and the demon world also remained calm. This was a situation that all forces wanted to see. Therefore, it could be said that only the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were the biggest losers of the battle. Because of this, a battle between peak forces was hard to break out when the strengths of all parties were balanced. Last time, when the two major forces, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Xianxia Divine Palace, came to Haotian City, a war still did not break out. But now, the balance that had lasted for many years seemed to be disturbed. And it had to be disturbed. If no one took the initiative to break it, according to the astrological prediction, in the future, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would seize the fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm, become the most prosperous force, and restore its glory in Gu Tianxing's era. Maybe they would even surpass it. Violet Heavenly Palace was the one that least wanted to see this situation because it would be a disaster for them. Therefore, as soon as they received the message, the Violet Heavenly Palace immediately sent people to visit the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to discuss the plans. After Brahma's pure sky got the news, they seemed very calm and didn't do anything. The same was true of the 10,000 Divine Mountain, perhaps because the Lord of the Jiang clan had made the commitment to them. In the demon world, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would definitely not go visit the Divine Elephant clan and the Dragon Gods clan because of Yi Futian and Yu Shang. The Demon God Court was not very concerned either. However, the Purple Golden Rat clan and the Yingzhou Mountain were excited about this. Especially the Purple Golden Rat clan, which always had ambitions and wanted to ruin Gu Donglu. But if Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven restored its power to that of Gu Tianxing's era again, Gu Donglu would stand at the peak level. At that time, if they wanted to lay a finger on Gu Donglu, it would be an extremely difficult thing or even impossible. Now, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty seemed to be ready to take action. The Purple Golden Rat clan and Yingzhou Mountain both sent warriors to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to discuss plans. The frequent communication between the top forces of the human cultivation world and the supreme demon clans was not a usual thing, so it naturally attracted many people's attention. Soon the news could no longer be concealed, and it gradually spread in the Heavenly Mandate realm and soon passed to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. In an instant, the whole Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was shocked, and in Haotian City, countless warriors felt a little uneasy. Many warriors gathered in front of the Celestial Gate and wanted to find out about it. If a war broke out, the consequences would be horrible. At this moment, below the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, countless warriors gathered. They looked towards the direction of Celestial Gate and someone said, "I heard that inside the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, there were spatial wills of great path rushing straight into the sky, and the cross-realm supreme teleportation matrix was launched. They must have sent Yi Tianyu and other top young figures away, so they were already ready to take action." Indeed, after being silent for so many years, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven finally has Gu Donglu and Yi Futian, who have shown peerless talent. Obviously, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty begins to feel anxious. Although they have not yet reached the step of war, they have lost the patience to wait. Everyone had made their guess, and many people could see through the situation today. How should we Celestial Gate cope with this? Some people said, worrying about the Celestial Gate. Last time, those two major forces came here to suppress us, but Haotian Celestial City was united as one and overcame it. Today it is the same. Why should we fear the war? Someone said with indignation. However, the people around him shook their heads and said, "This time is different. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty wants to urge the entire Heavenly Mandate realm to be hostile to us Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. I wonder if there will be other forces involved. If so, it is meaningless even for Haotian City to participate in the war." This level of battle still largely depended on the strength of top cultivators. It seems that, as we have guessed, fortune is on the side of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and now the Heavenly Mandate dynasty is frightened. Many people nodded. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty would do so only because they were afraid. They encouraged other forces to join them so that they could wipe out the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and exterminate the threat. Once the war started, any kind of result might happen. In the past, Gu Tianxing and Heavenly Mandate dynasty were good examples. No one could guarantee that warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could safely retreat. Otherwise, they would not let Yi Tianyu immediately return to Xianxia Divine Palace. Apparently, they were worried about Yi Tianyu's safety. Above the celestial gate, the misty pavilion halls were also shrouded by a faint, depressive atmosphere. People of the celestial gate of vast heaven got the news earlier than the people of Xianxia. At this time, in front of a palace hall of celestial gate of vast heaven, many warriors gathered. All of them were elders of the celestial gate with unusual temperaments, and they were here to discuss the issue. In front of the palace hall, two figures stood there. They were lords of the Zhang clan and Hua clan. I assume you all have heard about the thing from outside. What do you think? The head of the Zhang clan asked. He wanted to ask what people had in mind and if they had any good ideas. Should we try to contact the Divine Elephant clan and the Dragon Gods clan to let them join us? Someone suggested. These two forces of the demon world were somehow related to Yi Futian. Two lords were silent and did not say anything, just watching these people. Today, countless cultivators were gathering in the Haotian city outside the celestial gate. How about we? Another person said. Warriors expressed their thoughts, but two lords still looked nonchalant, as if they could frankly accept all this. At the beginning, when they took Gu Donglu back to celestial gate of vast heaven, they had expected that today would come. Good. You are dismissed. At this moment, the Lord of Zhang clan said. There was a strange look on everyone's face, but they still nodded and requested to leave. Soon, warriors of Celestial Gate all left, and only these two lords stayed. What do you think? The Lord of Zhang clan asked the Lord of Hua clan. The Lord of Hua clan shook his head and said, In this situation, I am afraid that we should not start a war. Not to mention, we may be defeated. Even if we can repel the enemies, how would other forces think of us? Gu Donglu and Yi Futian have just begun to show their talents. Then, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty invited someone to tell the fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm, which indicates that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty indeed wants to kill the two of them first. I didn't expect it, either. The Lord of Zhang clan sighed in a low voice. He hadn't expected that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty invited such a powerful figure to tell their destiny. In this way, the uproar would happen much earlier than planned, and many of their ideas would be disrupted. Is the Matrix ready? The Lord of the Hua clan asked. The Lord of the Zhang clan nodded his head and said, In the past, Tianqing fought to the death and didn't reveal the truth until the last moment of his life. Now, so many years have passed, and finally, this Matrix can be used again. I don't know why, but I feel sad. If possible, I don't want to restart it in my whole life. As he talked, he looked toward the Lord of Hua clan and said, Thank you for all the years of suffering. At that time, the three of us swore an oath to bring the Celestial Gate back to the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now, the opportunity has come. The Lord of Hua clan smiled and said, It seemed that his state of mind was affected by the crisis. However, on the contrary, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was eager to destroy them, and the rumors they spread were enough to prove that the future of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven was very bright. If so, let us continue to live up to the promises of the past. The Lord of the Zhang clan said to Lord of the Hua clan with a smile. Sure. The Lord of Hua clan nodded and said. They smiled at each other as if, at this moment, they had returned to the time when they were both young. Let's go. They walked forward at the same time and directly crossed the void sky. With just one step, they came to the top of the Celestial Gate stairs and looked down toward the numerous warriors in the lower sky. Many people were stunned when they saw these two people's appearance. All warriors took a bow and said, We are here to salute you. Go back and focus on your cultivation. The Lord of Zhang clan said loudly, and his voice spread through the void sky. Everyone could hear it clearly. Go back. The warriors all froze. They did not understand. What did the Lord mean? At this time, the sound of footsteps came. Warriors of several top forces came, and the warriors who took the lead were from Wang Yanbing's family. The Lord of the Wang clan was at the forefront, and he looked up and said to people of the Celestial Gate, If we deploy all the powers of the Haotian city, we could afford the war. And gamble on people's lives and Haotian city's fortune? The Lord of Hua clan looked at the people and asked, Remember, the Celestial Gate of vast heaven is the Celestial Gate of Haotian city. Even if the Celestial Gate disappears, as long as Haotian city still exists, and there are cultivators left in the Haotian city, the celestial gate will last forever. Next, everyone, immediately go back and focus on cultivation, the Lord of Hua clan announced loudly. People were puzzled but still left. Just go. The Lord of the Jiang clan waved his hand and said. People hesitated and began to discuss, and some people started to leave. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. Warriors of the Wang clan walked up into the void sky and said, I still have some cultivation skills. Before, I always wanted to compete with you, but now it seems there is no need. Hearing what he said, the two lords also smiled. This was how warriors of the Celestial Gate should do in the Celestial Gate style. I should go too. I have saved a bottle of old wine for this moment. Let's have a drink, the Lord of Hua clan said with a smile. The other two people nodded, then turned around and went back to the Celestial Gate. In the distance, Yi Futian and Qi Xiangang stood there quietly, looking at these figures with composure. Yi Futian also applauded for them secretly. They were figures with real composure and confidence. Master! Yi Futian looked at Master Qi Xiangang beside him and called. Master had been able to roughly foretell one's fate, and now he had entered the Renhuang Plain. Was he also able to see through all this? Just let it be. Qi Xiangang patted Yi Futian's shoulder and said. Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were both people with great fortune. Although the celestial gate of vast heaven would go into crisis, it would also be reborn. Yi Futian watched Master walking away, speechless. The war was coming, but they were all so calm. He shook his head and also walked away. However, a few days later, Haoyan City would be shrouded in an atmosphere of horror. In Haoyan City, countless people looked up at the sky, and everyone could feel an oppressive atmosphere in the city. Above the sky dome, there seemed to be an invisible storm. Under the pressure of the might, the bright sunshine disappeared in an instant. The air became lifeless and depressing, making people feel unsettled and hard to live. It's coming, everyone murmured, their hearts trembling. They all knew what it meant. For a few days, there had been all kinds of rumors in the Heavenly Mandate realm, especially in Haoyan City. It was said that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty invited an unusual figure to foretell the fortune of Heavenly Mandate realm, and the figure said luck was on the side of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. For this, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had begun to contact top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm to besiege the Celestial Gate again. This time, nobody knew how many forces would come. The might was getting stronger and stronger, but the people of Haoyan City still had not seen anyone coming. Finally, above the sky, some godlike figures came into view, who exerted pressure and headed towards the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. Although battles in the world of human cultivators usually covered a wide range of space, fighters still followed the rules and hardly killed innocent people. Although Haoyan City was under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Gate, there was no direct relationship between them. People of Haoyan City didn't belong to the Celestial Gate, so the Heavenly Mandate dynasty could not kill civilians of the city. This was against the path of heaven and would damage their fortune, becoming an excuse to let other forces undermine them. As for the hostility between them and Celestial Gate of vast heaven, it was the grudge between two sects, the dispute between two forces, and should be a normal thing. During the chaotic period, such a battle happened frequently, but during peaceful times like today, this kind of top-level battle was not common. In addition to these godlike figures, from another direction of Haoyan City, countless divine thunder dropped down from the sky, annihilating the void sky. The sky was shrouded by clouds of thunder. It was as if the doomsdays had come. The violet heavenly palace is here, countless people whispered, hearts tremoring. However, it was also within expectation. The violet heavenly palace was the strongest ally of the Xianxia divine palace, and they were direct participants of the past incident. Because of this grudge, Violet Heavenly Palace would not let go of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven and would try their best to ruin it. So, after they knew about the prophecy, the Violet Heavenly Palace also made up their mind to immediately destroy the Celestial Gate. Warriors of these top forces were all extremely decisive figures. Once they made up their minds, they would take action immediately and could even launch an immense war. People of Celestial Gate of vast heaven all had perceived the intimidating and horrifying life force. At this moment, Everyone over the Celestial Gate looked solemn. At the front of Celestial Gate, two figures stood side by side. They were the two lords of Celestial Gate of vast heaven. Jiang Chengzi, the lord of the Jiang clan, and Hua Jiangshan, the lord of the Hua clan, were standing there, their clothes fluttering in the wind and their bodies shrouded by the celestial light. Numerous people of the Celestial Gate looked toward these two figures as if they were real immortals, detached from the world. "How long haven't we fought side by side?" Jiang Chengzi asked, looking up at the sky. "It's been too long. I can't remember it," Hua Jiangshan replied. Indeed, it had been too long. "This feeling is quite good." Jiang Chengzi smiled at Hua Jiangshan and said, "Get away. I have no feelings for you," Hua Jiangshan replied. Jiang Chengzi laughed. At this time, the celestial aura shrouded the space. He just wanted to fly straight up to the sky and fight since he hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. It was as if suddenly he was young again. Countless people of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven heard of the conversation between these two lords and showed strange looks. Usually, these two lords were solemn people and rarely made jokes. Except during formal meetings, people rarely heard them conversing. People didn't expect their relationship to be so good. Many people's hearts felt warm. These two major clans of the Celestial Gate, in fact, sometimes also had disputes. Now seeing their lords having conversations like this, warriors all felt a bit ashamed of themselves. There was a reason that the Celestial Gate of vast heaven could pass down in this way. Otherwise, the interior would collapse even before the outside forces invaded. At this moment, an extremely sharp life force came. A figure with a hard body like a divine weapon stepped forward. He looked forward as if nothing was in his eyes. He was a peerless weapon. He was the lord of the Wang clan. Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan turned their eyes to him, and the lord of the Wang clan said in a low voice, "Sorry, did I bother you?" Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan were speechless. Other people were also speechless. However, there was no time to joke around at this moment. Terrifying life force fell from the sky. A group of godlike figures appeared in the distance and released the same life force from their bodies. All of them wore imperial robes and were full of pride. The person who took the lead was the imperial lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and he came here to lead the fight in person. If he wanted to destroy the Celestial Gate of vast heaven, how could he fail? In the hand of the imperial lord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, there was a gigantic pen, which was the authentic Xianxia brush, a horrifying Renhuang-level weapon of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty that could extinguish everything with one stroke. Boom! From the other direction, the sound of dull thunder roared. The divine thunder descended from the sky and shrouded the entire Celestial Gate. A group of people appeared over the sky, and the warrior who took the lead held in his hand a supreme Renhuang-level instrument. Violet Heavenly Divine Hammer. The divine hammer was huge. Endless divine thunder dripped down from it, like apocalyptic light. In addition, from another direction, a gust of demonic chi came, and the demon warriors of Yingzhou Mountain had reached. This time, so many great forces joined hands to enter Celestial Gate with the purpose of destroying the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. Yingzhou Mountain was not involved in this turmoil. Although they had a grudge with Yi Futian, they didn't have much hatred for him and did not need to participate in this. However, the Purple Golden Rat clan had participated, so Yingzhou Mountain did not want to miss this opportunity either. Nowadays, Yingzhou Mountain was relatively weak among all the top powers. If the Purple Golden Rat clan prospered with this opportunity, Yingzhou Mountain would be put in an embarrassing situation. Therefore, they must join this battle and fight for their fortune. In addition to these forces that were ready to participate, many top figures had also reached the Haotian city. Most of them were just going to watch the battle. After all, this battle was directly related to the life and death of a top power, and this supreme-level war would directly affect the political geography of the Heavenly Mandate realm in the future. Finally, warriors of 10,000 Divine Mountain and Brahma's Pure Sky decided not to participate but would just look on. They were a bit shocked to see such a lineup. From the situation, they could tell it would be hard for the Celestial Gate of vast heaven to survive this time. Would the Celestial Gate of vast heaven be destroyed before it was restored to its heyday? The warriors of the Divine Elephant clan had also arrived. Above the sky, the Divine Elephant Emperor came in person and looked down at the sky below. Although Yi Futian had inherited from the Divine Elephant clan, they couldn't directly participate in this great turmoil. However, if Yi Futian was in danger, they would help him. Moreover, in this battle, Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven should also have some cards. Destructive might befell. In the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty above the sky, the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty raised a brush and made a stroke toward the void sky. The sky dome was split into two, and a beam of killing light came down from the sky dome and chopped toward the place where Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was. Just one stroke seemed to be able to destroy the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. He had no reservations and just launched the strongest attack. The destructive force, even the aftereffect of it, was hard for any Saint Plain warriors to endure. Since the war had started, they would show no mercy and just want to uproot the Celestial Gate. Boom! At this moment, a boundless and dazzling matrix was lit up in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The vast and boundless Celestial Gate burst out with infinite celestial light. On the top of Celestial Gate, a complete pattern of the divine matrix appeared and rotated above Celestial Gate. The Juetian diagram. The scene made all the warriors stunned. This was the Juetian matrix transformed from the Juetian diagram, which shrouded the boundless area of Celestial Gate. The fortune of the Celestial Gate and the might of the Great Path were soon swallowed into the matrix, and even the aura of the Great Path between the sky and earth fell down wildly, and everything was swallowed by the Juetian diagram. Did Gu Tianxing leave this? Many people showed surprise. This was Gu Tianxing's ability, which did not belong to Jiang Chengzi or Hua Qingshan. Could it also be what Gu Tianxing had arranged? Boom! A frightful sound came, and in Haoyan City, countless people's hearts beat fast, and blood was roaring in their veins. Thunder rolled in the sky, and the thunderstorms of catastrophe appeared in the sky, especially the sky above Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. It was completely covered by the lightning matrix of doomsday. In the other direction, a divine spear thrust out from Yingzhou Mountain, and with one strike, it opened the sky. Numerous beams of spear light penetrated the void sky and thrust down. Under the ground in front of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the sound of rumbling came out, and cracks constantly appeared on the ground. It was as if there were many figures moving underground, and there was a faint divine light shining from it. Warriors of the Purple Golden Rat Clan, people thought. These rat warriors walked through the ground and wanted to go directly to the interior of the Celestial Gate to destroy it. Warriors of the four forces took action at the same time, and all of a sudden, the entire Celestial Gate was completely covered. The Juetian diagram swallowed the fortune of the Great Path and spun around the Celestial Gate. Everyone seemed to be standing over the Juetian diagram, while Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan stood at the center of the matrix. Boom! Countless fairy phantoms surround their whole bodies. Jiang Chengzi rose against the trend in the Juetian diagram, raised his hand, and launched an attack towards the sky. A loud roaring sound came between the sky and earth, and countless palm prints covered the sky and blasted toward warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Hua Jiangshan also started to move. He stepped into the void, and the life force from his body kept rising and becoming stronger. The Lord of the Wang clan also took action. The celestial light was shining around him. He drew palm prints with both hands and let out a shout. In the matrix, hundreds of millions of divine swords appeared and thrust at the sky dome. At the same time, some divine swords flew to the front of the Celestial Gate and then went down. They smashed madly into the ground and thrust towards the warriors of the Purple Golden Rat Clan underground. All of a sudden, a super battle broke out, and the people who took part in were all top figures. It was difficult for others to participate in a battle this level. Even Renhuang-level figures could only assist, and for Saint Plain warriors, they were not qualified to stand aside, let alone participate. If they got involved in it, they would likely to be wiped out instantly. Launch the matrix. Jiang Chengzi, shrouded by celestial light, said toward the lower sky. Many people showed surprise. Launch the matrix? Wasn't the Juetian matrix the matrix he had launched? Where was the other matrix that celestial gate of vast heaven wanted to open? Above the celestial gate of vast heaven, the whole gate was trembling. Extremely dazzling fairy light erupted, and in an instant countless dazzling rays of light shot in all directions. Even top figure's eyes were temporarily blinded by the light. "What is that?" many people murmured while covering their eyes. When they narrowed their eyes into slits and tried to look at the scene again, they saw a three-dimensional star atlas with countless light beams of the Great Path shooting out of it. Besides, this three-dimensional star atlas was being integrated into the Juetian matrix. Gu Donglu was sitting in the matrix and was also at the center of the star atlas. There was a gust of strong life force coming from his body, and a phantom of a peerless figure could be faintly seen. It seemed to be Gu Tianxing. Around Gu Donglio's body, many illusory figures showed up, all surrounded by the flowing fairy light. Not only that, but many Renhuang-level warriors came to form a circle around him and madly infused their energy into Gu Donglio's body and launched the Star Atlas. What is this? Those top figures thought, puzzled. They found that countless warriors of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were stepping into the Juetian Matrix and standing at the eyes of the Matrix. Each eye of the Matrix was corresponding to one position in the Star Atlas. Boom! The world was roaring, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was collapsing and shattering. All the force of the Celestial Gate seemed to be swallowed up by that terrifying matrix, and the Star Atlas became bigger and bigger, radiating toward all the nine skies. Boom! 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 The great path in the sky seemed to be resonating with it. Countless beams of divine light shot down and shone with the divine light emitting from the matrix. They continued moving into the distance and extended in infinitely distant places. Some warriors looked up at the sky and saw beams of light directly come out of the sky, and all of a sudden, the light beams seemed to go out of sight. All of Haotian City was shaking, and infinite life forces of Great Path rushed into the matrix and merged with it. Above the sky dome, a figure was standing there. It was as if she stood alone outside the sky, but at this time, beams of light shot from the side, and in an instant, the light extended to the infinite distance and shot out of the sky dome. Her perception reached into the distance, stretching out madly, and she found that her perception could not catch up with the movement of the light. The path diagram. She looked down at the matrix in the lower sky and murmured. The Star Atlas that merged with the Juetian matrix launched a new matrix. It was rumored that when Gu Tianxing traveled outside, he obtained a treasure which had the coordinate positions of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Some people even said that if the secret of the treasure was unraveled, it could lead to the Great Path of all 3,000 realms in any place. However, because no one had seen it and Gu Tianxing had never used it in front of people, the gossip only lasted for a while and later the world forgot it. Now, it seemed that the rumor many years ago was true. The Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace blanched a little, and they also felt the terrifying power of the heavenly might. People of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven wanted to escape. "Let's do it!" the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty shouted. His finger pointed toward the sky, and the Xianxia brush dropped down from his hand. Numerous killing light beams shrouded the endless area and chopped down. The Xianxia brush came from the sky and thrust toward the super matrix. Boom! The thunder of doomsdays engulfed the sky, and the catastrophic thunder covered tens of thousands of miles of Haotian City. In the sky above the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the thunder of catastrophe was even more terrifying. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace held the violet divine hammer in the sky and smashed down the hammer. In just one moment, an extremely stout purple divine thunder penetrated the void sky and blasted down into the lower sky. Everything below it would be wiped out in the heavenly thunder. Everyone in Haotian City felt a chill go down their spine. The attack was too horrible, and if it had targeted Haotian City, numerous people would have disappeared from the world in a flash. Those who were standing a little close could not dare to watch the battle anymore, and all fled. This level of war could no longer be watched from a short distance. Even the aftermath of the fight might endanger their lives. "Let's open a way," someone said in the endless divine light. A few figures rose from the Juetian matrix. They were Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan, one of whom headed toward the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the other went to the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The lord of the Wang family headed toward the warriors of Yingzhao Mountain. 3 beams of divine light pierced through the sky, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Yi Futian was also in the matrix. When he looked up at these 3 figures, he felt stirred. The celestial gate of vast heaven was worthy of the word celestial in its name. Warriors were all staring at the upper sky. They saw Jiang Chengzi pass through the destructive thunderstorm, Hua Jiangshan's finger thrust toward the Xianxia brush, and the divine weapon transformed from the Lord of Wang family colliding with the long spear of Yingzhao Mountain. 3 glowing beams ran through the sky, and the people in the matrix just saw the thunderbolt matrix of doomsdays above the sky dome be destroyed. All the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace had to scatter. Even the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. In the void sky, a beam of light shot toward the void sky, and drops of blood flew down. The situation in the other 2 directions was the same. The arrays formed by warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Yingzhao Mountain were directly separated, and many of the warriors were even injured, which showed how strong the attack was. The celestial gate will last forever. At this moment, a voice came from the matrix in the lower sky, and the sound made the void air tremble. The moment these words were said, another beam of celestial light rose straight into the sky toward those warriors. The celestial gate will last forever. Another voice came. The celestial gate will last forever. The voices came one after another, and the bright rays of divine light shot out. A terrifying scene appeared. Many Runhuang figures transformed into intimidating light beams of the Great Path, attacking warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. So many gallant heroes of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven all turned into immortal phantoms at this time and pierced through the void sky. Warriors from the Xianxia Divine Palace and the Violet Heavenly Palace were all hit hard. Many Runhuang figures let out low moans, and even the Imperial Lord and the Violet Heavenly Palace Lord were injured in the first round of attacks. Warriors of the Celestial Gate punched out their strongest blows with the power of the Matrix, which penetrated the void sky, and then left. But some of them were also seriously injured before leaving. At this moment, a giant figure of the purple golden rat king appeared over the crowd. It opened its big mouth, blocked the road, and swallowed a Renhuang warrior. Gu Donglu looked up at the sky and glanced at the purple golden rat king. The next moment, countless beams of spatial light shot directly onto the sky dome, and all the rays in the matrix thrust out at the same instant. PPPPPPPPPFFFFFF. A series of sound came out, and many Runhuang figures' bodies in the upper sky were stabbed. Their bodies exploded, and a lot of blood dripped down from the sky and disappeared in the light. What is that? Many people were shocked. Roars that trembled the space came from the sky dome, and people saw that the purple gold rat king was stabbed by countless beams of divine light. Many bloody cuts appeared on his huge body. He shrank his body and ran away instantly. He moved out of the way. Sacred light shrouded the celestial gate of vast heaven, and the matrix rotated and headed toward the sky dome along with countless beams of divine light. A group of figures showed up from all directions and headed straight into the clouds. At the same time, the entire matrix emitted countless beams of terrifying light, shooting toward every direction of the sky dome. The day when the celestial gate returns will be the day of your annihilation, voices said at the same time, extremely solemn. The divine light in the surroundings seemed to open the way, and so did all the warriors who fought. As for the center of the large matrix at this moment, countless warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven directly merged into the divine light and disappeared between the sky and the earth in a flash. No one stopped them, and they would head toward the most distant place without interruption. Stop them! An angry shout came from the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He was shocked to find that all the warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven were shrouded in the matrix. At this moment, they turned into countless beams of divine light and shot towards the sky. They wanted to take away the whole celestial gate. Many warriors launched attacks, but the terrifying divine light next to them directly blocked their attacks, protecting the infinite divine light in the large matrix and left. They could have gone beforehand, but they did not. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to exterminate the Celestial Gate. How could they just let them go without paying the price? Although this might lead to injuries and even death, and some people might lose their chances to leave the Heavenly Mandate realm because the Great Path of Space was attacked, they still did so with no hesitation. The path diagram will send them away from the Heavenly Mandate realm. Many people murmured, trembling inside. The whole Celestial Gate would move. The day when the Celestial Gate returned, they would be annihilated. Those unstopped divine light beams rushed directly into the endless void sky and disappeared. It was as if they opened a road of great path and took away all the warriors of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven. The Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked up at the void sky, but his majestic face looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. He remembered the time when the figure foretold the fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The fortune of the Celestial Gate of vast heaven was almost destroyed. It was extremely dim, but it still existed. Wasn't the prophecy what was happening at the moment? Everyone from Celestial Gate of vast heaven left, and the Celestial Gate collapsed. Their fortune was almost extinguished, but the people of the Celestial Gate all left. People in Haotian City also looked up at the sky. They saw countless beams of divine light shine directly through the sky, and an infinite bright light appeared on the sky dome. All of them disappeared with the divine light. Could this matrix take them directly out of the Heavenly Mandate realm? That bright path matrix might make it possible. This matrix is so powerful, but why didn't they use it in Gu Tianxing's battle? People thought, shocked. During the battle of that year, the technique of the matrix was not mature. Gu Tianxing had been studying this matrix at that time, but he passed away before the matrix succeeded, leaving it to his two friends. Can those who were blocked by the attack also leave the Heavenly Mandate realm? Someone whispered. No. The Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty yelled after hearing the whisper. His face turned pale, and he immediately turned around and walked away. He ordered, "Let's go back." The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace also realized it. The three big figures who attacked previously rushed out and were obstructed by terrifying forces. They left after forcibly breaking their arrays. Those three figures were most likely unable to leave the Heavenly Mandate realm, or had they never thought of leaving. What's going on? People asked each other. They didn't get it when seeing the warriors depart from the sky. All the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Xianxia Divine Palace were evacuated in a very short time. It was as if they were worried about something. The two clan lords and the Lord of Wang family didn't leave, someone said. They are still in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Before, the three top figures launched an attack with the power of the Matrix and directly separated the enemy's arrays. The power that erupted at that moment even wounded the Imperial Lord and the Lord of Violet Heavenly Mandate, but at the same time, they must have also suffered the same. The extremely strong force of the collision caused the road of Great Path to the Sky Dome to be incomplete. Only the Celestial Gate army that was protected in the middle was able to enter the complete road. The Celestial Gate warriors who fought in the beginning were trying to escort them. As for other warriors, they might have been hindered, but they intentionally did so, most likely because they did not want to leave. The Celestial Gate of vast heaven had been passed down for many years. Today, it collapsed under the siege of many top forces, as if it had to repeat the past. How could the Celestial Gate warriors reconcile themselves? In the past, they had paid a terrible price for it, and the Gu clan was totally destroyed. Now, would it happen again? Couldn't the Celestial Gate of vast heaven obtain good fortune and be at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm? They must let them pay a painful price, even if the cost was the breakdown of the Celestial Gate. This was the battle they had chosen. After hearing the voice, people's hearts trembled slightly. Didn't the three warriors leave the Heavenly Mandate realm? So where would they go? Now that Celestial Gate was no longer here, they would have nothing to worry about. It was not hard to speculate where they were going. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Xianxia Divine Palace, and the other two clans from the Demon Realm wanted to destroy the Celestial Gate and let the Celestial Gate turn into ruins. If there had not been the Matrix, nobody of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven could survive, since they wanted to completely get rid of the Celestial Gate. In this case, what would Xianxia do when they left? The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. These two forces were closer to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven than to the demon realm. If these two forces can't catch up with them, I am afraid they will have big trouble, someone said, watching the figures disappear from the sky dome above. Because the top forces came with the purpose to destroy the Celestial Gate, they had deployed their best warriors, including the Imperial Lord and the Palace Lord themselves, to prevent anyone from escaping. Currently, the defensive power of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Heavenly Temple of Violet needed to be weakened greatly. The purple-golden rat emperor's face was gloomy. Although his bearing was outstanding, due to the natural ugly appearance of the purple-golden rat, he looked even more eerie. His body was stained with a lot of blood. However, he was greatly traumatized. "Let's return to the demon realm first," he said. Immediately, warriors of the purple-golden rat clan also evacuated and returned to the demon world, just in case anything happened. Warriors of Ingzhao Mountain also started to evacuate. Soon the four allied forces had all left. Many warriors of other forces were still here, lost in thought. The battle of the top powers involved too many issues, and if they were not careful, they would face backlash. This was also the reason why wars rarely broke out between top forces. Many people secretly left through the sky. They could feel that the super matrix of Celestial Gate had evacuated all the warriors of Celestial Gate. Perhaps they could cross the realm borders, and the path matrix was used to record the coordinates. Combined with the large matrix, the treasure obtained by Gu Tianxing at that time could shuttle between different realms. Soon, the warriors from all sides of the Heavenly Mandate realm left, and only the people of Haotian City were still here. They looked at the place where the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was located. Now the gate had collapsed, and all the celestial aura disappeared. All the fortune and energy had been integrated into the large matrix and launched it, consuming all the power of the Celestial Gate. The Celestial Gate, it's gone, people sighed. At this time, the area around the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven seemed extraordinarily quiet, and countless people looked at the front silently. Here was the sacred land of Haotian City, the symbol of it. Today it was a ruin. In the distance, there were still figures flashing. All of them were people of Haotian City. Seeing the sight in front of them, everyone felt the desolation, as well as a tinge of sadness. Didn't the fortune teller of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty say the Celestial Gate would be full of good luck? Someone said with a sigh, looking up at the sky. Since they had good luck, why did it end up like this? Was the fortune of the Celestial Gate really disrupted by the war? As long as the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven are still alive, the Celestial Gate will still exist, someone said loudly in a somber voice. Previously, including the two clan lords and many Runhuang figures, many top figures broke into the opponent's arrays and escorted the people of the Celestial Gate to leave. What these people did was to save Air Hope, and they didn't mind staying here. As long as hope existed, the Celestial Gate existed, and fortune would be on their side. Indeed, Gu Donglu obtained the power between the sky and the earth, gathered all the fortunes of the Origin Mountains, and received Gu Tianxing's teachings. He alone owned a great amount of fortune of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Now he left, but by the time he returned, he would revive the Celestial Gate and call on all the Celestial Gate warriors to return. The Celestial Gate lasts forever. One after another, these voices came, filled with endless hope. That was the hope for the future. They remembered what the Celestial Gate warriors had said before departure. In the future, the return of the Celestial Gate would mean the elimination of all those powers. Today, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace participated in the battle to destroy the Celestial Gate, and in the future they would have a price to pay. Fortune was not easy to be extinguished. Those forces couldn't take it away. After this battle, people in Haotian City also seemed to have undergone some changes in their states of mind. Their willpower seemed to become firmer and more unified. They finally understood why their two lords refused to participate in the Battle of Haotian City. It turned out that they had long thought about everything and did not want the people of Haoyan City to be involved. At this time, in the heavenly mandate realm, a bright beam of divine light appeared, but the light became dimmer and dimmer until it dissipated. A figure showed up. The figure had outstanding temperament and was covered with a snow-white robe. His long hair was partly white. Although he was middle-aged, he seemed to have experienced vicissitudes. At this time, there was a blood stain at the corner of his mouth. The white robe on his body was also torn and stained with blood. The figure was the lord of Hua clan, Hua Jiangshan, one of the 2 clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. He glanced down at his robe and whispered, "It's dirty again." Then he took off his shirt and took out another white robe from the storage ring. Hua Jiangshan was a neat freak. He put on the new robe and dusted it several times, and only then was satisfied. He also wiped off the bloodstain from his mouth and then looked into the distance. There seemed to be dazzling celestial light in his eyes, which penetrated the infinite space. He stepped forward, and suddenly countless white shadows appeared over the sky dome. They were many broken shadows, like countless phantoms of Hua Jiangshan. The scene was shocking. A bright beam of white celestial light appeared over the sky dome and ran across the void sky at an incredibly fast speed. Virum. The white celestial light came from the sky dome, which was so fast that nobody could see his figure inside. A Saint Plain warrior was cultivating in a mountain in the south of Heavenly Mandate Realm. At this moment, he suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. "Who's there?" he shouted. A beam of white fairy light passed directly above his head. He could see nothing but a beam of white light, which frightened him. How could he be so fast? He was of Nirvana Saint Plain, but he didn't even see clearly before the figure disappeared. In the Thunder Punishment City of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there were warriors guarding every entrance of the city. At this time, a beam of white light landed outside the city. "Who's there?" Several soldiers shouted and rose up, trying to stop it. Hiss! The white light faded away, and the 2 soldiers who tried to block him froze in the air, and then their bodies fell into the lower air. Their eyes widened, as if they didn't believe they were dying. They were warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace guarding the Thunder Punishment City. Who dared to kill them like this? What's that? In the City of Thunder and Punishment, countless people looked up at the sky and murmured with confusion. A beam of white light just flew over their heads and headed directly toward one direction. It was heading toward the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace. On the top of Violet Heavenly Palace, several old men were cultivating. At this moment, they suddenly opened their eyes, as if they had sensed a very dangerous life force. One of them shouted, "What brings you here, sir?" They rose and looked towards the distance. Their voices spread across the Violet Heavenly Palace, shaking every Heavenly Palace cultivator's heart. The white light was still shooting straight towards the Violet Heavenly Palace. A Renhuang-level warrior was moving forward. The thunder light engulfed the sky with astonishing force. He stepped out and launched a destructive punch of the great path toward the white light. The sky and the earth made loud roars. Boom! The white light and the purple light brutally collided. It was so fast that people's eyes couldn't even follow it. Finally, the white light stopped and turned into a hazy figure. The hair of the figure in white robe fluttered in the wind, and the fairy light flew around his body. He pointed a finger forward. The divine light annihilated the sky. The Renhuang figure let out a scream, and his body gradually disintegrated. SPHHHTT. Blood splashed out, and the Renhuang figure's body was shattered directly. The figure in the white robe continued moving forward, and his white clothes were stained by blood. Boom! A gust of horrifying life force shrouded the entire Violet Heavenly Palace, and some figures broke into the air and came. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace trembled. Some people were coming to attack the Heavenly Palace. Hua Jiangshan, an old man said with a trembling voice. The Palace Lord had led people to besiege the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. But why would Hua Jiangshan, one of the 2 clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, show up here? 5 Boom! The horrible might shrouded everyone. Hua Jiangshan took a step out and pointed his finger forward. In a short time, the celestial light of the great path directly penetrated many warriors' bodies. Many people groaned, vomited blood, and showed extreme fear. How could this be? Hua Jiangshan continued moving forward and laid down a finger again. He killed a person in front of him, and the blood splashed on his face. But at this time he seemed to have no feeling, and his eyes were cold, with no trace of emotion. Today his hands were doomed to be dirty. Some people said that a celestial cultivator could turn into a demon with just one thought. He had been cultivating in celestial laws for many years, but today he had become a demon. Launch the Matrix! A loud yell came from the violet heavenly palace. The warriors who stayed in the heavenly palace gathered together around the palace. In a flash, the destructive might appeared over the sky dome and swept across the vast sky. The terrifying divine thunder over the sky dome covered the entire Thunder Punishment City. People in Thunder Punishment City were shocked, and their hearts kept trembling. At this moment, all of them looked up at the sky and stared in the direction of the heavenly palace. What happened there? They wondered. A while ago, a dazzling beam of white light ran across the sky. Was it because of the white light? Someone broke into the violet heavenly palace. The palace lord led people to Haoyan City today and attacked the celestial gate of vast heaven. Someone murmured. His face suddenly turned pale, as if he had just realized something. The battle against a top force could backfire on them. Had it backfired on them? However, this time all the top forces had joined hand. How could they let warriors of the celestial gate of vast heaven escape? Even though they escaped, why did the top forces not chase after them and let them attack the violet heavenly palace? They were puzzled and didn't know what happened. If the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and the lord of the violet heavenly palace had known that there was such a super matrix in the celestial gate of vast heaven, they must have acted more cautiously, but there was no if in reality. At this moment, Thunder Punishment City had truly become the land of thunder punishment, and heaven seemed to want to release the power of thunder punishment and wipe out everything. The warriors of Violet Heavenly Palace ran madly toward the void sky and entered the super matrix of thunder punishment. It was the matrix of world destruction and was guarded and controlled by several senior Runhuang figures of the Violet Heaven Palace. Although the palace lord took the best warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace to besiege the celestial gate of vast heaven, it was impossible for Violet Heavenly Palace to leave no warriors behind. In fact, many Runhuang figures were still here. Hua Jiangshan glanced up at this catastrophic supermatrix, which was the guarding matrix of Violet Heavenly Palace. He had directly broken into the palace before they had time to launch the guarding matrix to defend the sect. But after they launched it at this moment, the power was still appalling. The celestial light was shining brightly into the sky. Numerous fairy shadows appeared over Hua Jiangshan's body and headed towards the sky dome. Numerous fairy shadows constantly descended below the matrix. It was as if they wanted to support this super matrix with flesh and blood. Boom! The fairy shadows merged and involved Hua Jiangshan's body in a supreme immortal shadow. The shadow kept expanding and he took a step upward. A celestial ladder created by mystical ways was released. He seemed to be stepping on the celestial ladder. With every step he took out, his life force became more powerful, and his figure became stronger. It was as if nothing could stop him. The great path over the sky roared, and Hua Jiangshan's body turned into a supreme celestial form. He pointed a finger toward the void sky and penetrated the thunder, annihilating the great path, and fell directly over the terrifying matrix of doomsday. In just one moment, above the sky dome, countless beams of celestial light like lightning appeared in the large matrix covering all the skies. Countless wills dropped from the sky above the matrix, which resonated with the two forces below. A rumbling sound came out, and the matrix was trembling, and many cracks appeared on it. Boom! With a loud noise, countless bolts of thunder and lightning exploded. At this moment, the sky seemed to fall, and the doomsday was coming. The Violet Heavenly Palace was split into many parts, and countless buildings collapsed. In Thunder Punishment City, numerous people let out yells of despair and were destroyed in the aftermath of the Matrix. Nobody attacked them deliberately, But the thunderous matrix was so horrible that the forces could not be controlled when the matrix collapsed, causing many people to die. Figures of the violet heavenly palace were shaken in the sky. Blood oozed out from their mouths, and their faces turned pale. They launched attacks with all of their strengths. The appalling Runhuang might overwhelm the sky, and the Runhuang figures were all staring at Hua Jiangshan. They must guard the violet heavenly palace. Infinite thunder and lightning penetrated Hua Jiangshan's body, but he still stood there, stepping forward in the void sky and making all warriors' hearts tremble. Many broken images appeared, and at this time, Hua Jiangshan turned into the ultimate celestial form. Plork! 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 One after another, many Runhuang figures were eliminated. When Hua Jiangshan stopped, his finger was pointing at the center of a senior warrior's eyebrows. Blood splashed on him, but Hua Jiangshan looked quite calm. It was as if he was completely undisturbed. Dead. All dead. Elder. Master. There were many voices coming from everywhere in the space. People of the violet heavenly palace looked up at the sky, all in deep despair. Hua Jiangshan, the lord of Hua clan, one of the 2 clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, naturally stood on the top of the heavenly mandate realm. Except for those few giant figures, almost nobody could fight with him. The Runhuang warriors who cultivated in the violet heavenly palace were all peerless figures with fame. But at this moment, they all died at the hands of Hua Jiangshan. How sad. This battle would greatly hurt the vitality of the violet heavenly palace. And it was not over. Hua Jiangshan glanced down. At this moment, the sky above violet heavenly palace became extremely silent, and only the cold wind was whistling. Lord of Hua clan, aren't you going to let the young warriors go? A voice said. Above the silent violet heavenly palace, a figure walked out. He was the supreme form of violet heavenly palace, Zhan Yuan. He walked out and looked at Hua Jiangshan. Today, in the heavenly palace, Hua Jiangshan had gone on a killing spree. The violet heavenly palace had never suffered such a heavy loss. Hua Jiangshan raised a hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a big invisible hand gripped Zhan Yuan and raised him in the air. Zhan Yuan stared at Hua Jiangshan. You don't need to look at me like that. You know better than anyone what the violet heavenly palace came to the celestial gate of vast heaven today for. Hua Jiangshan said calmly. People of the violet heavenly palace looked pale. Of course, they knew why they had come. In the past, all the people of the Gu clan were exterminated. This time, all the top forces joined hands to go to the Celestial Gate because they wanted to repeat the past and let the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven become history and disappear from the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, now Hua Jiangshan was here. Hua Jiangshan's white clothes were stained with blood. Hua Jiangshan looked at Zhan Yuan's face, and at this moment, he did not see fear from Zhan Yuan's face, but Zhan Yuan just looked at him indifferently. This made Hua Jiangshan smile. He said, After all, the supreme form of the Violet Heavenly Palace is not a despicable person. Today, I am supposed to kill everyone in the Violet Heavenly Palace. But if I do this, the Violet Heavenly Palace will not be able to witness the future. So today, I will keep you alive to let you one day see who will stand at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. After these words, he let go of Zhan Yuan. Even though Zhan Yuan was the supreme form of Violet Heavenly Palace, he still let him go. As he had said, today, the Violet Heavenly Palace came to exterminate everyone in the Celestial Gate. Now, he had started his killing spree like a demon, and he had nothing to worry about, but he still didn't kill Zhan Yuan because he wanted to let the Violet Heavenly Palace witness the return of the Celestial Gate. As for Zhan Yuan, the supreme form of Great Path, there were Gu Donglu and Yi Futian in the Celestial Gate, so Zhan Yuan would not be a threat to them. Birum. He took a step forward, reaching the top of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and then stomped down. All of a sudden, above Thunder Punishment City, the towering castle of the Violet Heavenly Palace was shaking violently. Many cracks appeared, and it began to collapse. Countless giant rocks rolled down, and the Heavenly Palace was reduced to ruins. Today, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven disappeared, but the Violet Heavenly Palace should also be wiped out in the same way. After doing all this, Xianxia flashed away and walked into the void sky. The Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace took away their best figures. So although this battle would greatly weaken the Violet Heavenly Palace, it would not hurt their foundation. Those who went to the celestial gate of vast heaven were the strongest figures. But even so, from now on, the Violet Heavenly Palace would be restless because of it. A super battle also broke out in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, but the foundation of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was deeper, and many allied imperial forces surrounded it along with countless warriors. The power of the Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was also very terrifying. Xianxia had his killing spree there and killed a lot of warriors and then left. He couldn't completely break the defense of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, but the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had suffered a significant loss. He left just because he didn't want to give them a chance to fight back. If he waited until the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty returned, it would be impossible for him to escape. The Lord of the Wang clan was not as strong as Xianxia and Xianxia, and he was not so lucky, either. After he forcibly broke into the arrays, his path of teleportation was blocked. After teleporting for a short distance, unfortunately, he was caught by the thought of the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, who rushed back home at full speed. Warriors of their level could easily cover thousands of miles with his thought, which was a terrifying power. At this moment, in a place of the Heavenly Mandate realm, a figure turned into a divine weapon and quickly flew forward. However, a person behind him kept chasing him. It was the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Other warriors had received his order and were running back to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty at full speed. Although he was worried, as long as these warriors all went back, it didn't matter even if he was absent for a while. There was killing intent in the eyes of the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Both people's speeds were extremely fast, and the Lord of the Wang family was completely transformed into a real weapon of the gods and shuttled between the sky and the earth. "Do you think you can escape?" the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty shouted. He thrust out a palm from a distance, and the great path between the sky and earth roared and swept across the distant void sky. However, this palm slapped over the divine weapon and made the speed of the Lord of Wang clan even faster. The Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate looked sullen. But at this moment, the Lord of Jiang clan felt a sense of crisis. He frowned, and suddenly, the ground was split into half directly, and a horrifying demon aura swept across the sky. Soon, a horrifying purple-golden rat descended and devoured the great path between the sky and earth, and was even about to swallow him as well. The Lord of the Wang family immediately stopped and threw out a divine weapon. A terrifying dark crack appeared in the void sky, followed by a flash of blood. The Lord of the Wang family had to stop, but his body was dripping with blood. One of his arms was bitten off, and the blood was flowing down madly. Boom! A violent attack hit behind him at the same time, making him vomit blood. There was no way to go. All of a sudden, warriors of both forces arrived. "I feel pity for you, having joined the Celestial Gate and seeking your death," the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said coldly. The Lord of Wang clan could have just been an outsider. "Seeking my death?" The Lord of Wang family looked up at the sky and suddenly laughed. He suddenly felt relieved. For many years, he had regarded the return to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven as the biggest obsession. Now he could let it go. "I, Wang Yu, deserve to be a member of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The Wang family can live up to the glory of the Celestial Gate." He said this loudly, roaring to the sky. The sky shook, and countless divine weapons descended from the sky. The divine light of Great Path penetrated his body, and the weapons dissolved. The Heavenly Mandate Realm world had been calm for many years since the battle between Gu Tianxing of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the old and new Imperial Lords of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. But now, another war broke out and shocked the Heavenly Mandate Realm. This battle involved the 5 supreme forces and made countless people in the Heavenly Mandate Realm feel unsettled. In a brief period of time, every detail of this war swept across the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm, including the demon world. It had become a real sensation, The scale of the war was the largest in the heavenly mandate realm since Gu Tianxing's period, and the influence was also the strongest. In this battle, the celestial gate of vast heaven was destroyed. The celestial gate launched a supermatrix and moved all the warriors of the celestial gate away. But some warriors who guarded them did not leave, and even the top 3 figures of celestial gate were left. Xianxia of the Jiang clan went to the heavenly mandate dynasty, and many people were severely injured or killed by him. But what was even worse was the violet heavenly palace. Hua Jiangshan, the lord of Hua clan, went astray and became a demon. His white clothes were stained with the blood of many Runhuang figures of the violet heavenly palace. It was said that Zhan Yuan and other people's lives were controlled by Hua Jiangshan, and with one thought, he could have exterminated all the warriors of the violet heavenly palace. However, Hua Jiangshan did not do so, which made many people in the heavenly mandate realm think that Hua Jiangshan, who went to the violet heavenly palace, was a kind person. Most people would have chosen to kill them if they had been in his situation. However, the celestial gate of vast heaven was not so lucky. Wang Yu, the lord of the Wang family, wanted to bring his family back into celestial gate of vast heaven but failed. However, he still went to the celestial gate of vast heaven when the celestial gate was in danger. Wang Yu, during a tragic battle, was disarmed but had severely injured the king of the golden rats. He soon passed away, but he had lived up to the glory of the celestial gate. It was as if he had never left. Although he had some flaws in the past, this tragic battle still showed the loyalty and valor of this top Renhuang figure. He indeed lived up to the glory of the celestial gate and deserved to be a cultivator of the celestial gate. A super battle ended. After that, the top forces such as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Divine Palace crazily searched for the Runhuang figures of the celestial gate of vast heaven, who had not left, and found that many of them had been killed. However, after that, they also found it out that Hua Jiangshan and Jiang Qingzi also killed many of their Runhuang figures. These 2 people still hadn't left the Heavenly Mandate realm, which made the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace restless. Besides, it would be challenging to besiege and kill these 2 lords. As long as they acted secretly, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Xianxia Divine Palace could hardly kill them. The Imperial Lord and the Palace Lord also had concerns. They would no longer dare not leave alone to assassinate them unless they had already been found. Everyone understood that this would be a long-term war, and the Heavenly Mandate realm would not be peaceful. As for the vast majority of people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, it seemed that they had really been sent away by that supermatrix and were no longer in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was rumored that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace had already begun to send people to other realms to search for those people's information, and they seemed to try to use this to threaten Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan, who were hidden in the dark. Everything that was happening in the Heavenly Mandate realm confirmed the prophecy of the demon realm that the Heavenly Mandate realm would change. Today it had changed. The Celestial Gate disappeared, and the Violet Heavenly Palace was rebuilt. Was this the beginning of the change? Each of the many things that happened in the Heavenly Mandate realm recently seemed to touch people's hearts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The whole Heavenly Mandate realm was still shrouded in the shadow of that battle. At this time, there were many traces of the Great Path on the ground in a place of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Many people came here to see the remnant wills. At this moment, 2 rays of celestial light came down. The crowd looked up and immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped moving and looked at these 2 figures that showed up. Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan. They stood in the void sky and perceived the remaining wills in this space. They could hardly feel it, and there were only some traces on the ground that were caused by the aftermath of the battle. Here was the place where Wang Yubing was disarmed. Wang Yu died here. They walked down and came to a place. Over the ground, there was a trace of white light, which was a fragment of a broken sword. The sword fragment still contained very strong sword wills, and no one dared to approach it. Jiang Qingzi walked there, took the fragments, held it tightly in one hand, and looked forward. Jiang Qingzi, the lord of Jiang clan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Hua Tianshan, the lord of Hua clan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Both of them spoke at the same time in a somber voice. They announced loudly, "Today, the Wang clan is granted to enter the celestial gate of vast heaven and become a part of the celestial gate." After these words, both of them turned into two beams of celestial light and disappeared, as if they had never been here. However, above the sky dome, the echo lingered for a long time. The Wang clan was granted to enter the celestial gate, and all the disciples of the Wang clan would become members of the celestial gate. People were in shock for a long time and felt their blood boiling. Wang Yu lived up to the glory of the celestial gate, and the celestial gate of vast heaven would not disappoint him. Today, Wang Yu's wish of a lifetime was fulfilled. However, the day when the celestial gate returned, what would the scene be like? No one knew. The storm of the heavenly mandate realm was rising, and who knew about the future? The thing that happened in the heavenly mandate realm after a while even spread to other realms. When the supermatrix of celestial gate of vast heaven was opened, people of the celestial gate of vast heaven were sent to many different realms. In the higher heavens realm, the most sacred place of cultivation was the Xianxia divine palace. It was very solemn. In the Xianxia divine palace, over a palace hall, someone was looking into the distance. The person was wearing a gorgeous golden suit, and his eyes were tinged with golden divine light. He was the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty Tianyu. The news of the heavenly mandate realm had reached the higher heavens realm, so he had also received the news during his cultivation in the divine palace. In the beginning, when his father asked him to leave, he had already known that the heavenly mandate dynasty would lay a hand on the celestial gate of vast heaven. Otherwise, father would not let him go immediately. At that time, he had an inexplicable feeling. Of course, he hoped that the heavenly mandate dynasty would revive and destroy the celestial gate. But at the same time, he did not want Gu Donglu and Yi Futian to fall so early. These two opponents on his way of cultivation motivated him to keep moving forward and never relax. In the heavenly mandate realm, both of them would become gallant figures of this era. However, in the end, the heavenly mandate dynasty failed. The celestial gate of vast heaven opened a supermatrix and sent their warriors away. It was said that they were sent to many different realms. Today, where were Yi Futian and Gu Donglu? At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from behind Tianyu. Someone said to him in a low voice, "What are you thinking about?" After she said it, the person came to Tianyu's side and looked into the distance with him. Her voice was so beautiful that everyone would be curious about her appearance when hearing her voice. Her face was also extremely gorgeous and would not disappoint anyone. "Nothing," Tianyu said and smiled at her. This lady was also a core disciple of Xianxia Divine Palace. She was extremely talented and was also a princess of a top force in the higher heavens realm. She had heard that Tianyu encountered some setbacks in the heavenly mandate realm, and even his marriage proposal was refused. "You were thinking about your family thing, right?" "I have heard a little bit," the woman smiled and said. "The storm in the heavenly mandate realm suddenly rises up. Maybe all these 9 realms would be affected by it. We must work harder." "Yes," Tianyu said and nodded. The 9 realms had been calm for many years, but commotion could rise again at any time. The heavenly mandate realms was a good example. Even though he was a disciple of Xianxia Divine Palace, a peerless and talented figure, in reality, his current plane was still not enough compared with other warriors of top forces in the 9 realms. There was an area in the higher heavens realm called Taishan region, and the main city of Taishan region was Taishan City. The most prestigious restaurant in the city was named after Taishan City, which was called Taishan Restaurant. This restaurant had received a lot of big figures. The restaurant was very large and magnificent, just like a royal palace comprised of many towering buildings with extremely luxurious embellishments. There were many special seats set in the lofty buildings and in the garden outside. At this time, a fragrance of the wine came from the restaurant garden. The scent was so alluring as if one would be charmed just by taking a sniff of it. The Taishan restaurant always served the best wine, and all wine and dishes were all very expensive. Ordinary people never dared to enter. In such an expensive restaurant, music was indispensable. There was a pavilion in the garden. Peach trees around the pavilion were blooming, and leaves were slowly falling down, covering the area. Someone was playing zither in the garden. The scenery was beautiful, and so was the zither. The zither music was in harmony with the scene, adding a serene mood to the restaurant. Some guests were drinking and looking towards the pavilion. In front of an ancient zither, a figure in white clothes was sitting there, with long black hair loosely falling around his shoulders. His face was flawlessly handsome and made people want to praise his unparalleled elegance. He was indeed so in such an atmosphere. Mr. Xianxia's accomplishment in music is indeed marvelous. I wonder how powerful it will be when used with the music spell. Some guests in the restaurant discussed with a smile. I heard that not long ago some guests had a dispute here and Mr. Xianxia soothed their emotions with the music of zither and easily solved the dispute. I don't know who his master was, but his master must be an unusual person, someone said softly. All the laws in the world were interlinked, and since he could master the skill of playing zither at such a high level, he must be an extraordinary person. Not to mention that Taishan restaurant invited him. It is said that Mr. Xianxia cultivates in zither sword and could use the music of zither to release superb power of the sword. Right? If there is a chance, I want to see it. When everyone was talking, the music of zither stopped slowly. Someone sitting near the window looked toward the musician in the pavilion and said, "If Mr. Xianxia is interested, would you like to become my zither teacher?" Many people followed the voice and looked up. The person who spoke was a lady with a flawless body and a glamorous face. Nobody could move their eyes from her, but she, as an empress-level figure, had an intimidating might in her body. The music master looked up toward her, rose and smiled. "Thank you for your appreciation, Your Majesty, but I don't want to leave yet." The empress looked at him with a smile, and then her body flashed away. Suddenly, several warriors also rose into the air at the same time. A sedan chair appeared in the void sky. Her delicate feet stepped into the void sky, and she entered the sedan chair. She took a look at the young man and left. The young man silently put away the zither, then rose up and left. He was Yi Futian, who had changed his appearance. He came to the higher heavens realm from the heavenly mandate realm. Yi Futian returned to the backyard of Taishan restaurant. A young man and a young woman came to him, both with extraordinary temperament. "Mr. Xianxia, I didn't expect that your zither music would receive praise from Empress Ji. That is great." The man looked at Yi Futian and said with a smile. Before, the figure who invited Yi Futian to become her zither player was Empress Ji, a figure who had a great reputation in Taishan City. Empress Ji was a big-hearted and extremely charismatic person, a goddess figure in countless cultivators' eyes, but they could only look up at her and dare not to fantasize about her. Even though Empress Ji was not married yet, she was the empress. Mr. Xianxia's zither music is very unusual and refined, and has a very deep artistic mood. The moment the music starts, people can engage in the atmosphere. "No wonder Empress Ji also appreciates your music skills," the lady said and smiled lightly. She looked at Yi Futian's handsome face, but somehow could not see through him. According to his temperament and his mastery of music, Yi Futian seemed to come from a famed family and should not be of ordinary status. Although he called himself the zither sword master, everyone had only heard of his zither, and no one had ever seen him draw a sword. There seemed to be a mysterious life force around him. Moreover, with his accomplishments, Yi Futian should not be willing to just work as a restaurant zither musician. Although Taishan restaurant was not an ordinary restaurant, everyone knew who the owner of this restaurant was. "I am flattered," Yi Futian responded with a smile. The two looked at each other, shook their heads, and smiled bitterly. So far, they did not understand what Yi Futian wanted. If he were an ordinary person, it would be good to be a zither musician in the Taishan restaurant, but Yi Futian was not ordinary. His cultivation plane and his mastery of music had proved this. "Brother Xin, would you like to visit my teacher with me and become his disciple?" repeated the young man. His teacher was the owner of Taishan restaurant. In the Taishan region, no one dared to look down upon the owner of Taishan restaurant. His status in the Taishan region was extraordinary. Taishan Restaurant was the top restaurant in Taishan City, and no one had dared to make trouble in Taishan Restaurant, all because of the transcendent status of the owner. The Lord of Taishan City and the owner of Taishan Restaurant were actually brothers. This was a fact that everyone knew, and it was not a secret. Of course, in addition to their status and strength, they also had a super powerful master. Therefore, it could be said that if the owner of Taishan Restaurant wanted to take a disciple, it would become a very big sensation, and countless people in the Taishan region would crave this opportunity. However, Yi Futian seemed very indifferent when he heard the young man's words. He shook his head expressionlessly. He didn't come to the restaurant for the Lord of Taishan Restaurant. His reaction is what I expected. The young man looked at Yi Futian and thought. Yi Futian had declined a few times. Yi Futian didn't come to the restaurant to visit his teacher. Even though the young man just tentatively asked about it, Yi Futian directly declined and shook his head casually, without any hesitation. So what did Yi Futian come to Taishan Restaurant for? They didn't see the slightest clue during these days. I'm going for a walk, Yi Futian said with a smile and then went outside. His habit was the same as before. The young man and young woman took a look at each other. Let's go, the young man whispered and then went out. Outside the restaurant, Yi Futian was heading forward. As the main city of Taishan realm, Taishan City, this ancient city, was extremely prosperous and had countless warriors, even including many Renhuang-level figures. It could absolutely be counted as one of the most powerful zones in the entire higher heavens realm. The Taishan region had a relatively condescending position in the higher heavens realm because a supergiant had been living on the top of Taishan Mountain. It was a terrifying top figure of the higher heavens realm. Because of him, this place was called the Taishan region. Although he did not establish a sect, his status was as prestigious as that of Haoyan City in the celestial gate of vast heaven. He was a peak figure in the realm, and all the disciples he had raised were all extremely famed figures. Among them, there were the Lord of Taishan City and the owner of Taishan Restaurant. Yi Futian carefully watched the scenery in the city. In the ancient city, Saint Plane warriors were everywhere, as if in the Nine Supreme Realm, the Saint Plane was just a common thing. Presumably, this was due to the regional advantage of copious spiritual resources. Yi Futian sped up, and with just one step, he entered the void sky. He disappeared from the place in an instant as if he could flash away anywhere in the air. After he left, two figures appeared where he was before. They released their thoughts but only found out that Yi Futian's trace had vanished. So fast, they said. They looked at each other, shook their heads with bitter smiles, and then came back. The speed of the musician was also appallingly fast, and just in an instant, they couldn't find him anymore. Let's go to the realm of ruin, the man said. Going to the realm of ruin? The woman looked at him and said with a smile. I heard that the young sister of the city lord residents would also go there. Don't think too much. It is said that a great warrior has appeared in the realm of ruin recently. Many people were planning to challenge him. There are indeed many of Uncle's disciples ready to go there, the young man said casually while they were both walking in one direction. The realm of ruin was a very famous place in Taishan City, and it was a trial place for countless cultivators of Taishan City. The entrance to the realm of ruin was located in the center of Taishan City, where there was a very mysterious place. The front of the place was like a hazy land of ruins covered by invisible light. If one went near it, it would become an invisible existence. In front of the illusory ruins, there was a gate, which was the prestigious gate of the realm of ruins. Through this huge gate of a height of 100 feet, one could enter the realm of ruins, which was an independent space large enough to accommodate a city, such as Taishan City, easily. The history of the realm of ruin was extremely ancient. It was said that there was a relic a long time ago. Countless warriors had been there to explore the treasures. But after many years, the realm of ruin had now evolved from the land of treasure hunting to a trial ground. Numerous cultivators entered the realm of ruins for trials to judge at what level their strengths were at, which was extremely helpful for their understanding of cultivation methods. At this moment, outside the realm of ruin, a group of figures arrived. Everyone in the group had a very extraordinary temperament. The person who took the lead was a woman with a pair of eyes which seemed able to talk to you. and she fixed her gaze on the two young men in Taishan restaurant. "Sister Luoyue," the young man called with a smile. Immediately, everyone looked toward the young lady. Had Princess Luoyue arrived? The daughter of the city lord, his most precious girl. Luoyue naturally also noticed the young man. She looked calm and nodded gently. She asked, "Are you also going to enter the realm of ruins?" "Yes, go take a look," the young man responded with a smile. The lady next to him looked embarrassed. Did he just want to take a look there? "Okay. Good luck, brother," Luoyu said and walked toward the huge gate of Realm of Ruin. The moment when she stepped into that gate, a strong sense of thought surged. Later, Luoyue disappeared. Not just her, but the people who followed her also lost traces and entered the Realm of Ruin. I don't know if there will be a good show. Princess Luoyue was also free to come here. In addition to her, several other powerful characters have also entered the Realm of Ruin this time, right? People discussed outside. It was said that all this was related to a mysterious swordsman in training. One inside the Realm of Ruin, the scene was completely different from the outside world. Here was a real independent space, and it was also a great land of ruins, vast and boundless. In one place, there was a gust of sword force passing by and thrusting toward a person's head in an instant. After the sword passed, blood splashed out, and the man froze there, looking at the figure in front of him, completely baffled. The figure changed his thought and disappeared from the Realm of Ruin. The swordsman in training who defeated him was dressed in white, and his face seemed to be covered with mist. He could not see his true appearance. Many people who entered the Realm of Ruin would do so to avoid the grievances in the Realm of Ruin being taken to the outside world. The figure in white was Yi Futian. When he came to the Xianxia Divine Palace, he first entered the Taishan restaurant and later immersed himself in such status every day. He played zither to purify his heart and cleanse his state of mind, going to the Realm of Ruin to temper his own swordsmanship and improve his comprehension in battles. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Many figures descended from the void sky and showed up in different positions in front of Yi Futian. Every one of them had a very strong life force, and they were all cultivators of unblemished plane. When their life force bloomed, a violent storm wrapped around Yi Futian. Yi Futian waved his palms, and suddenly a row of swords appeared in front of him. He glanced at the figures in front of him and raised his hand. The swords came out and penetrated through the void sky. Boom! Several figures walked up at the same time, and their spirit was amazing. They tried to stop the swords, making the swords shriek and slow down their high speed. Yi Futian took a step forward, and his sword grew stronger, like a sword-shaped storm. He pressed his finger forward, and the sword screamed as if he couldn't control it anymore. The sword attacked those warriors at the same time. In only one moment, several warriors were penetrated by the sword force, but behind them, a nirvana plane figure appeared, surrounded by the horrifying force. Virum, Yi Futian walked in the void and headed towards the nirvana saint. When he took the step, the sword crossed the sky and shot straight to that figure. That warrior raised his hand and blasted out, making the sword collapse. The winds howled, and behind Yi Futian, numerous sharp swords appeared. Each sword seemed to contain one life. "Go!" he ordered and pointed one finger. A series of swords thrust out. The Nirvana Plane warrior moved forward and strode in the void sky. His fist punched out, and the void sky trembled violently. All the swords were shattered. Yi Futian waved his hands, and around his body, numerous swords surrounded him. Each sword was devouring terrifying sword light as if the swords had formed a sword matrix. Virum, Yi Futian followed the swords. Numerous swords destroyed everything and attacked the warrior. The void sky screamed when he stepped out, and the surrounding space seemed to be exploding and shattering. A terrifying storm of the great law swept across heaven and earth. The warrior punched his fists at the same time and smashed the swords crazily. However, the sword light circle of the great law seemed to be endless, and the sword even seem to attack the warrior's soul, which made him extremely unsettled. Finally, Yi Futian raised his finger to the other side, and the tens of thousands of great law swords were integrated into one at the moment. The great law was penetrated, and the Nirvana plane figure let out a low groan. His face turned pale. He looked up at the man in front of him in shock. Who was he? How could he, as a cultivator of unblemished plane, so easily defeat a warrior of Nirvana plane? It was as if anyone who stood in front of him could be killed by his sword. Yifutian's shape flickered, and his body turned into a sword. It continued moving and passing the other. He came upon a massive stone pillar. Below the stone pillar was a land of ruin, and on the top was a disk, upon which Yifutian sat cross-legged. The realm of ruin was discovered many years ago. It was regarded as a relic. This stone pillar was able to stand for many years without collapsing, which was enough to prove its sturdiness. His white robe fluttered, and the sword will flowed upon him, creating an oppressive flow of sword will around him. They were like sword mudras but also like a sword runes rotating around his body. But each of the sword mudras that was formed by the sword rune contained powerful sword will and sword spirit. It was as if they were alive, circling Yifutian's body. The news of the battle at the heavenly mandate realm had reached the higher heavens realm. Yifutian had also heard about the situation while at Taishan Tavern. Wang Yu, the lord of the Wang clan, was killed in battle. The two major clan lords of Celestial Gate were still at Heavenly Mandate Realm, leaving the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace no time to rest. Judging from how the battle ended, the truth was that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did not suffer significant losses, but the Violet Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty paid the price. The Celestial Gate was leveled and forced to move. It was definitely a fate that the people of Celestial Gate found hard to accept. Who would be willing to leave their home? The disintegration of the Celestial Gate was a kind of sorrow, but escape was also a kind of sorrow. In this supreme path realm of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, even though Saint Plain indicated extreme talent, which would enjoy great renown in times of peace, but in the time of war, it would be the first on the enemy's hit list. During times of hostility, the most talented would be the first to be eliminated in order to remove any potential threats. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was going to kill the third senior brother and him. The prospect of the Celestial Gate was only going to be ever more prosperous, and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty couldn't afford to wait any longer, hence the death blow. He clearly realized that only strength was all that mattered, so now he came to the higher heavens realm. He was very clear about what he needed to do. The realm of ruin was the best place of trial for those of the Saint Plain in Taishan City. Any cultivators of the Saint Plain could come here to test themselves and without fear. Many were made famous in the realm of ruin known by all. However, he came here for the purpose of tempering and improving his strength. These days, many had been defeated by his sword, so in the realm of ruin, many wanted to find him for an exchange. Nowadays, he no longer needed to take the initiative to find opponents since opponents would come to him. Several figures came out of thin air, and some came through the ruins. Around the stone pillars where Yifutian was, there were also some shorter stone pillars. There were people standing on them. The eyes of many were focused on Yifutian. These people all appeared very silent. Some had hidden their faces, while some were exposed to the world without disguise. Who are you, and under what major clan are you cultivating with? Someone who came through the ruins and looked at Yifutian and asked. There was a misty atmosphere hovered in front of Yifutian. His entire visage was hidden in the mist so that it appeared very vague and unclear. No one could really see his face. Judging from his battle record, he should be somewhat well known in Taishan City, but no one had heard of anyone who cultivated in the sword technique he used. Yifutian still sat there quietly without opening his eyes. It was as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. He was only focusing on his own cultivation, giving a sense of mystery and an extraordinary temperament. More sound of footsteps was heard again, and everyone turned their attention to the newcomer. Suddenly, in the ruins, many backed away and opened a path. Princess Luoyue is here. Princess Luoyue was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City and possessed an extraordinary status. It was rumored that in the future, it was very likely that she would cultivate at Taishan Mountain. She was a truly excellent lady among ladies. Those by her side were no ordinary characters, either. A strapping young man on her left had a battle axe slung across his back. Just a glance and one could feel his dominant and overbearing personality. His name was Deng Hu. Though his name seemed insignificant, his strength was extremely aggressive, as he was known as the Storm Saint, whose storm battle axe was known for its power to inflict terror. In Taishan City, he had no opponent within his plane. The one on the right was a handsome and elegant young man with a gentlemanly demeanor. His name was Lin Yuan. These two men were both trusted disciples of the Lord of Taishan City, and they were both very strong. Now, it seemed that they had both come for this swordsman. Interesting. A voice spoke, and a middle-aged man clad in black appeared next to Yifutian. When people saw him, their hearts tightened. He had also come. This man did not disguise his face, and in the realm of ruin, he was among the few strongest people and had few rivals in the Saint Plain. However, he did not come to fight but purely to watch the show. These days, almost every day, this swordsman would enter the realm of ruin. After many days of exchanges with these people and demonstrating his extraordinary talent, most people had heard about this, so they all wanted to see who this character was. It is him. Behind Luoyue, a woman looked in the direction of Yifutian, her eyes hard, and said, "His sword is very fast." Princess Luoyue looked stoic. She glanced at Yifutian. The speaker was her cousin, whose cultivation was also unblemished plain. Upon hearing that she had met a master swordsman in the realm of ruin who had finished the match in one strike, her cousin was so scared that she immediately left the realm of ruin because she was afraid that if Yifu were serious, she wouldn't even have the chance to get out. The space of the realm of ruin was a curious place. They could be moved out of the realm as soon as they moved their minds. Therefore, they could boldly go through the trials here and battle. When their safety was endangered, they could always leave with a mere thought. Very few had lost their lives here. But that last time when she fought Yifutian, if his sword was meant to take her life, she had no chance to get out, as there was no time for a single thought. Yifutian's sword was unimaginably fast. "I heard that your sword is very fast," Princess Luoyu said to Yifutian. Yifutian opened his eyes to look at the speaker, and said quietly, "It serves. Do you remember her?" She pointed to the woman next to her, who had been defeated by Yifutian. "She looks familiar," Yifutian responded, which embarrassed the woman. She had a deep memory of Yifutian, but to him she was just somewhat familiar. "It seems that you, sir, have had many victories in the realm of ruin," Princess Luoyue said again. The more people that he defeated, the less he would remember those he defeated. Yifutian did not respond. He did experience many battles in the realm of ruin. The people in the unblemished plain were typically being vanquished quickly, as not many could afford to continue exchanging with him. Although she looked familiar, she did not make a deep impression. "I am Luoyue of the City Lord's residence at Taishan City. I've come to see your strength." Princess Luoyue introduced herself. Although her status was lofty, she did not possess a dominant or arrogant demeanor. In the realm of ruin, the status was a lot less important than strength. "Sounds good," Yifutian nodded. Although the city lord of Taishan City was just the master of a city, in actuality, it was considered to be quite a powerful principality. Judging from the position of Taishan region in the higher heavens realm, Taishan City was equivalent to the 8 major thunder clans of the Violet Heavenly Palace in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and it would be the strongest clan amongst the 8. His master, Lord Taishan, was a giant figure in the higher heavens realm. This Taishan region was named after Lord Taishan. The owner of Taishan Tavern was also a disciple of Lord Taishan. Therefore, it could be said that Princess Luoyue was also a disciple of Lord Taishan, so her status was undoubtedly high. The princess does not need to get personally involved. "We also want to experience the strength of this mysterious swordsman personally," someone next to Yifutian said. Many people wanted to take their shot today, and it would look like they also did a favor for the princess. It was a win-win situation. "My thoughts exactly," another person said. "So, who will be first?" someone asked. This swordsman was well known, and it was not easy to defeat him. The one who made a move first wouldn't necessarily get any advantages. "All of you, all together," Yifutian said. The group of people revealed a surprised look. "Together?" This mysterious swordsman was truly audacious. Please, then. A figure walked up, the power from his body bloomed, and suddenly, the space became incredibly heavy. Violent banging sounds were heard, and along with them was an extreme sense of oppression. He walked toward Yifutian. Each step he took was akin to that of an ancient god. Everyone could clearly feel the power of the oppression, and many people's blood seemed to be frozen in their veins. Yifutian was expressionless. Suddenly, a character's sword madra flew out in front of him, turning into a brilliant light. It traveled through the air, its speed fast to the limit. The cultivator didn't hesitate and blasted out with a punch. The bright aurora of the fist shattered the void. Many shadows of the fists became one with an absolutely domineering stance and aimed the sword madra. There was a sharp, piercing howling, and one after the other, the fist shadows were pulverized. A ray of light directly penetrated the row of fist shadows, and then shot straight at the man, right between the eyes. Buzz. A ray of light was shining, and the figure disappeared. The sword madra arrived with a roar and landed where he was, and then stopped. Clearly, the opponent had already escaped from the realm of ruin. Many felt a sobering effect inside. How humiliating. The sword madra that was released actually stopped, circled the void, and returned to Yifutian's side. Just a sword madra alone was more than what the other party could bear. The character sword madra around Yifutian's body suddenly burst into dazzling divine light. With Yifutian's thoughts, all the sword madra traveled through the air at the same time and aimed directly at all the cultivators who had just walked out to meet him. All of a sudden, an extremely violent air current of the great path erupted in this space. All the cultivators made their moves at the same time to release the might of Wei, and each of the figures was dominant and powerful in their own right. But puffing sounds were heard continually, and those bright sword madras were like the divine light of the great path, flowing endlessly between heaven and earth. Wherever they passed, they left nothing living behind. Everything was destroyed, just as the Wei. In an instant, many were injured and flew back, and some were scared to withdraw. The people in this plane were simply unable to compete. Yifutian slowly got up. His body was dazzling all over. The sword light surrounded his body, and a sword appeared behind him. The light of the sword soul was incredibly brilliant, just like a king of swords. All methods of the ward were similar. Some powers, after they had been comprehended and understood, when applied to swordsmanship, were equally as powerful. How could these idiots from Taishan City understand? What a strong sword! Everyone around wore a grave look. At this moment, in the realm of ruin, many who were around were geniuses in Taishan City, whose strengths were inordinate, but when they saw Yifutian's sword, they still felt a little astounded. The sword that was formed in the shape of the sword madra contained an extremely powerful sword will, as if it had the life of sword spirit. It could defeat the enemy instantly. Its power was extremely overbearing. Those who were in the same unblemished plane as him could not exert their strength at all and was defeated with a blow. Princess Luoyue stared at Yifutian. Just as her sister had said, this man's sword was very strong indeed. Although he hadn't shown how fast the sword could be, what power he had shown was already terrifying. The light of the sword circulated around his body, and Yifutian, at this moment, was like a sword himself. The sword spirit that appeared behind him was his life spirit. This was a very pure cultivator of the swordsmanship. A trace of the might of the Wei flowed over Luoyue, and she was somewhat eager to try. She wanted to see Yifutian's strength, but Deng Hu and Lin Yuan took half a step forward and said to her, "Junior sister, let us test his sword first." Deng Hu and Lin Yuan were both of Nirvana plane, and they were extremely strong. It was as they were the disciples of the city lord of Taishan City. They had studied many powerful scriptures of methods, and were famous even in all of Taishan City. Now to say that they wanted to engage with someone in the unblemished plane, it would appear that they were bullies. But this swordsman was indeed strong, which was seen by everyone. Even someone of the Nirvana plane may not be able to defeat him. Luoyue hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Deng Hu stepped forward and came to the place above the void, facing Yifutian. He had a very strong sense of pressure on him. It was as if one could feel his overbearing prowess through the space. Deng Hu of the City Lord's office. To fight against you in my current plane seemed kind of unfair, but your sword is really strong, so there is no choice but for me to experience it, Deng Hu said as he took off the great axe behind his back. He held the battle axe casually, slung it over his shoulders. An invisible storm suddenly came out of nowhere, raging in this void, like sharp blades that made everyone feel as if every inch of their skin was being cut by a knife. Many who were around felt cold all over. Deng Hu was known as the Storm Saint, and at his level, not many in Taishan City could rival him in battle, so never mind someone from the unblemished plane. There had never been such a battle like this before. He had crossed planes to challenge others because no one could cross the plane to fight him. Are you ready? Deng Hu asked Yi Futian with a loud and overbearing voice. Please, Yi Futian replied. The disciple of the city lord of Taishan City was already someone of extraordinary status. His master was Lord Taishan himself. With his arm still on his shoulder, Deng Hu moved forward and up. Suddenly, a terrible storm blew from heaven and earth, and the will of these storms turned into tangible entities, like many lines that were capable of cutting through space, scraping toward Yi Futian. The sword madra around Yi Futian's body swept out, his body as the center. A storm of swords formed, and the two extremely suppressive forces met and collided, making an extremely sharp and harsh sound. The storm was getting stronger, and in an instant, it annihilated this space. Even the stone pillar, on which Yi Futian stood, was completely submerged by the storm. The sword madra could not prevent the storm from invading. Deng Hu took a sudden and violent step down, which seemed to contain extremely domineering power to suppress him as he trampled down. In addition, the storm was sharper than swords, cutting through the void, wanting to cut Yi Futian's body into pieces. If the person who stood in the storm at this moment was an ordinary figure of the Saint Plane, being killed right away would be a very probable outcome. Aren't you ready to make your move? Deng Hu seemed to have been giving Yi Futian a chance to make the initial attack, but Yi Futian was not at all in a hurry. The sword will encircled his entire body, resisting the force of the storm, and he was immersed in the storm. Deng Hu's left hand stretched out. It suddenly made a grabbing motion in the space, and with a loud bang, a dull sound exploded between heaven and earth. Yi Futian's space seemed to be squeezed by the storm as the terrible storm continued raging. It was as if wanting to tear his body into pieces. An extremely domineering will of the way suppressed his body. Buzz. The sword spirit behind him chimed, and countless sword madras surround the sword itself. The sword that was transformed by the sword spirit became sharper and sharper until it turned into a giant sword, piercing the space. Whack! Yi Futian spat out the command, and the sword will hacked it the way, split the storm in two, and countless sword madras continued moving forward straight ahead. They turned into countless airflow of swordsmanship, and directly slaughtered toward Deng Hu, who was in the void. Deng Hu smiled. No simple person would enjoy such a prestigious reputation. This man had caused such commotion here. Naturally, he was not a simple character. With his arms forward, the battle axe carried a terrible storm. There were countless storms above the sky surrounding the battle axe. Each storm was like an extension of the battle axe. This battle axe was not some high-level magical implement, but it had become well known in the hands of Deng Hu. Therefore, it was known as the battle axe of storm. Countless storms lingered above the battle axe. Deng Hu stared at Yi Futian while he wielded the axe in a strike, which opened up the heaven and collided with the sword Yi Futian wielded. In an instant, its domineering will had destroyed the sword chi, which demonstrated its prowess. Yi Futian put his hands together with the sword in front, and countless swords madras now united into one. At this moment, the sword chi was at its greatest, and from his body, rays of sword lights exploded into the sky, aiming for the storm in the void. Go! Yi Futian let go his grip, and a sharp, harsh sound was heard. The sword was incredibly fast, and it directly broke through the light of the battle axe and slaughtered toward Deng Hu in the void. Seeing this, Deng Hu revealed a look of surprise. He stomped into the void as his body twirled, and another axe strike was unleashed. Countless storm lights now transformed into an invincible axe will that tried to cut through the void, aiming toward that sword and Yifutian. The battle axe and the giant sword collided, and terrible light of destruction radiated out. In the next moment, the sword dissipated. It was as if split into countless swords in an instant, cutting through the void like a sword matrix, heading toward Deng Hu. Any of these swords was extremely fast. It was as if it contained the will of space, directly crossing the void and slashed toward him. Buzz! A sword light crossed near his neck, and he felt a chill all over his body. With a great shout, the battle axe started to spin, and immense light of the battle axe wiped out all existence. But the swords seemed to have eyes, seemingly able to avoid its strike and continued their attacks without ceasing. Is the offensive power of his sword this strong? People were shocked in their hearts. That was Deng Hu, the Storm Saint, a disciple of the city lord of Taishan City. Many glanced at Yifutian. His entire person seemed to be inside a sword veil, which took the shape of a sword, just enough to shroud him inside. His eyes closed, and with the great path of the vast heaven and earth resonating together, the swords on the surrounding swordsmen were all trembling. It was as if they were not under the control of their owners, and even the sword chi in the bodies of these swordsmen was also moving toward him. It was not only here, but also in many places inside the realm of ruin, many figures flickering over. They were surprised when they saw what took place in front of their eyes. With a great roar, Deng Hu spun in the void, and the world was cut in a thread. Many sword mudras were pulverized into nothingness. He glanced at Yifutian. As an existence of the Nirvana plane, and a disciple of the city lord, this battle seemed to leave him in disgrace. Even though Yifutian's talent was extraordinary, he should be able to easily crush him, given his status. The battle axe of storm was raised, and at this moment, thousands of storm lights gleamed between heaven and earth like thunder. The hearts of many skipped a beat. Before Deng Hu's axe had a chance to strike, they had already felt its majestic temperament. Deng Hu was about to release his exclusive skills. Many people's hearts were beating fast. They had no idea how strong the strike would be when it was used. Yifutian looked up into the void. His expression was normal, still tranquil. The sword spirit appeared directly in the sword that was held in both his hands, puffing out miles of sword light. Pust! Deng Hu's axe was slammed down, and a light appeared above the firmament. A line, from top to bottom, chopped down to the place where Yifutian was. Soul lost. Yifutian spat as his sword struck. Could make someone lose their soul. Above the void, the line and the sword collided with one another. It was as if it was the impasse between the axe and the sword. Go again, Yifutian commanded, and another sword was born from his body, traveling through the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword continued to break through the air, and the void seemed to be crushed and shattered, extremely suppressed. Bang, bang, bang. Will of the way collapsed and shattered. The light of the battle axe was broken and destroyed. With a loud bang, that giant axe light also collapsed with it. The sword broke through the air and descended in a moment in front of Deng Hu, who was in the void. Deng Hu's battle axe slammed down again, but in that instant, he felt that hundreds of thousands of swords passed through his body, and his spiritual soul trembled greatly, penetrated by the infinite sword will. Buzz! The crowd only saw a flash of light, and Yifutian's figure descended. His palm slapped on the sword, and traces of sword lights pierced through the void. Deng Hu snorted, and his body was knocked out. Deng Hu was defeated. Everyone who saw this changed their expression. Their hearts were greatly shaken, and their bodies surged with excitement and the desire to try themselves. Was this person's combative power really this great? As he had felt everyone's reaction, Yifutian's hands formed a seal in the void. At this moment, the void of the great path was filled with sword will. No matter they were, the real sword might was everywhere. Swords emerged from the void directly and surrounded Yifutian's body, hanging upside down in the sky. As Yifutian's mind moved, the swords immediately pointed to each of the cultivator, and everyone felt the oppression of their spirit souls. My one sword is enough, Yi Futian said, and even his voice seemed to contain sword will. When his voice fell, everyone felt that countless sword will had descended on their bodies, and the real swords descended soon after. In this instant, even though they were cultivators of the Nirvana plane, they also gathered powerful forces together to resist this strike. Boom, boom, boom. This sword strike was meant for everyone, including Luoyue. Surging sword might appeared around Luoyue. She also cultivated in the art of swords. However, when Yi Futian's sword arrived, she felt that she was pierced by hundreds of thousands of swords. Poof! A silent groan. The sword will seem to penetrate through her body. Her mind moved, and she disappeared. Not only her, but many people disappeared from where they were, and it was the same with Yi Futian. Outside the gate of the realm of ruin, many figures, who were being sent out from the realm, appeared. Strong waves of the will of Wei fluctuated, and many were still in the state of battle. Luoyue also appeared in another location. She glanced over and assessed the people around her as if she was looking for something. It was not just her, but others were searching, looking toward the space outside the realm of ruin, wanting to find the trace of that mysterious swordsman. That guy was really strong. A rough voice spoke, and it was Deng Hu. His attitude was aggressive, still carrying the battle axe on his back. His eyes swept across all directions of the land and lingered for a moment on quite a few people. He was the true disciple of the city lord of Taishan City, and his talent was considered outstanding, but he was defeated by someone who came from another realm in the unblemished plane. This type of combat prowess was incredible, especially that last sword strike, which was able to hack away the spiritual soul through sheer air. When the sword will exploded completely, it shook everyone's soul and spirit. It had been as if they were about to be torn apart. In the end, he wiped out all the cultivators with a single sword strike and claimed that a single strike was enough. When did such a powerful person appear in Taishan City? He murmured in his heart. His deep eyes swept across the crowd, but he still couldn't find Yi Futian's trail. Previously, Yi Futian had concealed his face, but his temperament and breath could still be felt. At this time, amongst those who appeared outside the realm of ruin, there was no trace. Are you still here? At this time, a voice spoke up. It was Luoyue. Those who participated in the battle and the onlookers in the realm of ruin obviously knew who she was referring to, but many people outside the realm of ruin were somewhat puzzled. Who was the princess looking for? No one responded. It was exceptionally quiet outside the realm of ruin. Did anyone saw a swordsman coming out of the gate of the realm of ruin? Lin Yuan asked the onlookers. If he had come out, then those who were outside of the realm of ruin must have seen him. Many people shook their heads. They had only seen a group of people being sent out one after another, but no one behaved like a swordsman. Just now I was outside the gate of the realm of ruin. All of you almost came out one after another, and there were many, someone remarked. Many who watched the battle before knew that there was nothing to see inside, so they came out. So, he should still be there? Lin Yuan's eyes were sharp, sweeping across the surrounding crowd, but he still could not find him. Your swordsmanship was excellent. Why not show yourself? Luoyue continued to implore. I actually saw that among all who had come out earlier, someone left quietly, seemingly good at the way of space. An older man who stood in the void said. Luoyue's face turned grave. Someone left? Yes. The old man nodded. This man came out with everyone else, and left directly through space, masking his breath. Even his face was obscured. It's most likely him. Luoyue's look changed slightly. Why was this man so mysterious? Was there something that he could not reveal? This person's swordsmanship was superb. He must come from a famous clan. Is it possible for Princess Luoyue to guess who he is? Someone asked. They were also one of the cultivators who was vanquished by Yi Futian. As the lady of the city lord's office at Taishan City, she was bound to be well-informed and know some powerful figures with great swordsmanship. Sword technique that attacks the spiritual soul, Luoyue mumbled. The strongest swordsman in Taishan region was on Taishan Mountain, but as far as I know, there was no such disciple on Taishan Mountain. Taishan Mountain was where the master, the city lord of Taishan City, cultivated. The sacred land of Taishan region had the strongest sword techniques, but Taishan Mountain did not have such a cultivator. Not to mention, if the other was someone who cultivated at Taishan Mountain, there was no need for disguise. The other seemed to use the realm of ruin as a place of trial, and maybe he will come again tomorrow. Next to Luoyue, her younger sister said. Luoyue nodded. From the realm of ruin, someone came out again. They were two disciples of Taishan Tavern, and they both walked toward Luoyue, saying, "Did junior sister cross sword with that swordsman?" Luoyue nodded. "How was it?" asked the youth. "Very strong." Luoyue nodded, causing the youth to show a color of surprise. He said, "Too bad. I missed it." "You didn't miss anything, junior brother Ma. You wouldn't be able to fight him, either," Deng Hu said next to him. The young man looked at Deng Hu, as he was the junior brother Ma referred to by Deng Hu. His name was Ma Yi, and like Deng Hu, they were both from Taishan Mountain, so he could be considered Deng Hu's junior brother. "This person is very strong," Luoyue said, looking at Ma Yi. "All of us at Taishan Mountain must work hard to cultivate." Ma Yi looked at Luoyue, somewhat surprised. This junior sister of his was the precious daughter of the city lord, who had a lofty heart and was extremely proud. Her talent was outstanding, and listening to her tone, it seemed that the battle that took place previously had touched her deeply. "If you say so, then he must be really strong. If there is chance, I must meet him," said Mai. Now, there is an interesting person in Taishan Tavern who was very good at Guqin and played superbly. Even for us, we would be entranced by it. Are you interested in listening? Luoyue was slightly surprised. Though she was a fan of music, she had just seen such an outstanding swordsman. She did not have much interest in music right at this moment. Uncle hasn't been to the tavern for a long time because of the many affairs he was handling, so I would like to invite junior sister and two senior brothers to catch up at the tavern, Mai continued. The woman beside him gave him a look. Mai was really trying hard to court his junior sister. But as a woman, she was more sensitive, and as a bystanders, she could see that Luoyue didn't share his feelings at all. What's more, even if Luoyue had these thoughts, the person she would choose must be a disciple who cultivated with the masters on Taishan Mountain or the best among the branches of their clan. Mai's talent, good though it was, left much to be desired, falling short of Luoyue's expectations and standards. Very well, we may as well take this opportunity to visit Uncle. Luoyue nodded gently, and the group departed, heading toward Taishan Tavern. In an attic behind Taishan Tavern, Yi Futian sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation. Thanks to these days of cultivation, his swordsmanship finally made a breakthrough, and he was able to wield the sword of the broken soul. Next, if he concentrated and solidified his comprehension, his swordsmanship would not be less than his other abilities. This way, as a musical swordmaster, it would be enough for him to take firm root in the upper heavens realm. Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had mobilized the Super Grand Matrix to move the Fey clan, but all the cultivators were sent to different locations. He had no idea how many people were in the upper heavens realm. Even if there were many, how vast was the upper heavens realm? Now, they could only each work hard on their own to cultivate. In this situation, he had to act cautiously. Otherwise, if the people of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty got wind of his whereabouts, they would undoubtedly send Renhuang cultivators to come and kill him. Even the Overlord himself would issue the license to kill. After Brahma Sky City, the determination of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to kill him had become extremely strong. Presently, he had no idea of the whereabouts of the master, eldest senior brother, Wuchen, and Xiaxing Yuan. It was good fortune that Yushang was cultivating at the Dragon Gods. If Yushang came out of closed cultivation and learned of the news related to them, perhaps he would be angry. But Yushang was discreet, he was not worried. Is young Master Shen here? At this moment, a crystalline voice was heard, and Yifutian got up and looked down below. He saw a beautiful woman standing there. It was the woman who had been with her brother, Lingling. I am, Yifutian replied. Today, the master is hosting a banquet to entertain a distinguished guest. Could young master add to the occasion with your music? the woman smiled and asked. It was not that she did not respect Yi Futian, but that Yi Futian was the tavern's musician. Now the house master of the tavern was having a banquet. For him to play was just part of his responsibility. Moreover, although he was only a musician in the tavern, everyone was respectful and polite to him. At least, on the surface, the disciples of the housemaster had not been rude to him. This was a presentation of their level and breeding. Very well. Yi Futian nodded and walked out of the attic and came to Lingling's side. Thank you, young Master Shin. Lingling nodded with a smile, then led the way. The two quickly came to the banquet site. When Yi Futian saw the guest, there was a slight disturbance in his eyes, but no one had noticed. This guest was someone he had just met not too long ago. It was Luoyue. The house master of Taishan Tavern sat at the head, and this was the first time for Yi Futian. To his surprise, the house master of Taishan Tavern was an empress, who was elegant, noble, and full of grace. Common men hardly dared to look at her directly, but her eyes were very gentle, and she glanced at Yi Futian. Greetings to the house master. Yi Futian bowed his head to pay his respect. He had heard that the house master of Taishan Tavern was the junior brother of Lord Taishan, but he had not heard any mention of her gender before. Sit, the house master said casually. Thank you, house master. Yi Futian nodded and found his place. He then took out his guqin. The sound of guqin was heard instantly. It was extremely ethereal, quiet, and soothing. Has uncle heard of anyone who is an expert at this kind of swordsmanship? Luoyue asked the housemaster. Apparently, she was talking about what had happened in the realm of ruin. Although there is, his disciples couldn't possibly be in the Taishan region, nor would he deliberately hide his identity, the housemaster replied. So, is it possible that it was a casual cultivator? Luoyue continued. I am not sure, he said with a smile. I didn't expect that there would be a swordsman that would be unforgettable to you. I just felt that it would be a pity if such a swordsman did not cultivate at Taishan Mountain, Luoyue said in a low voice. Indeed, there are a lot of top-notch methods over there. The housemaster smiled and said, her master was Lord Taishan, a legendary man in the upper heavens realm who collected the treasures of the world. Some said that Lord Taishan was the cultivator who had the most extensive collection in all of the upper heavens realm. But Luoyue, don't mind it too much. A truly excellent person will show their brilliance sooner or later. It can't be hidden. The housemaster continued with a smile. She cast a glance casually at Yi Futian. Too, this musician in her tavern was not a simple character. Luoyue didn't think much of it and continued to chat about other things for a while. I heard that the heavenly mandate realm has undergone major changes, with top principalities starting fights. Has uncle heard of this? Luoyue suddenly asked again. I have. Why? If you are interested, why not ask your father? Asked the housemaster of Taishan Tavern. He has been out practicing recently, Luoyue responded. Is that so? Several months ago, a great battle did erupt in the heavenly mandate realm. The celestial gate of vast heaven, heavenly mandate dynasty, and the violet heavenly palace suffered a considerable impact. Moreover, Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, had been cultivating at violet heavenly palace, and is said to possess outstanding talent. The swordsman you saw in the realm of ruin may not measure up to his level, the housemaster said. Luoyue nodded. How many geniuses were there in the land of the 9 realms? Even Taishan Mountain had some enthralling characters. The swordsman in the realm of ruin was indeed very strong, but whether or not he could compare with those at the peak was something else. Perhaps, Luoyue whispered. Luoyue, what do you think of the guqin? The housemaster of Taishan Tavern asked. Luoyue turned her attention to Yi Futian, who was playing quietly. Yi Futian lowered his head while strumming the strings. It was as if he was completely unaware of the conversation between the two. His music had already completely integrated into the mood of the banquet. If no one had mentioned it, Luoyue had almost forgotten it. It was not that the music was poor, but that it was so elegant that it lured the listeners into feeling that it was part of the banquet, just like the wine and food. It's remarkable, but hard to pinpoint just what made it so breathtaking, Luoyue replied in a low voice. She glanced at the musician. His temperament was gentle and graceful, extremely handsome. Though he seemed to be quite ordinary, in some ways he was particularly striking, just like his music. Young Master Shun is the tavern's musician, and guests of the tavern all praise his superb skills. The woman next to her said with a smile, "Great truths are always simple." The house master of Taishan Tavern smiled. She looked at her disciple and asked, "What's his name?" She didn't directly ask Yifutian, clearly because she didn't want to interrupt his cultivation, and she also wanted to test his concentration. "Master, his name is Xinjing." The woman responded in a low voice. "Xinjing, simple and unassuming. The name is just like the person." The house master of Taishan smiled. At this time, Yifutian's music slowed down as he came to a complete stop. He bowed his head slightly and said, "Elder's praise is hardly deserved by Xinjing." The house master of Taishan looked at Yifutian and smiled. "To play the music without being distracted. Your music reflects your emotional state, gentle and humble, handsome and full of grace. But humility itself is a different kind of pride. You must have seen and experienced many things." She was also a lover of the guqin, or she would not have hired a musician in the tavern. With her current cultivation, she was able to detect someone's personality from their music. Although she did not exhibit her authority and majesty, she was a well-known character within the Taishan region. Even in the entire higher heavens realm, disciples of Lord Taishan were high in rank, never mind just Taishan region. Those who were ordinary would feel a trace of restraint when they met her, but Yifutian's music sounded extremely stable. No trace of unsteadiness could be detected. The identity of this musician was probably more than what met the eye. Of course, she did not have much interest in digging. No matter what his true identity was or whether or not he deliberately approached her, it didn't matter much. In Taishan region, no one dared to plot against her. This was a kind of self-confidence. Lord Taishan, whose status in the higher heavens realm was known by all. Yifutian quietly acknowledged the other. He did not expect that by playing a simple song quietly, he had allowed the other to see so much. "Here is a little small something for a talent like you. When the opportunity arises, I will recommend you for a tryout at Taishan Mountain." The housemaster continued with a smile. She did not intend for Yifutian to respond, which surprised the others at the banquet. Luoyue also gave Yifutian a serious look. Although she could feel the excellence of the music, was Yifutian's music that outstanding? Taishan Mountain was a holy land of the upper heavens realm. Everyone there was not simple. Even if there were to be a musician there, only the top ones could qualify. Obviously, her uncle greatly appreciated Yifutian's musical ability, hence the thought of recommending him to Taishan Mountain. Ma Yi and the other also looked at Yifutian with some surprise. Clearly, they did not expect their master to have this idea. Yifutian himself also regarded the other party with some surprise and saw a smile from the housemaster of Taishan when she looked into his eyes. It seemed that his mood could still be affected. When Yifutian detected the eyes of the other, he immediately collected his thoughts and replied, "Much gratitude for Elder's commendation. I only said that I would recommend you. Whether or not you can go to Taishan Mountain stills depend on your level." The housemaster of Taishan smiled. But Luoyue knew that since her uncle had spoken, there was not much of a chance that this matter wouldn't go as she wished. Her uncle was the youngest disciple of the Grandmaster and was also a woman. Because the Grandmaster mainly spoiled her, the Lord of Taishan, her wishes, especially for such trivial matters, wouldn't even be questioned. Yifutian nodded slightly only to hear the other party continue. "You are an expert in melody. Have you heard that Taishan Mountain has one of the 10 famous divine melodies in Divine Prefecture? If you were able to enter Taishan Mountain, perhaps you may have the opportunity to experience it." Yifutian had never heard of such a thing, but after all, he had just arrived and could not have known about so many things here. His dark eyes gazed at the housemaster of Taishan Tavern. Yifutian got up and bowed slightly. "As you wish." The housemaster of Taishan smiled casually. "I will bid my goodbye." Yifutian turned and left, and there was a slight turmoil in his heart. After he came to Taishan Tavern, he had rarely communicated with the others. He had only exchanged a few words with Ma Yi and his junior sister. Yi Futian understood that those two were the disciples of the housemaster of Taishan Tavern, whose status in Taishan City was very notable. Although they were appreciative of his musical ability, it was more out of curiosity, and they didn't care too much about his existence. As for the housemaster of Taishan Tavern, he did not even know that it was a woman, only that the housemaster of Taishan was a disciple of Lord Taishan. Obviously, he did not anticipate that the housemaster of Taishan would see through him so clearly. What was even more surprising to him was that the housemaster of Taishan knew of his intent, but still didn't seem to mind. She even actively wanted to help him, which made him somewhat thoughtful. There were many legends and geniuses in this world, and one should never be too full of oneself. The truth was that were many who were much smarter than himself. Yi Futian came to Taishan Tavern as a musician, indeed aiming for Taishan Mountain. Only at the top places could the best people be met and the best view be had, which would only be that much more helpful for cultivation. But he never expected that the housemaster of Taishan Tavern would recommend and introduce him so quickly. After Yi Futian left, everyone at the banquet looked at the housemaster of Taishan with surprise. Ma Yi asked in a puzzled way, "Master really intends to recommend Xinjing to Taishan Mountain?" The housemaster of Taishan nodded. As far as she was concerned, she would not deceive a younger, junior person. Yi Futian also understood that in front of a powerful Renhuang, there was no value in deceiving him. But master, why? Ma Yi didn't quite understand. Just as Yi Futian thought, although Ma Yi was very curious about him, he didn't really consider him to be at the same level. Even Ma Yi could not enter Taishan Mountain to cultivate. Luo Yue and the others were also puzzled. Although the musician's performance was outstanding, would it worth introducing him to Taishan Mountain? This tavern has been in operation for many years. Many people from various walks of life have been through here. This is the first time I've seen this man, but his melody revealed many things that the eyes cannot see. Xinjing gave me a feeling that he has more than meets the eye, and I want to see if I am right or wrong. She smiled and said, "Uncle was aware that he wanted to enter Taishan Mountain?" Lin Yuan asked. Obviously, he was a bit more astute. The housemaster of Taishan nodded. If he came intending to enter, then why does uncle still help him? Luo Yue asked. Cultivators of the world, which one of them does not have a purpose? Take you, for instance. Which one of you doesn't want to enter Taishan Mountain to cultivate? The housemaster of Taishan smiled. Don't worry too much about that as long as it doesn't affect you. Besides, it was only as a musician, not as a disciple of Taishan Mountain. What he can accomplish in Taishan Mountain will depend on his own efforts and abilities, and it also confirms my judgment. It is a minimal effort to help others, so why begrudge it? And I will still receive his gratitude. 1-inch Luo Yue has been enlightened. Luo Yue nodded slightly when she heard those words and lost in thoughts. According to her father, her uncle's talent for cultivation was extremely high. From this small matter today, she could see uncle's generosity. 1-inch, it's late. Luo Yue, are you staying here at the tavern for a few days? Or are you going back to the city lord's office? Asked the housemaster of Taishan. Luo Yue will not disturb uncle's cultivation, Luo Yue replied. The group got up and bid their goodbyes and left. What happened today touched Luo Yue in her heart. One instance was with that swordsman in the realm of ruin, who defeated all others in the Saint Plain with a single blow. Then, there was what she had just seen in the tavern. Although it seemed inconsequential, she could still learn from it. As the night descended, the tavern was bathed in the quiet beauty of the night sky. Somewhere in an attic of the tavern, sounds of the guqin playing could be heard, which seemed to add more color to Taishan Tavern. Taishan region was named after Lord Taishan. This territory was, in reality, the territory of Lord Taishan. It was not necessarily his intention that it was this way, but when a person grew strong enough, many things tended to happen naturally. Moreover, Lord Taishan himself did not have the idea of creating a territory. Otherwise, Taishan region would have been even greater. Now, Taishan region was composed of 3 main territories, which were the 3 major forces. The main city, Taishan City, was next to Taishan Mountain. Because of its close proximity to Taishan Mountain, it was the core of the region, and the city lord was the second disciple of Lord Taishan. Furthermore, the youngest disciple of Lord Taishan was also located in this city, the house master of Taishan Tavern. Among the two other territories, one was created by Lord Taishuan's eldest disciple, who created Taishuanism, and was hailed as the Taishan Hierophant. The Taishan Hierophant was also the eldest disciple of Lord Taishan. After so many years, the territory of Taishuanism was now the largest in Taishan region. It long surpassed that of Taishan City, and its influence was great, with many powerful characters within the cult. Lord Taishan no longer bothered with matters of the outside world, so Taishuanism was considered the primary principality of the Taishan region. And another force was created by the third disciple of Lord Taishan. It was named String Palace, and this disciple was named Emperor of String. This was the only one that did not have the name of Taishan. But even so, the branch of Taishan had long been the absolute ruler in this territory. Yi Futian had carefully researched the specific situation of Lord Taishan these past few days. Previously, he didn't even know the gender of the housemaster of Taishan but had just assumed male as a matter of course, which was careless on his part. Fortunately, he had no dishonorable motives, so it did not affect anything. Since that day, he had not been to the realm of the ruin again, which made Luoyue, who had been searching there for many days, a little disappointed. And it was not just Luoyue, but many others were eager to find him but to no avail. The mysterious swordsman had completely disappeared after that glorious battle, and not been heard from again. This caused many chatter among the people of Taishan City. The mysterious swordsman who had a glorious moment in Taishan City, would he appear again? However, Yi Futian was unaware of all this. He spent most of these days cultivating quietly and practicing music. In fact, he rarely practiced music as he had before. On this day, Yi Futian finally had an opportunity. The house master of Taishan was going to Taishan Mountain to visit her master, Lord Taishan. In addition to her few disciples, Yi Futian was also included. There was a Fey mountain in the higher heavens, named Taishan, which rose into the sky and shines with the sun and the moon. Taishan Mountain was extremely famous only because of one person, Lord Taishan. On the ethereal and misty Taishan Mountain, it was exceptionally quiet. Although there were also many cultivators, the expanse of Taishan Mountain made these many celestial palaces seem tranquil and solitary. Many on the mountain got up and paid their respects when they saw the house master of Taishan. After all, Lord Taishan ever only had 4 disciples, and the 4 disciples had already achieved fame to exhibit their excellence. The house master of Taishan was the youngest in age and ranking only because her cultivation was a little lesser. But even so, she was a big name in the higher heavens realm, so no one dared neglect her. The house master of Taishan came all the way to the core area of Taishan Mountain. Above the sky in front of her, there was an unworldly celestial palace. She stopped outside the palace, and in front of her, an old man came forward and bowed slightly to the house master of Taishan. He was very polite and said with a smile, "Miss Four is here. Uncle Lon." The house master Taishan responded with a smile, addressing him as Uncle, showing equal respect. Uncle Lon was also a Renhuang who had been in the service of Lord Taishan for many years. Even when they were cultivating with Lord Taishan, the old man was already at their master's side. Although the old man acted as a steward in Taishan Mountain, he was considered a close and personal valet of Lord Taishan. No one dared to disrespect him. In fact, since it was not possible for Lord Taishan to manage outside matters, he was in charge. Therefore, the old man was addressing her as Miss Four, because, after all, he had watched the house master of Taishan grow into an empress. "Master is not in retreat, is he?" The house master of Taishan asked with a smile. "No, you came just in time. Great teacher came to visit my lord as well," Uncle Lon said with a smile. His words stunned the house master of Taishan. Although her perception was extremely powerful, she could not spy on the household of his master with divine spirit. That would be disrespectful. The great teacher was her eldest senior brother, the chief disciple of Lord Taishan, who was now known as the Taishan Hierophant and was also the strongest among the 4 of them. Disciple Jun Mu greets uncle. At this time, a young man with extraordinary temperament came over and bowed slightly toward the housemaster of Taishan. Jun Mu, a disciple of Taishan Hierophant. Is the eldest senior brother here to ask the master regarding matters of cultivation? Asked the housemaster of Taishan. If so, I will visit master another day. Behind them, Yifutian watched quietly, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart as he watched the scene played out. Was there discord between housemaster of Taishan and her eldest senior brother? She should be happy to see her senior brother here. Why would she want to leave? Linger is here, a voice called out. Yifutian saw a middle-aged man walking forward. His stride was great with each step he took, and he was wearing a loose robe. The breath coming from his body was calm and peaceful. His face was smiling, and his body was full of an unfathomable atmosphere. The Taishan Hierophant, the eldest disciple of Lord Taishan. There were not many who would dare to refer to the housemaster of Taishan by her maiden name. Eldest senior brother, the housemaster of Taishan smiled and said, If I knew you were here to visit the master, I would not have disturbed your visit. I am only to check in with master this time. Master knew that you were coming and asked me to come and welcome you. And you actually tried to slip away. Am I that scary? The voice of Taishan Hierophant was strong and powerful. Yifutian faintly felt that the Taishan Hierophant's plane was extremely high. Not at all. I'm only afraid that it will disturb the discussion between master and senior brother. The housemaster of Taishan smiled and then looked at Uncle Lon next to her. Uncle Lon, I met a musician at the tavern whose art was excellent. Would you take him to see if he may stay on Taishan Mountain as a musician? Uncle Lon didn't ask who he was but just smiled and nodded. Fine. Xinjing, come over and meet Uncle Lon. The housemaster of Taishan looked back at Yifutian and said. Yifutian stepped forward and bowed slightly toward Uncle Lon. Greetings from Xinjing to the honorable elder. Uncle Lan's eyes fell on him, and his eyes contained some deeper meaning. He moved his eyes away and smiled. Rest assured, Miss Four, I will handle it. The housemaster of Taishan also glanced at Yifutian. It was just a look without any emotion, but Yifutian felt an invisible pressure of might. Suddenly he had a feeling. Could there be more to the story? Brother, let's go to see the master, the housemaster Taishan said with a smile. They then left together and walked toward that celestial palace. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the palace, where there was a giant figure in the higher heaven realm, which would also be the first top power he was close to in the higher heaven. The eyes of Jun Mu, the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, fell on Yifutian. He said politely, I am the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, Jun Mu. Yifutian didn't understand the other's motive, but on Taishan Mountain, he wouldn't make the mistake of acting arrogant, so he also replied with respect, Musician of Taishan Tavern, Xinjing. Brother Shen was able to get a personal introduction into Taishan Mountain from uncle, which means your talent must be extremely unusual, Junmu said. Not enough to be compared to the disciple of the Hierophant, Yifutian responded evasively, as there was no easy answer to give. If there is ever an opportunity, I must experience your music, Junmu said, which surprised Yifutian. The word experience contained double meanings. One was the pure appreciation of the music. The second was learning from each other. Musicians in the world of cultivation cultivated in Guqin path. Thus, the appreciation of music could also mean battle. What Junmu meant was more like the latter. Of course. Yifutian feigned ignorance and nodded with a smile. No matter which one he meant, it didn't matter. Young Master Shen, come with me, Uncle Lon said at this time. Yifutian nodded and then left with Uncle Lon while the other disciples who came with the housemaster were waiting outside. Mai couldn't help but glance at Yifutian, feeling a little envious. Yifutian had the opportunity to cultivate at Taishan Mountain. Uncle Lon and Yifutian were walking, and Yifutian had some doubts but found it inappropriate to inquire at this moment. After all, he was just a musician, not yet qualified to ask anything about Taishan Mountain. You have questions? Uncle Lon looked at Yifutian and asked with a smile. Some. Yifutian nodded. Speak less, observe more. Uncle Lon smiled and didn't tell him anything else. They came to a place with 2 words written outside String Pavilion. The String Pavilion was very quiet. Although it was quaint, it was very clean. In the String Pavilion, Yi Futian saw many gyukins. On some of them, he even felt the will of the way. There were also many prestigious gyukins. In addition, there were also many musical scores on the shelves. This place was very elegant. Although it was unoccupied, it felt like it was not devoid of a master. What is this place? Yi Futian looked at Uncle Lon. This is the place where the 3rd young master cultivated before. Now, whenever the 3rd young master returns to Taishan Mountain, this is where he stays. Everything here was left by the 3rd young master. You will stay here from now on and take care of the String Pavilion and these gyukins. Of course, you can also play them, and you are welcome to peruse these music scores, Uncle Lon said with a smile. Among them, there are quite a few famous ones. The former residence of the String Emperor, Yi Futian secretly exclaimed, a little surprised. His first time at Taishan Mountain as a musician, and he was receiving such great treatment? He hadn't considered all of that before and just wanted to start as an ordinary musician regardless of his status. Elder, there are no tests? Yi Futian asked. Uncle Lon shook his head with a smile. Miss Four introduced Yi Futian, so he understood the implications of that. Take good care of the String Pavilion. You can use it and you can read, but you are not allowed to destroy the things inside. As Uncle Lon was speaking, he left, leaving Yi Futian there. After Uncle Lon left, Yi Futian was left alone in the String Pavilion. He was still in a trance. He had thought that it would take a long time to come to this absolute holy land in Taishan region, observe the cultivation of the people in this holy land, and make contact with its top characters. He did not expect everything to progress so fast just because of a few words from the House Master of Taishan. But when he learned that the House Master of Taishan was one of Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples, he was relieved. But this favor would not be easy to return. Although, officially, he was only the musician caretaker of the String Pavilion, Yi Futian was not so ignorant. He could use any of the gyukins at will and peruse the music scores collected here. What kind of good fortune was this? Countless many geniuses of Taishan region had difficulty even getting to Taishan Mountain, let alone guarding the String Pavilion. The String Pavilion was very spacious. Many gyukins were hanging everywhere, and as to the music scores on the bookshelves, Yi Futian took some and started reading them, soon becoming absorbed. His accomplishment in music was extraordinary, but the fact was that he had a solid foundation of spiritual will, and he had cultivated in divine melody and demon songs. As for his overall accomplishment in Guqin, there was still a lot of room for improvement. After all, he had only studied Guqin when he was a youngster, and his knowledge at the time was limited. And now, everything in this pavilion seemed to open up another door for him. Yi Futian entered a trance and was unaware of the passing of time or whether or not the House Master Taishan had already departed. However, she should not ask for him again, as her intention was to send him to Taishan Mountain. The String Pavilion also had a backyard. In the backyard, there were ancient mounds connected together. There were many man-made caves and flattened stone platforms. There were traces left by previous occupants everywhere, which were probably left by the String Emperor when he cultivated here. Yi Futian's body flickered and came to the edge of a mountain. In front of him was a sea of clouds. The clouds were misty, beautiful, and ethereal, and the scenery was magnificent and out of this world. But suddenly, a radiant figure emerged from the sea of clouds. Its brilliant wings illuminated heaven and earth. Colorful streams of light, along with divine light flowed. It was a divine bird. Yi Futian was stunned to see that it was a phoenix. The phoenix glanced at Yi Futian, and there seemed to be some surprise in those rebellious eyes. It then turned around and flew away. In the vast sea of clouds in the distance, clouds and fog tossed and tumbled with the occasional appearance of divine creatures, blue cranes, fire phoenixes, and such. There was also an ancient Guqin on the cliff by the sea. This ancient Guqin was engraved with the pattern of phoenix. It was a phoenix Guqin. There were several large characters carved into the giant stone next to it. Flight of the Phoenix Pair. There is something here. Yifutian waved his sleeves, wiping away the dust. Below the carving of the words Flight of the Phoenix Pair, lines of ancient golden characters were revealed, just like musical notes, imprinted directly into his mind. It was the music score. Yifutian sat cross-legged and was quietly absorbing the music score. After a long while, he opened his eyes and came to the guqin, placing his palms on the strings. Accompanied by the movement of his fingers, the rhythm fluctuated. It was like the chanting of Phoenix, crystal clear. The guqin played slowly. The sound drifted toward the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds rolled in the distance. The bright streaming light came toward this place as if a divine bird, the phoenix, appeared. Hovering above the sea of clouds, its eyes focused on Yifutian. The notes flickered and penetrated its mind, but its eyes did not waver, but it still focused on Yifutian. Finally, as if it couldn't help it any longer, a voice came out of its mouth. It's awful. The sound of the guqin came to an abrupt stop. Yifutian turned back to look at the phoenix. He was a little embarrassed. He was despised by this phoenix. Sorry, I haven't mastered this piece of music yet, Yifutian said awkwardly. This Flight of the Phoenix Pair was a song of the Phoenix guqin and could resonate with the phoenix, but clearly he had failed. In fact, when he was perusing the music score, Yifutian thought of Ling the Dragon Master. They could communicate with the dragons by the sound of music and create resonance, allowing them to control the true dragons directly and even release their abilities through the true dragon. This was the talent of the Dragon Master. And this Flight of the Phoenix Pair was similar but even more exquisite. I just needed to practice more, Yifutian continued when he saw there was no response from the other. Just don't torment me anymore, the phoenix uttered in a human voice. It said with annoyance, several other places have the same unusual guqin and music. You could just go and cultivate there instead. Yifutian was speechless. This bird really hated him. Every guqin is accompanied by its own piece of music? Yifutian asked. How capricious. Well, some were obtained by String Emperor's predecessors, and some were made by his own hands. You are still far from that level, the phoenix said. His eyes proud, looking at Yifutian, he said, Here, there are 6 prestigious songs left, which can all evoke visions, but it is not so easy to learn. Your attainments are too shallow and are not yet enough. My skill is poor? Yifutian was kind of depressed. This was the first time someone had questioned his musical skill. Very poor, Phoenix said bluntly. How poor? Yifutian looked really confused. Unbearable, Phoenix responded. Yifutian's eyes lingered on this phoenix. A great demon phoenix of true self-plane he could easily overcome. It had been a long time since he had unleashed on anyone. Mom, Dad, some people want to hit me. The phoenix sent out a cry into the far distance. Instantly, in the depth of the sea of clouds, 2 phoenix cries were heard, loud and clear. A mighty demon emperor swept through, looming over the heavens, and there was a strong pressure of the great path appearing above the sky, landing on Yifutian across the endless and distant land. Yifutian badly wanted to give the other a beating, but the tone of his voice changed immediately. He said with a smile, Beautiful Phoenix, we can discuss this. Did this girl call on her parents? Was this fair? The fact that there were 2 Phoenix demon emperors deep in the sea of clouds, what would this mean for the future? No wonder Taishan Mountain was really a sacred place. There were demon phoenixes in its backyard. Wasn't this great? Yifutian thought that when he got to this state in the future, he would also raise a great big horde. That would be really cool. How do you know that I am beautiful? The phoenix's body was dazzling with divine light. She turned into a human form. Her figure, after she shifted into human form, was perfect. Her skin was delicate, and her body was covered in a fiery red feather robe made of divine feathers. She was an extremely sexy woman, hot as fire. I know it just by the voice, Yifutian said seriously. He couldn't afford to aggravate her. As the progeny of 2 great demon emperors and born in Taishan Mountain, this little phoenix was probably created with the best between heaven and earth. Even though her cultivation was of the saint plane, but she still behaved like a young girl. Even Kong Xian, who was also the descendant of the demon peacock emperor, was still unable to compare with this one. Smart guy. The little phoenix assessed Yifutian seriously, then said, "You look pretty good. Are you the disciple of String Emperor?" "No." Yifutian shook his head. "You are not secretly coming here to cultivate on Taishan Mountain, are you? If so, I suggest you leave immediately," the little phoenix advised. "Uncle Lan allowed me to come here," Yifutian replied. "Is that so?" The little phoenix's beautiful eyes moved around as if thinking about something. No one had been to the string pavilion for a long time. Now that someone was here to play music, it would be alleviated of some of its boredom. "My name is Feng Yan. What is yours?" "Xinjing," Yifutian replied. "Feng Yan. Just as expected, your name is as beautiful as your person." One Feng Yan revealed a bright smile, and Yifutian secretly felt a little guilty. Little girls were so easy to appease. "Feng Yan, can you tell me a little bit about the situation here?" Yifutian asked. "Sure." Feng Yan agreed readily, but just then, a wave of heavenly might descended. A voice was heard, "Feng Yan, it's time to cultivate." Feng Yan's face collapsed in an instant. Above the void, a phantom figure of a phoenix appeared, looking down at Yifutian. "Xinjing greets the honorable elder," Yifutian saluted slightly. "If Mr. Lan let you cultivate here, then focus on cultivating in quiet and don't disappoint Mr. Lan." That phoenix spoke casually, her voice full of authority and majesty. She then took Feng Yan to leave. As Yifutian had suspected, Feng Yan's birth was exceptional. She had been born after both of her parents had become emperors, further blessed by spiritual treasure given by Lord Taishan. Feng Yan was born as a congenital saint and could reach saint plane through the natural process of growth. This was a talent only possessed by divine beasts, impossible for humans to achieve. Therefore, according to the comparison between the Phoenix clan and humans, Feng Yan was very young. This young one was very mischievous. However, if Mr. Lan arranged it, she would not do anything. Yifutian watched the other leave and felt a little bummed out. Since Feng Yan had always been here, she must know a lot about the String Pavilion and Taishan Mountain. If he could have coaxed her to stay, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, the looks from that female phoenix were pretty fierce. "Crap," Yifutian mumbled. He could only mumble slowly to himself. He looked at this area. 6 famous songs. It seemed that he would not be bored on this Taishan Mountain. Thus, Yifutian cultivated alone in the String Pavilion, as if forgotten by everyone else. No one paid attention to his existence, and he was happy to be by himself. Feng Yan would occasionally come to see him secretly, exchanging a word or two. However, that female phoenix guarded him like he was a thief or something, which really upset Yifutian. Was he that kind of person? Although Yifutian was not disturbed, many cultivators on Taishan Mountain knew of his existence. After all, he became the only guardian of the String Pavilion. This position was coveted by many but was hard to obtain. There were many cultivators on Taishan Mountain, including many geniuses of the younger generations. At this time, upon Taishan Mountain, a group was discussing. "Yesterday, I passed by the String Pavilion and heard the sound of the guqin inside. It should be the musician who was sent over by Miss 4? Someone said. "Xinjing, what is the background of this person?" Someone asked curiously. Everyone shook their heads, and one of them said, "It was said that he was a musician at Taishan Tavern, and because Miss 4 valued his talent in music, she took him up the mountain. Mr. Lan arranged for him to stay at the String Pavilion. String Pavilion on Taishan Mountain is the place that many yearn for. Why would someone who had just entered Taishan Mountain can cultivate N String Pavilion?" When he spoke, he looked at a young man next to him. That young man was also a cultivator of Guqin Path, whose attainment was great, but still, there was no such opportunity for him. String Pavilion, Rear Mountain, upon the stone platform among the sea of clouds. Yifutian was sitting cross-legged, playing a musical composition. As the sound of music rose, every note that jumped out was akin to the chanting of the phoenix. There was a brilliant divine light accompanying each lively note. If someone was here, they were bound to have the false sense that it was the phoenix singing. The sound of the guqin sounded like a phoenix chanting. Those notes surrounded Yifutian's body, and in the void, there were illusions of the phoenix, whirling between heaven and earth. In the sea of clouds, an extremely radiant divine light illuminated, like a picture of a phoenix dancing in 9 heavens, beautiful and perfect, a wonder in itself. In the distance, the sea of clouds tossed and turned, and the light of the golden flame flowed above the sea of clouds. A long whistle was heard, which echoed with the sound of the guqin. A real phoenix god bird rushed out of the sea of clouds, surging upward. Its wings spread, flying directly toward Yifutian. Yifutian seemed unaware, still playing in meditation. The sound of the guqin continued, as did the sound of phoenix chanting. Countless notes flowed into the mind of the phoenix and resonated with it. In this moment, Yifutian seemed to be able to perceive the emotion of the phoenix, even borrowing from its spiritual will. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his 10 slender fingers were still playing as the little phoenix flew around him. The shadows of the phoenix danced in the sky between heaven and earth, intertwining into a beautiful painting, just like a veritable wonderland. The little phoenix was extremely cheerful. Her voice was clear and ethereal, singing in harmony with the sound of guqin. After a long while, when the music slowly stopped, she stopped her dancing and flying, then landed beside Yifutian, shifting into her human form. The flight of the phoenix pair. The little phoenix stared at Yifutian with her beautiful eyes, a little surprised. She then smiled. You learn quickly. In just over a month, Yifutian had actually mastered the flight of the phoenix pair and was able to induce the vision of heaven and earth, luring the phoenix into its dance, a natural wonder. That's because I am a genius, Yifutian quipped jokingly. Little phoenix, before, when I was playing the music, I could feel the resonance with your spiritual will. Could this help your cultivation? Mutual help. If your plane is higher, your spiritual comprehension stronger than mine, then it will help me more. On the contrary, if my plane is higher than yours, it will help you a lot, Little Phoenix said with a smile. Flight of the Phoenix pair itself was a famous piece created based on the phoenix. It was a lovely song in itself, but if used in combat, its power would be equally strong. So, you are taking advantage of me, Yifutian said again. Little Phoenix blushed slightly and stared at Yifutian, saying, My plane is temporarily lower than yours, but I'm a natural-born saint. My progression will be rapid. Even Lord Taishan has said that my future is endless, as the definite candidate as the divine phoenix. I'm bound to ride the wind and sail into the 9 heavens. Not to mention, when did I ever say that I would cultivate with you? Fine. It's me who took advantage of you, Yifutian smiled. After these few days of contact, he and Little Phoenix had gotten familiar with one another. He knew that her temperament was still like a young girl, which made him kind of misleading her. That's more like it. Little Phoenix's face was a faint pink as she whispered, but that girl-like face was paired with a perfect figure. It was inexplicably attractive. Fortunately, Yifutian was already used to it, his mind devoid of other ideas. After all, he was not that kind of person. Again, Yifutian smiled and said, Yes, yes. Little Phoenix appeared a little excited. It was as if she were a natural fit with the flight of the phoenix pair. Feng Yen. A voice came from the void, and a bright divine phoenix appeared. It was Feng Yan's mother. She looked at Feng Yan and said, Let's go. Oh! Feng Yan suddenly lost her enthusiasm. She gave a quick wink at Yifutian and then moved toward the sea of clouds. Elder. Yifutian saluted the phantom of the divine phoenix in the void, and that phoenix gave him a deep look of assessment. He was able to master the flight of the phoenix pair in such a short time. She felt a little dazed. Once upon a time, when the String Emperor had also played the flight of the phoenix pair here, the husband and wife were the partners of the String Emperor, and they danced with the music. But then, the Emperor went down the mountain and built his own legacy, leaving the two of them here. The phantom illusion of the divine phoenix gradually dissipated, and the little phoenix had also dived into the sea of clouds in the distance. Yi Futian watched those disappearing figures and cursed secretly. This was guarding against thieves? Unfortunately, he couldn't win in this case. Is Brother Shen here? At this moment, a voice that came from outside the string pavilion that penetrated the void and came to the side, falling into Yi Futian's ear. Yi Futian was a little puzzled. For a month, he had been practicing alone in the string pavilion, accompanied only by Guqin, with only the occasional appearances of the little phoenix. This was the first time someone came to visit. Stepping forward, Yi Futian walked toward the string pavilion, came to the front yard, and saw a group of youths there. They were looking at him. The temperament of these people were all very unusual. He knew very well that for those who could enter Taishan Mountain to cultivate, they would not be simple people. Greetings from Xinjing to you all. Yi Futian bowed with his hand together in salute, gentle and polite. Long have we heard the name of Brother Shen. The young man in the middle of the group in front also saluted Yi Futian, saying, Chun Yu of Guqin Valley at Taishan Mountain. Since the news that Miss Four and Mr. Lan sent Brother Shen to the string pavilion for cultivation, we have all been curious. Today we have come to visit personally, and Brother Shang does not disappoint. Although the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan were already off the mountain to set up their own prospective settlements, there were still many places for cultivation on Taishan Mountain, such as Sword Abyss, Guqin Valley, and Alchemy House, all of which were managed by some elders on Taishan Mountain. They were all early followers of Lord Taishan but lacked the opportunity to become Lord Taishuan's personal disciples. Many years ago, Lord Taishuan's 5 major disciples were also from this group, but later, a disciple had perished, and Lord Taishan vowed never to accept another disciple as long as he lived. Therefore, even though some possessed unusual talent and had received personal guidance from Lord Taishan, he still would not accept them as personal disciples. After the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan came down the mountain, the Taishan Hierophant would often send some extremely talented geniuses to persuade Lord Taishan to accept them as disciples again, but he never did. Thus, the people of the higher heavens realm gradually began to understand that Lord Taishan would no longer have any more disciples. Guqin Valley was a place for practicing the art of Guqin. Lord Taishan possessed profound knowledge and broad experience. He was an expert at many abilities. The disciples he guided had all become masters of their own rights. Not only that, but Lord Taishuan's collection was also very bountiful. After Yi Futian heard that the visitors came from Guqin Valley, he guessed something. He was not a disciple of Taishan Mountain, and after being sent to Taishan Mountain, he was assigned to guard the string pavilion. This was not treatment available for just anyone. Not even the disciple of Guqin Valley had such good fortune. It occurred to Yi Futian that this was probably how connections worked. Who could imagine it was Miss For who sent him to the mountain? Or that Lord Taishan only had 4 disciples in total, and Miss Four was the only female disciple, so her status must be greatly exalted? Brother Chen flatters me. I am just a simple musician, who was fortunate enough to be in the care of Miss Four and Elder Lan, and to have this opportunity to guard the string pavilion here. I am not worthy of all you gentlemen visiting me in person. If I can be of service, just let me know and Xinjing will come to you. Yi Futian saw Chun Yu was polite and respectful, so he did not bother to probe the reasons behind it. He figured that to avoid any problems, he just had to be even more humble and low-key than Chun Yu. One, he didn't come to Taishan Mountain to bring the focus on himself, and he didn't want any trouble. He just wanted to cultivate quietly for a while to improve himself. When everyone heard Yi Futian's words, they gave him a deep and meaningful look. This guy was quite humble, and his voice showed sincerity. Brother Shun is overly humble, and since it was Miss Four who personally sent you to the string pavilion, your attainment of the Guqin must be outstanding. Another person said next to him. Not at all. Yi Futian shook his head. I was just a simple musician at Taishan Tavern, and I have no idea why Miss Four would value someone like me. However, it is my honor to have the opportunity to guard the string pavilion. So I will do my best and maintain all the Gyukins here. When everyone heard Yi Futian's words, a strange look appeared in their eyes. This guy was so humble and polite, and they could not find any faults with him immediately. No one could outright attack someone so amicable. Xinjing's attitude was rather impeccable. There are a lot of scores in the string pavilion. You must have read them? At this time, a woman appeared beside Chunyu, wearing a long skirt, flowing like a goddess. She had an outstanding temperament. She was also a disciple of Guqin Valley. Her name was Li Jin. Guqin Valley did not have many disciples nowadays. Chunyu and Li Jin were among the best. I have read a few, broad and profound, but there are many scores in Guqin Valley. I am afraid that it will be difficult to learn them all in my lifetime, Yi Futian replied. Indeed, Li Jin nodded slightly. I was fortunate enough to be selected to come to Guqin Valley to observe. I have seen 6 famous scores, but after many days of cultivation, I was still just scratching the surface. I found it impossible to induce the phenomenon between heaven and earth. It is a pity. Jin, you are too modest. Back then, your rendition of the flight of the phoenix pair was almost perfect, Chunyu said. Xinjing, you are now the guardian of the string pavilion. May I enter and take a look? Li Jin asked Yi Futian. Please. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. When Mr. Lan asked him to guard the pavilion, he did not forbid the others from entering. If he declined, it might cause controversy. Even though he was invited by the house master of Taishan to enter Taishan Mountain, he still didn't want to attract unnecessary attention, nor did he want to arouse hatred from others. All of them entered into the string pavilion, and Li Jin went straight to the sea of clouds in the rear mountain. A sense of longing was visible in her eyes. She once mentioned to the elders of Guqin Valley her intention to come to String Pavilion to cultivate, but it was rejected. After all, this was the former residence of the String Emperor, whose position in Taishan Mountain was high above all others. Naturally, no other disciples were allowed to come here to cultivate. But she didn't expect that Miss Four would send Xinjing to String Pavilion as a musician. Although he was officially just a caretaker of the pavilion, there were still many conveniences of his job. Li Jin sat down on the stone platform in the sea of clouds, her 10 slender fingers gently stroking the phoenix Guqin, then played slowly. All eyes fell upon her at once, and the elegant and crystalline sound of the phoenix was heard. It was especially moving. Under such a mood, Li Jin appeared even more dignified and beautiful. The sea of clouds rolled and turned, and the illusion of the phoenix began to manifest. A faint divine light flowed around her body. Phenomenon. When everyone saw this, they were slightly stunned. The 6 famous songs left by the String Emperor were able to evoke phenomena. So Li Jin's playing had definitely reached a certain level. Yi Futian looked quietly on the side. The phenomenon induced by Li Jin was obviously a bit different from his. It was almost there but still not pure enough. When the song was over, Li Jin still sat there, with some regret, and sighed in a low voice, "It's still lacking. You have done very well already. The 6 famous scores are not so easy to master," Chunyu said. Li Jin nodded gently as she stood up and looked at Yi Futian. The look in her beautiful eyes was a little complicated. A simple musician had such an opportunity to come here. If it were up to her, she would also be willing to guard the string pavilion as a simple musician. Since Miss Four had sent you here, she must have high hopes for you. Concentrate on cultivating the music scores here. All 6 famous scores are as profound as they are broad. Even if you can't learn them all, it would be of great benefit to your cultivation, Li Jin instructed Yi Futian. She was a genius of Guqin Valley and of the Nirvana Plane, so she had the qualifications to instruct Yi Futian. 2-inch well, I'll do my best. Yi Futian didn't say much, just smiled and nodded. Let's go, Li Jin said and headed outside. Chunyu also looked at Yi Futian and said, "Take this opportunity and cherish it." 1-inch thank you. Yi Futian smiled and watched the group leave the string pavilion. After Yi Futian sent the group away, he returned to the rear mountain behind the string pavilion. In a quiet environment alone, he felt a lot more comfortable. This way, no one should be offended, and there should be no one who would disturb him in the future. He was very satisfied with cultivating at the string pavilion, and, indeed, he owed a great favor to the house master of Taishan. This kind of condition to cultivate was simply too perfect to be interrupted, so he would not do anything to provoke trouble to change the state of things. He would try to be as low-key and humble as possible. That way, even if someone wasn't happy with him, they would have nothing to use against him. After all, everyone was a genius on Taishan Mountain. Even if there was some discontent in their hearts, it was impossible to throw a fit without a good reason, as that would have been beneath them. "Are they gone?" A voice came. Yifutian turned back to look at the little phoenix that appeared behind him, saying, "Why are you here again? Wasn't she taken away by her mother?" It was attracted by the sound of the guqin, but it was far worse than you normally are. "How can you put up such a front?" Little Phoenix looked at Yifutian with a weird look, somewhat disdainful. "This is called keeping a low profile," Yifutian said with some indignity. Who was putting up a front? Where did this little girl get her ideas from? Hypocrite. Little Phoenix grunted, then turned around and disappeared just as she had appeared. This place where he cultivated was entirely her backyard. Yifutian smiled and shook his head, then went to a place to sit cross-legged and continue to cultivate. Just as Yifutian had predicted, after that day, no one came to disturb him. Even though the disciples of Taishan Mountain had some opinions of their own because an outsider came to Taishan Mountain for the first time and was able to cultivate in the string pavilion, after seeing that Yifutian was polite and quite gentle and respectful to the disciples of Taishan Mountain, no one had anything against him. Even as the word spread about Xinjing's low-key modesty, many people at Taishan Mountain knew that there was now a humble guardian in the string pavilion. In what seemed like a short time, Yifutian had cultivated on Taishan Mountain for half a year. He rarely left the string pavilion in the past half a year. Besides music cultivation, he was comprehending music scores or cultivating in other arts. But, all in all, without the distraction of mundane matters, Yifutian was able to concentrate and completely immerse himself in the world of cultivation. And he had no choices either. Now, he couldn't do anything but work hard, because strength was the foundation of everything. His realm was even deeper, his mood was more stable, as the guqin path was very beneficial to the cultivation of the mood. At this time, above the rear mountain, on the cliff, a figure sat cross-legged and was strumming the guqin. The sound of guqin was very rapid, and there was a breath of extreme suppression between heaven and earth. The sea of clouds was also roaring and tossing as the landscape of this space, changing and morphing it. It gave the illusion that time had changed and space had moved. It seemed that the space Yifutian was in was a world of its own, closed off by the melody. Such a magnificent spectacle, if seen by the people of Guqin Valley, they would surely understand that this was a true natural phenomenon, inspired by the sound of the guqin, which was the worldly judgment of the 6 famous music scores of the string pavilion. This piece of music was very arrogant, and its difficulty was also extremely high. Yifutian has been practicing it for the longest time. Now, he basically had all 6 of them under control. Sonorous notes were still beating, but they gradually eased, and the phenomenon between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. Finally, the sound of the guqin stopped, but Yifutian's 10 fingers still hovered on the strings. He looked at the distant scenery and felt the passage of time. Everything was like a dream. He still remembered the last time he practiced the guqin like this. It had been with the Grandmaster at Donghai Academy. That year he was not yet 18. He had just started to come into his own, and Jeyu was with him also. In a blink of an eye, decades had passed, and once again he was studying guqin seriously. It all seemed to be a dream. Now, his guqin path had been refined by these many years of cultivating, and he could no longer be compared to his past self. Unfortunately, all this could no longer be seen by the Grandmaster. Looking at the distant sea of clouds, Yifutian felt something in his heart. He took a deep breath, looked down at the score, and plucked the strings with his fingers. In an instant, a high-pitched sound of guqin penetrated the sky. The crane chanting could be heard in the high heavens. In the sea of clouds, there was a sound of a long cry. In truth, there were divine cranes that were being awakened and flew above 9 heavens as if affected by the sound of the guqin. They cried from the depth of a lake somewhere. This song was actually a chaotic nation, but the artistic conception of the music was no longer the same as it was before. The sound of the piano was lingering, and the cranes were dancing. They were surrounded by heaven and earth. In the depths of the sea of clouds, there seemed to be two pairs of extremely bright eyes penetrating the boundless infinity. Their gaze landed on Yifutian. There were two figures standing above the clouds, a man and a woman, with extraordinary temperament. Both were wearing fiery red phoenix robes. They were the parents of little Phoenix. He had also learned worldly judgment, the woman whispered, a little startled. In half a year he has learned all 6 famous scores. This kind of musical attainment perhaps he himself was unaware of. The man also said, a little surprised. Compared to the string emperor of yore, he was not greatly behind. They vaguely understood that Miss 4 sent Yifutian to Taishan Mountain, perhaps not entirely because of the third young master. Yifutian's talent in the ways of Guqin Path was really special, so he was sent here by Miss 4 to come to the string pavilion for self-study. In just over half a year, he had actually learned 6 famous scores. His future was limitless, and in the future, he would perhaps be another sensational figure like the string emperor. After completing the 6 famous scores, he practiced many other scores again. And on this day, Yifutian finally walked out to the piano. However long he had been at Taishan Mountain was how long he had been cultivating in the string pavilion. This was the first time Yifutian had experienced the scenery of Taishan Mountain. Sometimes he encountered other cultivators on the way, but he didn't know them. When he was asking for directions, these people of Taishan Mountain felt even more strange and looked at him weirdly. Who was this guy? Was he really a cultivator of Taishan Mountain? He didn't even know where the Sword Abyss was. Was he serious? Sword Abyss was located in the southern part of Taishan Mountain and was the place of sword cultivation at Taishan Mountain. The swordsmanship at Taishan Mountain was extremely prestigious. Lord Taishan had collected many sword methods, and whose own swordsmanship was also superb. The second disciple of Lord Taishan, the current city lord of Taishan City, had inherited the swordsmanship of Lord Taishan. His reputation was enough to shake the world and became a dominant lord in his own right. Therefore, when Luoyue, the princess of the city lord's residence of Taishan City, heard that there was a powerful swordsman in the realm of ruin, she went there in person because she also cultivated in swordsmanship. Sword Abyss, as its name suggested, was an abyss. When Yifutian came here, he saw a sword peak directly inserted into the ground. Above that giant sword peak, there were ancient palaces located at different points of the peak with excellent views. In front of the sword peak, there was a huge canyon. Below, there were many palaces for cultivation, cave residences, and a gymnasium. Yifutian had come from the canyons below and looked up at the land above and the sword peak in front, with a slight wave in his heart. A good place, Yifutian admired. Not only that, but the entire sword abyss was filled with the infinite breath of swordsmanship, extremely saturated. This was the real holy land of swordsmanship. Above the void over the gymnasium, an amazing battle was taking place. Above the void, a figure in blue was standing between the heavens and the earth. His fingers were pointing to the sky, and countless divine swords appeared above the sky. It was shocking to behold. Many below looked up and saw the body of his opponent sail across the void, and in an instant, like the catastrophe of swordsmanship, the void seemed to be crushed under the swords. Crisp crackling sounds came out, and hundreds of sword marks appeared on the body of his opponent instantly, some of them even stained with blood. Great swordsmanship, Yifutian praised inside. It was indeed worthy of Taishan Mountain's sword technique. Brother Wan's sword technique is getting stronger, the other disciples of Sword Abyss exclaimed, smiling. Even the one who was defeated just grumbled, "Thank you, senior brother, for your mercy." It seemed that he did not care about his injury at all, which was inevitable in such sparring. "Your sword progress was not inconsiderable," Brother Wan said to the defeated man. The two went down together and cleared the battlefield to allow others to go up. The cultivators stood on the sides watching the battle, and Yifutian also stood there. The swordsmanship of the two were equally strong. It was at this time that senior brother Wan seemed to notice Yifutian's existence. He lifted his feet to go toward Yifutian, and the people around him suddenly realized that this person did not seem to be a cultivator from Sword Abyss. "Are you a cultivator from somewhere else in Taishan Mountain?" Wan Shui asked with some doubt. This was the first time he saw Yi Futian. He did not recall ever having seen this person on Taishan Mountain before. "Xin Jing, caretaker of the String Pavilion. Pleasure to meet the brother of the way." Yi Futian bowed. Suddenly, the people around him were a bit surprised. So this was the musician in the String Pavilion. They had all heard of Xin Jing's name, but this was the first they had seen him. "Disciple of the Sword Abyss, Wan Shui." Wan Shui responded to Yi Futian and saluted him in return. He said, "I heard that you were cultivating in the String Pavilion. So, what brought you to Sword Abyss?" "I know a little about swordsmanship and have cultivated in sword techniques, and have always admired the talent of those who cultivate in swordsmanship. I knew that there was the Sword Abyss, a holy land to cultivate sword techniques on Taishan Mountain. I desired to come and take a look to see if I could gain some comprehension to help with my progress in swordsmanship." Yi Futian replied. "Please do not laugh. Brother Shen is dedicated to learning, but specialization is important in cultivation," Wan Shui said. "Since Brother Shen has the opportunity to cultivate in the String Pavilion, you should concentrate on that." "Quite so," Yi Futian said, still with a smile. "I am only watching from the periphery occasionally, and not immersed in it, and I will still concentrate on the art of the Guqin as my main cultivation. Not to mention, in Sword Abyss I could also practice music, and perhaps I can resonate with the cultivation of swordsmanship." Wan Shui glanced at Yi Futian and thought that, just as rumored, this musician of the String Pavilion was humble and gentle. He didn't expect him to be so interested in learning. No wonder Miss Four had helped him. Just as well. "But you are not a disciple of the Sword Abyss, so you should take care not to step in places you shouldn't set foot in," Wan Shui instructed. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. "Thank you, brother." The Sword Abyss was very large and occupied one side of Taishan Mountain. Aside from what Yi Futian saw in front of him, there was also the Sword Cliffs and Sword Residence behind the Sword Peak. Sword Cliffs was also known as Sword Cliffs of Trials. Countless cultivators honed their swordsmanship there, leaving sword marks on many cliff walls, many of which were left by ancestors of great swordsmanship. Sword Residence, on the other hand, was the cave residence where many swordsmen cultivated. It was a blessed place, like heaven on earth. After the cave residences were emptied by the ancestors, they became unoccupied, and there were most likely records of swordsmanship comprehension inside. In addition, there were also superb sword techniques inherited from Taishan Mountain itself. Lord Taishan was knowledgeable and had many sword scriptures in his collection, some of which were definitely the most supreme. Many years ago, Lord Taishan himself was also a magical talent. Yi Futian watched the practice of swordsmanship in the Sword Abyss and watched disciples practicing. He was deep in thought. Although most of the disciples of the Sword Abyss could not beat him in swordsmanship, there must be someone among them with whom he could learn from, not to mention that their swordsmanship had been passed down from Taishan Mountain. The sword that he had just observed wielded by Wan Shui was extremely stunning. If the cultivation reached its peak, it would be an incredibly strong sword technique. Like the Guqin path, although he was good at it, he knew that even though he appeared powerful, his true skill was varied and unrefined. In swordsmanship, though he had combined his own comprehension and the soul-breaking sword techniques that he had acquired previously, he was relying heavily on the advantages of the way. In truth, his swordsmanship was far from sufficient, especially in the top tier of sword techniques. He was not nearly as invincible as was rumored in the realm of ruin. "What do you think?" Yi Futian was watching the swordplay when several disciples of the Sword Abyss approached him and asked him a question, smiling. "The disciples of Sword Abyss are superb in swordsmanship," Yi Futian said with a smile. "You are an expert in music, and now that you are observing the swordplay, do you have any comprehension?" The person asked again. "All methods are connected, including the sword techniques. Before, I saw that Brother Wan's swordsmanship was superb. After that, I saw several others' swordsmanship. Though wielded differently, they all had the shades of that one technique. I would greatly like to know if they were all from the same sword technique?" Yi Futian asked. "That's right. The other nodded and said with a smile, "This sword technique is one that all the disciples of Sword Abyss want to learn, but the disciples of Sword Abyss are many. Those in the Saint Plane who can reach the level of Brother Wan are few at best. Even swordsmen of Runhuang Realm at Taishan Mountain find it difficult to accomplish." "What sword technique could be that enticing?" Yifutian asked curiously. "The fleeting divine sword." The young man smiled and said, "But most people can only cultivate to the first level, a glimmer of sky. This first level is the most suitable for those who understand the way of space. Its power us the strongest, the most authentic." "So it is. But Brother Wan's sword was more than a glimmer. What level is he at?" Yifutian asked. The other looked at him with a smile and said, "The second level, cleave of all things. When cultivated to this level with a single sword strike, the void will be cut into countless pieces, hence the name." "How about the third?" Yifutian asked. "The third level of the fleeting divine sword naturally would be fleeting. However, only very few Renhuang on Taishan Mountain have cultivated to this level. Once the sword is deployed, time flows like water, and years go by, hence the name fleeing. With the fleeting divine sword, there is no countermeasure, and ultimately this technique is also divided into different strengths. Only those who are experts at a variety of the strengths of the Great Path can reach the peak. On Taishan Mountain, only the Lord has reached the ultimate state of the fleeting divine sword." The other party smiled and explained, gazing at Yifutian with interest. They asked, "Brother Shen is interested in cultivating in this technique? Seeing how unusually powerful this sword technique is, I am a little interested, but my talent is limited. If I choose to cultivate it, I don't know which level I could reach." Yifutian replied in a low voice and did not deny his intentions. He did not come to Sword Abyss for frivolity, but to cultivate, so there was nothing to hide. It's easy for Brother Shenjing to get started. Although the fleeting divine sword is the ultimate sword technique, the first two levels are not a secret. There will be no problem if you are interested to cultivate. Moreover, the Sword Cliffs of Trials contains many marks of previous cultivations, so you can take a look," the other added. Yifutian nodded slightly. "Thank you for telling me. It's but a small matter," the other replied with a smile. They continued, "If there is any problem, Brother Shenjing can come to us." "For sure," Yifutian answered, and the other left. Yifutian watched for a few more moments before leaving Sword Abyss. Afterward, besides practicing in the String Pavilion every day, he also watched the swordsmen in the Sword Abyss. Everyone in Sword Abyss knew now that they had a musician who liked to learn. He was also the guardian of the String Pavilion, the one Miss Four personally escorted to Taishan Mountain. Yifutian was very quiet at Sword Abyss, spending most of his time watching the swordsmen and observing. He rarely spoke to anyone. Occasionally, he would ask some questions, and his humble and studious attitude made many others like him quite a bit. After all, the disciples of Sword Abyss were mostly in the Saint Plane, and they all had extraordinary temperament. Under circumstances that did conflict with their own interests, they were more than willing to answer Yifutian's questions when prompted. Over time, Yifutian seemed to have become one of the disciples of Sword Abyss. Many of the cultivators of Sword Abyss were used to his existence. However, Little Phoenix was often displeased and secretly complained that Yifutian dabbled in everything. Instead of concentrating on the Guqin path, he had now gone to the Sword Abyss frequently to study sword techniques. With no one to chat with, the Little Phoenix was deprived of some enjoyment, as she greatly liked when Yifutian played the Flight of the Phoenix pair, with which she could resonate. Every time she heard this piece, she would feel herself progress. It was as if she, too, was moving toward the next level. On this day, a guest arrived at Sword Abyss, which was a quite lively occasion. The young mistress of City Lord's residence at Taishan City, Princess Luoyue, whose father, the City Lord of Taishan City, had inherited the swordsmanship of Lord Taishan. Previously, Luoyue had also practiced at Sword Abyss for some time. This was the place where she learned her craft, and today, the City Lord of Taishan took her to visit the Lord, so Luoyue took this opportunity to revisit Sword Abyss. Many disciples at Sword Abyss knew Luoyue, and they were accustomed to addressing each other as brothers and sisters. At this time, there was a sword cliff behind Sword Abyss and Sword Peak. Many disciples were there. This was a famous sword cliff at Sword Abyss. Upon the cliff wall, there were marks of swordsmanship left by a very powerful elder. Many would come here to observe the sword will that was contained within. Luoyue stood in front of the cliff wall and looked at the sword cliffs. Although her father was a mighty figure in swordsmanship and derived other methods of battle from his swordsmanship, the attacks even included those of battle axe. Sometimes, however, it still required the expediency of other sects to absorb even more knowledge. Her cultivation of the fleeting of the divine had encountered a bottleneck at the second level, cleave of all things. It was difficult for her to advance any further. Therefore, she wanted to come to Taishan Mountain again, and so, her father brought her. Looking at the cliff, Luoyue's body could not help but exude a powerful sword will. The sword of eradication was wrapping around this space. For a long time, her shape flashed and pointed toward the void. Suddenly, a great amount of sword chi swept through the void. A devastating storm of sword chi now appeared, cutting through the sky above. Sister Luoyue's sword is even more refined. It won't take long for the cleave of all things to become a reality. At this time, a voice spoke. It was Wan Shui, a disciple of Sword Abyss, addressing Luoyue. Senior brother praises me too much. I know my level, and it is still a ways away compared to senior brother, Luoyue whispered. She could not help but recall the swordsman she encountered in the realm of ruins. His sword was very simple, and a single sword strike sufficed. She wondered how it would compare with brother Wan Shui. There's not much difference. It is already on the verge, and a breakthrough can happen at any moment, Wan Shui said. Luoyue, let me try the sword for you. Luoyue looked at Wan Shui, then nodded and said, Thank you, brother. As they finished speaking, the two walked to one side and were suspended in midair. Many figures flashed over this way in preparation to watch the exchange between the two. Clearly, Wan Shui intended to use his swordsmanship to guide Luoyue. In an instant, sword chi was everywhere, and as everyone expected, as outstanding as Wan Shui's sword, he had left some room because his goal was to guide Luoyue. Step by step, Luoyue's sword was very similar to his, but there always seemed to be something missing. At this moment, suddenly, the sound of guqin was heard. It merged into the sword. It was as if the sound of the guqin perfectly matched the exchange of swordsmanship. Some continued to watch the swordplay, while some glanced in the direction of the music. It was Xinjing who had been playing often recently, and no one was surprised by it. Wan Shui and Luoyue's swords were getting stronger. Wan Shui began to apply pressure in an attempt to force Luoyue to unleash her sword, but Luoyue still felt that she somehow fell short. At this moment, the sound of the guqin flowed into her ears, and an illusion appeared in her mind. The sound of music was like that of the sword. She could not help but wave her hand. In an instant, the sword light was shining, and a flash of radiant sword light also crossed Luoyue's beautiful eyes. As her heart surged, in an instant, the sword will form her body was getting even stronger. Buzz! One sword manifested. It brightened the 9 heavens and collided with Wan Shui's sword. At this moment, the two storms intertwined. The sword was annihilated and the battle stopped. After a while, everyone saw that the sword chi had gradually dissipated, and in the void, the two stood opposite each other. Congratulations, junior sister, Wan Shui said with a smile. Success. All the disciples were a little shocked. Senior brother Wan tried the sword for Luoyue and successfully led her to comprehend and reach an epiphany, leading to a breakthrough in swordsmanship. Now, her strength was even more superb. At this moment, Luoyue was still in a daze. The feeling of the sword just now. Thank you, senior brother, for trying the sword with me. Luoyue bowed slightly to Wan Shui. You were only a step away. You would break through sooner or later. It had little to do with me. Wan Shui smiled. A single step could be a trap for a long time. Luoyue shook her head. This was something she understood. At this time, she turned her eyes and looked at the figure on a boulder in front of the cliff. Yifutian sat there with a guqin in front of him, but at this time the music had already stopped. She remembered the musician at Taishan Tavern, Xinjing, and had heard that he was now guarding Gyukins in the string pavilion. He was very eager to learn, and had come to the sword abyss to cultivate. Was that moment just now a coincidence? Luoyue murmured in her heart. That flash of spiritual light seemed to be guided by the sound of Guqin. Xinjing greets Princess Luoyue. Seeing Luoyue looking at him, Yifutian smiled and nodded at Luoyue. Luoyue looked at Yifutian, and seeing that the other did not appear out of sorts, thought that she was thinking too much. Uncle sent you to Taishan Mountain just as a musician, but there are still many opportunities. Concentrate on cultivating. Luoyue said to Yifutian and then left. Yifutian remained there, his eyes on the cliff, and continued to meditate his sword techniques. Luoyue was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City, but she was not overbearing. Whether in the Battle of the Realm of Ruins or the meeting at Taishan Tavern, he had felt positive about her. Not to mention, she was also related to the house master of Taishan as a disciple of Taishan Mountain. His admission into Taishan Mountain to cultivate was a favor. When he saw that Luoyue needed help, he was able to help her with the music without being too obvious about it. After all, even without him, Luoyue would make a breakthrough on her own sooner or later. To him, it was just an easy task that cost him nothing, so there was no reason to be stingy. It was just as how the house master of Taishan had helped him to get to Taishan Mountain. Xinjing, when I listened to your Guqin, it matches perfectly with the battle of swordsmanship. It seemed as if I had heard nothing at all. It didn't appear to be intrusive. A person next to him said, I guess to get to this point, your expertise in Guqin's superb, and you must also have a deep understanding of swordsmanship? Yifutian looked at the speaker and smiled. These days, many recognized him in Sword Abyss, so they would often talk to him. In front of the disciples of Sword Abyss, how dare I speak about the understanding of swordsmanship and show off? Yifutian said with a smile, full of humility, as usual. The other was accustomed to it as well and smiled. Could it be that you deliberately hide yourself and your skills? I have never seen you practice the swords in Sword Abyss. The speaker's tone was very casual. They were obviously joking. I came to Sword Abyss to observe the swordplay. As for practicing, I better practice in secret when I go back so you guys won't laugh at me. Yifutian responded with a smile. Many around him smiled. Yet another said, but I think that you, Xinjing, are hiding your skills. Maybe you have already made some achievements in swordsmanship. Yifutian shook his head without saying anything more. His gaze continued to be fixed on the cliff wall. He was meditating. There was nothing more important than cultivation. With this opportunity for cultivation at Taishan Mountain, naturally he would not waste it. He would use this opportunity to elevate his cultivation. On the other side, Wan Shui and Luoyue left together. Luoyue was still thinking about the breakthrough that had just happened. Although she thought it was a coincidence, that sound of Guqin so perfectly helped her. Perhaps even Xinjing himself was not aware of it. Xinjing's music was transparent. Its mood was extraordinary, and it was indeed a talent as far as the Guqin path was concerned. Perhaps this was the reason why Uncle sent him to Taishan Mountain in the first place, but it was not clear why he came to cultivate his swordsmanship. Brother Wan, what do you think of Xinjing? Luoyue asked. Not bad. Humble and studious, his future is promising. But it's unknown just how talented he is. But since Miss Four endorsed his entrance into Taishan Mountain, there must be something outstanding about him, Wan Shui responded, which was also his honest opinion. Visit our comic site webnovel.live. Well, there is a charm to his music. It's very pure. Luoyue nodded slightly. Brother Wan, if you have the opportunity, keep an eye on Xinjing. We have met once, so we knew each other, and because he was also sent by Uncle, don't let him be isolated because he's not a disciple of Taishan Mountain. Relax. Xinjing is well-liked, and many disciples of Sword Abyss also take good care of him. Wan Shui smiled. Even without your instructions, because of Miss Four, we will do what we can. Very well. Luoyue nodded gently. Thank you, brother. Her instruction was considered returning the favor of the other, who had no idea how he had accidentally helped her to break through the realm of swordsmanship. Best wishes for him to achieve something great here. Liyue couldn't help but think of the mysterious swordsman in the realm of ruins. If he came to Taishan Mountain to cultivate, he would certainly have infinite potential. Unfortunately, after that day, the mysterious swordsman disappeared. How would she know that the swordsman she was thinking of was cultivating swordsmanship at Sword Abyss? It was the same person she had asked to be taken care of. Without noticing, some time had passed. Yi Futian cultivated daily. On this day, in the land behind the string pavilion, he stood on the edge of the cliff in front of the sea of clouds. He held a sword in his right hand. His palms were stretched out as if time and space were still, but there was an invisible might in the surrounding heaven and earth. It was extremely suppressed. This sense of might seemed to permeate into every corner between heaven and earth, and it was everywhere. The palms passed over, and in an instant, a dazzling golden divine light flashed and disappeared. A golden trace appeared in the sea of clouds in front of him, which seemed to be bisected, but Yi Futian's movements did not stop there. His feet moved forward, and his arms passed over again, and another golden line bisected the space. It seemed to be cut through. This was the first level of the fleeting divine sword of the ancient sword, a glimmer of sky. With each strike, a line in the void would cut through the sky. As he moved forward, Yi Futian unleashed sword strike after sword strike, and the sea of clouds turned from a state of calmness to highly turbulent, with the storm of swordsmanship tossing and turning. Countless sword marks crisscrossed. It was as if, unconsciously, the swordsmanship had transformed from the first level, a glimmer of sky, to the second level, cleave of all things. After a moment, Yi Futian stopped and stood quietly above the sea of clouds. You practiced this long, and this is it? At this time, a clear voice was heard, and Yi Futian knew that it was the little phoenix. He looked up to Feng Yan, feeling the breath that came from the other. There was a smile in his eyes. You broke through. Yes, now I'm the same as you, Feng Yan said with swagger. Not bad. You broke through without even realizing it, Yi Futian said under his breath, a little envious in his heart. This kind of talent for cultivation was something that even many geniuses could not possess. The natural-born saint was indeed powerful. That's because I am the divine phoenix. Feng Yan held her head up high and looked at Yi Futian with some contempt. Unlike you, instead of practicing Guqin Path, you ran over to Sword Abyss to practice swordsmanship, and after such a long time, your fleeting divine sword is still at this level. Did you just pass the first level? Yi Futian looked confounded. Was he being made fun of? He looked at the little phoenix with a smile. It seemed that, after the breakthrough, Feng Yan was a little puffed up. At this moment, Feng Yan was staring at him without blinking. Judging from her posture, she was clearly a little excited and wanted to give it a try. Do you also know of the fleeting divine sword? Yi Futian asked with a smile. There are many at Sword Abyss who know of this sword technique in Taiwan Mountain. So how could I not? Feng Yan said proudly. Yi Futian nodded. The disciples of Sword Abyss had also claimed that there were many who had cultivated the fleeting divine swords, but few were able to accomplish it because its power was great. So all those who cultivated in swordsmanship wanted to learn it, but very few were ever able to reach the peak of its power. Good. Since you know this technique, how about we give it a try? Yi Futian said with a smile. Great. Just as Yi Futian had guessed, Feng Yan came because she was eager to try it. Now, seeing as how Yi Futian offered, she immediately agreed. This time, she would make this guy so embarrassed. It would be a change from his usual air of haughtiness. Let's get started. Feng Yan seemed a bit impatient, and the moment her words faded, Yi Futian instantly felt the temperature between heaven and earth rise sharply. In just a moment, it was like a furnace. An imaginary divine flame enveloped the world, and Yi Futian seemed to be wrapped within it. There was a long whistle, the whistle of the phoenix reached the 9 heavens. A giant illusion of the divine phoenix appeared above the sky. The sea of clouds was branded red under the flames, and Yi Futian's body also seemed to be burning. However, he was still standing there quietly, extremely calm. With some movement from his mind, sword will traversed the vast space. It was seemingly everywhere. The sharp whistling of the sword came out, a little piercing. The entire void was filled with an extremely sharp breath. I'm going to make a move. Yifutian looked at Feng Yan. I'm going to make a move too. Feng Yan's pupils were burning with divine flames that shot toward Yifutian's eyes. Yifutian felt his will was also burning. He smiled as he stepped forward, disappearing in an instant, and the sword in his hand also sailed across with his body. Boom! The divine flame on Feng Yan also exploded at this moment, burning the world. But Yifutian's figure disappeared in front of her. She found out, much to her shock, that in an instant, Yifutian's illusions were all around her. It was as if he was everywhere, and everywhere he passed, his sword did too. An extreme sense of danger came over her, and Feng Yan's face changed suddenly. She felt that the space she was in seemed to be shattering. She was in a prison forged by cleave of all things. Countless crisscrossed sword marks were about to smash this space. Dad, Mom! Feng Yan closed her eyes and shouted. One buzz. A figure disappeared in a flash, and Yifutian pulled Feng Yan's body out of there, as if intentionally leaving a gap. Below, the space was cut into countless fragments as if completely pulverized. Feng Yan opened her eyes and looked down, rather fearful. Then she raised her eyes and stared at Yifutian angrily. You were playing for real? Yifutian looked at her innocently. You actually had the heart to strike? Feng Yan was extremely upset. Yifutian had no response. Two extremely dominant authorities of heaven descended, and a pair of phoenix demon emperors appeared in front of Yifutian. Yifutian's mouth twitched. Was she calling her parents again? How could they play? Xinjing greets has the elders. Yifutian's heart was galloping, but on the surface, he was still politely showing his respect. Two demon emperors stared at him. Their pressure of might bloomed. One could only imagine how much pressure Yifutian felt at this moment and how wronged he felt. Dad, Mom, he bullied me. Feng Yan said aggrievedly in a weepy voice. Yifutian was almost weeping himself. How shameless. You want to show off and now you are in trouble? The mother phoenix said to Feng Yan. It was not a bad thing for this girl to taste some hardships. She did not know her limit. Elder is wise. Yifutian was grateful. As heaven was his witness, when did he bully Feng Yan? You are not some good bird yourself. She is but a child. Why did you unleash such strong technique? The mother phoenix stared at Yifutian and asked. Air. Yifutian looked stunned, and he really wanted to rebuke with something like, you are the bird, and in fact your whole family is. But he dared not. One Feng Yan, a child? As a mother, she was on the side of her child no matter what. You learned your sword technique from Sword Abyss? Feng Yan's father asked. Yes. Yifutian nodded, and the other fell silent. The two demon emperors looked at each other, and their hearts were a little shocked. This guy had learned all 6 famous songs, and in such a short time, he had achieved the 2nd level of the fleeting divine sword. Was he here to guard the string pavilion, or was he here to steal the art? If this continued, would all the secret inheritances of Taishan Mountain be stolen? As the end of the year drew close, the number of cultivators visiting Taishan Mountain was increasing, and many of those who had gone to cultivate in the outer realms had all begun to return. On this day, Taishan Mountain was lively. Lord Taishuan's 3rd disciple, String Emperor, had come from the String Palace to visit his master Lord Taishan, which caused many on Taishan Mountain to chatter. Moreover, many thought of Xinjing, the guardian of String Pavilion. Now that the String Emperor had returned, no one knew what he would think of Xinjing. If Xinjing's luck held up, maybe he could become a disciple of String Emperor. Soon after the String Emperor Qin went up to Taishan Mountain, Miss 4 of Taishan Tavern in Taishan City had also come back, which caused more chatter among the disciples of Taishan Mountain. Miss 4 and the String Emperor still enjoyed a great relationship. Every time the String Emperor appeared, Miss 4 would not be far behind. In the palace of Lord Taishan, there were bursts of hearty laughter. Those who heard it all sighed and thought Lord Taishan was probably only this merry when his disciples came to visit. There were many rumors that Lord Taishuan's favorite was Miss 4. Miss 4, who was the youngest and was the only woman among the 4 disciples. Therefore, she was naturally favored. Lord Taishan treated her like his daughter. The String Emperor was also younger and liked by Lord Taishan. One Yi Futian cultivated in the String Pavilion this day and did not go to the Sword Abyss. He was the only one in the String Pavilion, so he was not very aware of the goings-on outside. At this time, he was still cultivating Guqin in the rear mountain. The quiet space, the misty sea of clouds, the sound of Guqin was melodious, beautiful, and had a strong penetrating power. Between the seas of clouds, there was a dazzling divine brilliance. It was gorgeous and radiant. A beautiful divine bird phoenix could be seen shuttling back and forth between the clouds in Cultivation, as if inspired to dance by the sound of Guqin. Flight of the Phoenix pair was the piece Yi Futian played most often because it was helpful to Feng Yan. Although he didn't say anything and even often argued with her, Yi Futian still played this song once in a while to resonate with the little phoenix. Although the girl's habit of often calling her parents for backup had greatly annoyed him, he was not in the habit of arguing with children. The rhythm of Flight of the Phoenix pair was extremely beautiful. As the song ended, its mood still lingered. Yi Futian's 10 fingers moved away from the strings as if he felt something. Suddenly, he looked up. A middle-aged man clad in white fur stood there quietly, without a trace of his breath. His whole person seemed to have blended into the space between heaven and earth. Yi Futian secretly shuddered. Someone had come near him and he did not even feel it. Yes, he was concentrating on playing the Guqin, but his realm was of a certain level. If the other had wanted to attack him, he would not have even known it, so one could only imagine the prowess of this person. Visit our comic site webnovel.live of course. Anyone who could achieve this level had no need to resort to an ambush as he could kill him at will. Yi Futian got up calmly. He faced the middle-aged man in the white fur and bowed slightly. Xin Jing, the guardian musician of the String Pavilion, greets the elder. The person who came here undetected was naturally a cultivator of Taishan Mountain, and a powerful Renhuang at that. His status in Taishan Mountain must be high above all others. Yi Futian had some idea who this person might be. Xin Jing, the man repeated in a low tone, and Yi Futian nodded. He raised his eyes and looked at the other, and saw that the man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. He looked elegant and gentle with an excellent spirit and was very attractive. Such a temperament must be irresistible to women. In the distance, the sea of clouds rolled over, and a gorgeous divine light shone between heaven and earth. The two figures appeared directly in the sea of clouds not far from Yi Futian. It was the pair of divine birds, the phoenixes. Their eyes were fixed on the man. They said, "You have returned." Upon hearing their words, Yi Futian knew that his guess was correct. Their master had returned. The master of String Pavilion, the third disciple of Lord Taishan, the String Emperor. The String Emperor nodded slightly only to see the little phoenix fly over in a hurry. Her beautiful eyes looked curiously at the String Emperor in front of her. "Feng Yan, where are your manners?" Next to her, her father prompted her, and the little phoenix came to and bowed. Feng Yan greets the String Emperor. She is all grown up. The String Emperor revealed a gentle smile. He looked at Feng Yan. His eyes were extremely gentle and kind. He had witnessed Feng Yan's birth and blessed her so that Feng Yan was born with a unique gift, a natural-born saint. Later on, he visited more infrequently and had not seen Feng Yan much. Now, in the blink of an eye, she was already growing up to be a fine young lady of the unblemished plain. At this time there were footsteps. The two phoenixes shifted their gazes there. They bowed again, saying, "Miss Four." Yi Futian also looked over there. Not far behind the String Emperor, someone walked quietly this way. It was the house master of Taishan who had sent him to Taishan Mountain to cultivate in the first place. She exuded noble temperament, and her statuesque figure was somewhat seductive. "Elder," Yi Futian bowed and said. The String Emperor turned to look at the house master of Taishan, whispering, "Junior sister." But the house master of Taishan didn't look at him. She walked right past by him, and her gaze landed on Yi Futian. "How is cultivation on Taishan Mountain? Have you gotten used to it?" "It's been very good so far, and the disciples of Taishan Mountain have been taking great care of me." Yifutian nodded and added, "All thanks to you, elder." "Well," the house master of Taishan nodded, "all this talk of elder is making me feel quite old. Call me sister." Yifutian looked stunned. This was not right. It was very wrong. Although he had met the house master of Taishan once and also accepted a favor from her, when did their relationship become so intimate? Sister? Not exactly. This must be some kind of scheme. Many thoughts flashed past his mind in just a moment's time. Just then, the string emperor had called out to the house master of Taishan, and she did not respond. Technically, the string emperor was her senior brother, and her response was very unusual. The two possibilities could be that 1, they had a poor relationship, or 2, they had such a good relationship that common protocol did not apply. If it was very poor, then the house master of Taishan would not have come at all. And then, recalling Uncle Lan's initial attitude of sending himself here directly, Yifutian suddenly seemed to understand something, and there was a sense of enlightenment. Yifutian suddenly thought of the piece he had just played, The Flight of the Phoenix Pair. It was about the phoenixes traveling in pairs, and it had exceptional significance. When he considered this, Yifutian felt tense all over. This was tough. Did he dare to call her sister? Yifutian said nothing, panicking inside. "What? Do you think I'm old?" The house master of Taishan smiled softly and looking charming. "She beautiful beyond description." Old? In the world of cultivation, such a concept did not exist, especially for those whose status was of an empress, as they were eternally youthful. The charm of the empress was so attracted that no one could even imagine them to be that old. But the string emperor was looking on right beside him. Without a clear picture of the relationship between the two, would he dare? If he got killed, he wouldn't even know how he died. "Don't joke with the likes of me." "I dare not," Yifutian replied honestly, because he really dared not to do so. The house master of Taishan still looked at him with a smile. But now, there was a bit of contempt in those beautiful eyes. Yifutian was fine with that. He was perfectly willing to give up when necessary. His life was more important. "This is Xinjing, a musician in my tavern. Not only is he handsome, but his musical skill was of a high level, so I sent him here to Taishan Mountain. My original intention was to have him cultivate in Guqin Valley, but I didn't expect Uncle Lan to place him here." Just then, those beautiful eyes of the house master of Taishan turned to the string emperor at her side. She said, "Since senior brother has returned, I will take him away." Xinjing apologize. Yifutian was a little speechless. He did not believe that the house master of Taishan was unaware that Uncle Lan had placed him here. That day when she sent him, she went up the mountain to visit Lord Taishan while Uncle Lan sent him to the string pavilion. At that time, she had not left yet. This was too hypocritical. Yifutian looked at the string emperor, bowed slightly to pay his respects, and just as he was about to speak, the string emperor spoke first. "Not necessary." Yifutian's body stiffened. He was caught in a dilemma. Since Uncle Lan put you here to cultivate, let's say it was fate. I don't come often, so it is good to have a musician to guard the pavilion for me. In the future, you should continue to cultivate here," the string emperor said to Yifutian. A lot of ideas came into Yifutian's mind. If he continued to stay in the string pavilion, would the string emperor use that opportunity to secretly get his revenge? If it was because of that unspoken sister that he was now angry, it was truly unfortunate. "Thank you, elder." Yifutian dared not reveal what he was actually thinking. He bowed to show his appreciation. "But he is my person," the house master of Taishan said, looking at the string emperor. Yifutian wanted to die. He didn't deserve to be set up like that. Since when was he the person of the house master of Taishan? "Then loan me your person to help me take care of the string pavilion, and I will owe you a personal favor," the string emperor said. "Since senior brother has put it that way, then I'd be happy to oblige." The house master of Taishan smiled and said, "Xinjing, from now on, you should guard the string pavilion well." "I understand." Yifutian nodded. 3 days later, Master will speak at Taishan Palace, and all disciples of Taishan Mountain can go and listen. You should go with them, to listen to Lord Taishan speak. Yi Futian was slightly surprised, but he nodded and replied, "Certainly. This was also a rare opportunity." Lord Taishan was a man of colossal intellect who knew all things from past to present. He was known as a legendary person in the higher heavens realm. After the house master of Taishan glanced at the String Emperor, she turned to leave without saying another word. This made Yi Futian quite confused about the two's relationship. But he always remembered Uncle Lan's words. Speak less, observe more. So very wisely he kept his mouth shut. The String Emperor moved his step and walked to Yi Futian's side. His eyes fell on the Phoenix Guqin. Yi Futian wisely gave way so that the String Emperor could sit down in front of the Guqin. He stroked the strings with both hands. He whispered, "I've not played it for a long time." As he was speaking, he plucked the strings with his fingers, and in a flash the sound of the ethereal music was heard. It had a very strong penetrating power. The two Phoenix Demon Emperors soared, and gorgeous divine light was extremely bright, covering the string pavilion. The sound of the Guqin gradually bloomed, piercing the sea of clouds, penetrated Taishan Mountain. The sound of Phoenix chanting was crystal clear and resounded through the space. The two demon emperors danced above the sky, flying together. It was unbelievably spectacular. Yi Futian looked up into the sky, and all he saw was beauty. But what he felt in his heart was a faint sense of heartache. This was the beauty of the Guqin, the faint sorrow hidden within the beauty. The music stopped within String Palace. The two empresses stood behind String Emperor, their hearts full of many different emotions. They had not been like this in a very long time. They had originally wanted to follow String Emperor when he left and went out into the world, but he had asked them to stay at Taishan Mountain. String Emperor looked up, his fingers still resting lightly upon the strings of his Guqin. He looked over at Yi Futian and asked, "Which of the 6 songs is your favorite?" "Flight of the Phoenix Pair," answered Yi Futian. "Why?" asked String Emperor. "I think that music makes the emotions linger. It reflects the player's sorrow and joy, their pain and their pleasure. Only if they have deep feelings can they play with soul. Flight of the Phoenix Pair contains the deepest emotions of any of the songs," answered Yi Futian. "Thus, I think that Flight of the Phoenix Pair is the best one of these 6 songs." String Emperor's gaze rested upon him, then slowly shifted. He looked at the Guqin that he had been playing and whispered, "It does not make any sense to waste String Palace by keeping it for my return. From now on, if you see anything you like, you may take it, including these Guqins. There is no need to ask anyone for permission." Yi Futian was stunned when he heard this. String Emperor was giving String Palace to him. At first, he had entered Taishan Tavern while hiding his identity to come up to Taishan Mountain. He wanted to spend some time there cultivating, but everything that had happened afterward had gone surprisingly smoothly. The house master of Taishan had brought him up the mountain, and Uncle Lan had brought him to String Palace. And now, String Emperor was giving everything within String Palace to him. He was not sure what all of this meant. He was not even particularly excited by this prospect. He looked back at String Emperor. Would he really give away String Palace with a single sentence? Perhaps the house master of Taishan must have had something to do with this. But really, he was probably overthinking this. String Emperor was a powerful figure. Why would he care about the petty machinations of the house master of Taishan? There was nothing that he could do to hurt him. "Thank you, senior." Yi Futian bowed in thanks. Although he was not excited by this, he still would not refuse it. The two empresses stared deeply at him. This guy had not been on Taishan Mountain for very long and had already stolen so much. Now he had obtained String Palace. If the disciples of Taishan Mountain knew what he had gained today, they would not be so friendly towards him. The 10,030th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar drew to a close. On that day, Taishan Mountain, which was usually so peaceful, became quite lively. In addition to all the disciples who had returned from being abroad, the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan were there as well, and they had brought many of their own disciples. On this day, Lord Taishan would teach the way. Everyone gathered together in front of Taishan Palace early in the morning. Although Taishan Mountain did not accept as many disciples as a lot of other places, there were still countless cultivators there. Cultivators from Guqin Valley, Sword Abyss, and other places were all gathered together. For a time, the area outside the palace was incredibly lively. Yifutian also came quietly. He had come with Little Phoenix. Although he had met many powerful figures and had even been personally taught by the Divine Elephant Emperor, this was the first time he had attended a lecture in this style. This would probably be very helpful for his cultivation. In addition to the countless saint-level disciples, there were also some Renhuang-level figures there, sitting in the foremost seats. Yifutian saw many familiar faces. The place that he knew the most disciples from was Sword Abyss. Some of them smiled and nodded when they saw him. Xinjing, came a voice. Yifutian turned and saw a group of people walking up. At the front were Wan Shui and Princess Luoyue, as well as Deng Hu and the others who had fought at the ruins. The people from the city lord's office had all come. Yifutian smiled and nodded at them. "How has this period of cultivation been for you?" asked Wan Shui with a smile. "Not bad," answered Yifutian. "But I am a little bit confounded whenever I practice swordsmanship. If we have a chance, I must ask you to teach me." Wan Shui nodded. "That makes sense. It is the Guqin arts that you are skilled in. If you run into any difficulties, I can give you a few pointers." His words were modest yet confident. "Thank you," said Yifutian with a nod. "Brother Xinjing," came another voice. He saw Ma Yi and his sworn sister of Taishan Tavern walking over. Ma Yi was interested in Princess Luoyue, and when he saw her and Wan Shui together, his face changed a bit. "Sister Luoyue," he called. "Brother," replied Luoyue. "I never thought I'd see you here. The last time we were together was at Taishan Tavern," said Ma Yi with a smile. "Xinjing, I haven't seen you since the Lord sent you up to Taishan Mountain. How has your cultivation been going?" "Very well," said Yifutian with a smile. "It makes me a little jealous how well they treat a Guqin master like you." "Keep cultivating diligently," said Ma Yi. Then he turned to talk to Luoyue. Without realizing it, he was soon standing next to her, and they were walking together. Yifutian smiled to himself when he saw this. He was like an open book. Mei Yi was incredibly competitive. But this was not something that he needed to worry about. "Xinjing," came another voice. A look of surprise came over Yifutian's face. Since when had he been so popular here on Taishan Mountain? This time the people coming to welcome him were Li Jin and Chan Yu of Guqin Valley. Li Jin had played Flight of the Phoenix Pair at String Palace. He was incredibly talented. Yifutian smiled slightly and inclined his head. "How has it been cultivating at String Palace? Which of the 6 songs are you best at?" asked Li Jin. "Each of the 6 songs is deep and brilliant. I have only touched upon them as of now. I must put more effort into them all," said Yifutian. "None of the 6 songs are simple, and becoming specialized in one of them is no easy thing. If you want to learn a lot about one of them, then I am afraid it will be difficult to get good at all of them. Given this situation, your best chance is to choose one song and work on it diligently," said Li Jin. 2-inch what you say is true, but given Xinjing's surroundings, I can't blame him. If I were in his place, I would want to study all the songs too, said Chen Yu with a smile. Li Jin agreed. If she were cultivating at the String Palace, it would probably be the same. She would want to study all 6 of the songs. But this was incredibly difficult. Yifutian smiled and nodded. "Very well, I will keep that in mind." The others had no more to say, and so the people from Guqin Valley left him there. Yifutian smiled ruefully. "Would anyone else come and seek him out today? It seems like you are very popular on Taishan Mountain," Little Phoenix whispered to him. Yifutian rolled his eyes. "But although they're being polite to you, I can sense that there is another attitude as well," said Little Phoenix said gloatingly. "They are very protective of String Palace." Yifutian naturally understood this. He had entered Taishan Mountain under the guise of a Guqin master, and had kept things low-key, humbly concealing his skill. Thus, although the disciples of Taishan Mountain were polite to him, they did not respect him that much and did not look at him as an equal. But Yifutian did not mind this. After all, this was the result that he had hoped for, and he had worked to create this effect. Otherwise, how would he be able to cultivate in peace? Great teacher and second teacher are coming, came an excited cry. Everyone made a path for them. The two of them were walking together. Everyone bowed to them, saying, "Greetings, great teacher. Greetings, second teacher." They were the head teacher of Taishan Mountain and the city lord of Taishan City. The head teacher of Taishan Mountain stepped forward. His aura was exquisite, and there was a sense of majesty about him. He raised his hand and said, "Today Lord Taishan will teach us the way, so there is no need to be so polite towards us. We have come here to listen to him, just like all of you." "Yes, teacher." Everyone rose, but their gazes were still full of respect. Great teacher was such an important figure. His power was widely famed. It was said that he was on the same level as Lord Taishan, and was thus one of the most powerful figures in the higher heavens realm. Of course, no one was clear on exactly how strong he was. Not long after, String Emperor and the House Master of Taishan arrived, but not at the same time. One followed the other. String Emperor came first, and the House Master of Taishan came after. Most of the people there did not notice, but a few people understood what this meant. String Emperor walked to the front and bowed to the head teacher of Taishan and the city lord of Taishan City. "Greetings, brothers. There is no need to be so polite, brother. Please sit," said the head teacher of Taishan Mountain with a smile. String Emperor nodded and sat down. The House Master of Taishan said nothing. He just sat down beside them. The four personal disciples were sitting in the very front row. At that moment, a figure slowly walked out of the palace. In a flash, everyone stood up and bowed, including the four great teachers. "Greetings, Lord Taishan," they all said. Everyone moved as one. The respect that they felt for him was plain on their faces. The fact that Lord Taishan was willing to teach them the way was enough to make him worthy of their respect. After all, in the face of a powerful figure like this, even saint-level people were little more than ants. Moreover, Lord Taishan would no longer take on new disciples. There was nothing that could be said to sway him on this. Thus, when he taught the way, the ones who were present would be the only ones to ever benefit from it. "Please be seated," said Lord Taishan to everyone. Everyone took their seats, and Lord Taishan sat on a rush hassock in front of them all. Although Yifutian had been cultivating at Taishan Mountain for a while, this was the first time that he had seen Lord Taishan. He had white hair, a white beard, and a cultivator's robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and he was so graceful that he seemed to not be of this world, but was rather a truly celestial being. Lord Taishan waved his hand, and suddenly a character was floating in the air in front of everyone. The way. The character was full of vigor and power, as if it had been written in the air by an ink pen. "What do you see here?" asked Lord Taishan. "A character. The way," people answered. "Is that all?" asked Lord Taishan. Everyone looked at the character with a confused expression. They did not understand. All they could see was a character that read "the way." Could it be that this character held some mysteries? They all released their divine spirits and perceived the character in detail. But though they could see it floating there, they could not feel any unusual aura coming from it. The vast area became incredibly quiet. "When I teach the way to you today, I will only speak of this character here," said Lord Taishan. "Can no one see anything else?" Everyone was still silent. No one could answer Lord Taishuan's question. The people who were closest to Lord Taishan were naturally the four disciples that he taught personally. They looked at the character in front of them and sensed something, but they did not say anything. They were Lord Taishuan's personal disciples and had often heard their master teach. Today, the main focus was on the other disciples of Taishan Mountain. The character that read "the way" floated in the air above them. It looked normal but also abnormal at the same time. But no one could really say what was abnormal about it. Yifutian stared at the character as well, and his eyes slowly changed as his gaze grew deeper. In that vast space, the world all around him changed. He seemed to see endless beams of light floating between heaven and earth. The will of that character filled the air. He could see the changes of all things. What he was seeing was not a character. It was the way itself. However, he did not say anything. He just sat there quietly. Among all the disciples of Taishan Mountain here today as a Guqin master, it was best if he said nothing. Although Yi Futian said nothing, it seemed that, at that moment, Lord Taishan sensed something. He looked over towards Yi Futian. Their gazes collided. Yi Futian found himself looking into an infinitely deep pair of eyes, so deep that they seemed to be filled with the way. But the feeling disappeared in an instant. He immediately averted his gaze. But he heard Lord Taishan say, "What is your name?" Yi Futian's heart began to beat faster. He told himself that he had been a little bit too careless. Lord Taishan was such a powerful figure, and his perception was so sharp. He had looked at the character through the eyes of meditation, and Lord Taishan had obviously been able to sense that. He rose and bowed, saying, "Greetings, my lord. My name is Xinjing. Please sit." "Xinjing," said Lord Taishan. "What did you see?" Many people looked at Yi Futian. They had no idea why Lord Taishan was asking Yi Futian this. Perhaps he had just randomly chosen someone from the crowd. Yi Futian was silent for a time. He did not know if he should speak or not. Seeing that he was silent, everyone's expressions changed. The house master of Taishan said, "Master, Xinjing is a Guqin master that I brought up to Taishan Mountain. This character is profound and mysterious. How could he possibly answer you?" "That does not matter. You may answer freely." Lord Taishan seemed extremely kind and gentle as he looked at Yi Futian. "I see the way," answered Yi Futian with a bow. As he said this, a strange look came over everyone's faces. Some of them even frowned. Would he really give such a simple answer? If he did not know, then he could just say that he did not know. The Lord had just randomly picked him, and he would not blame him if he got it wrong. Everyone could see that the character read the way. Everyone had already answered that. Lord Taishan had asked them what else they had seen. But Yi Futian had still answered that he saw the way. But as they were all thinking this, Lord Taishan asked another question. "What way?" This made a look of surprise come over everyone's faces. Lord Taishan had asked him another question. "The way of swordsmanship," answered Yi Futian. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Had he seen the way of swordsmanship? The Xinjing. "Do not say such foolish things." Yi Futian heard a voice in his mind. Someone was transmitting to him. It was Princess Luoyue. Although Lord Taishan would not mind, if Yi Futian spoke foolishly, it would still be bad. It would affect the people of Taishan Mountain's opinion of him. In that case, it would have negative effects on his future cultivating at Taishan Mountain, and it would not be easy for him to find a chance to become a disciple. Yi Futian had unknowingly helped her, and so she took the time to remind him of this. However, Yi Futian seemed not to hear her reminder. He sat there quietly, looking very calm as if he was not distressed in the least. If Lord Taishan had casually chosen to ask him a question, then he would answer him casually. Lord Taishan nodded, then turned his gaze away from Yi Futian. He did not say whether he was right or wrong, but everyone could see that his questioning was over. Lord Taishan would not delve any deeper into Yi Futian's answer. After all, he had just been asking casually. At that moment, an aura bloomed from the character and flowed through the area. In a flash, the giant character became extraordinary as an invisible wool-covered Taishan Mountain. At that moment, it seemed as if the only thing that anyone could see was the character. "How about now? What do you see?" Lord Taishan asked everyone. "Will," everyone answered. They all felt an incredibly powerful will that seemed to contain the will of the great path within it. This character was indeed supernatural. Lord Taishan nodded slightly and waved his hand again. The character floated up, and divine light shone from it, spreading down Taishan Mountain. The clouds in the sky changed color, and the will of all things became exceedingly clear. The light shone upon all of Taishan City. At that moment, countless people in Taishan City looked up to Mount Taishan, trembling within their hearts as they did so. As the light of the great path shone, they seemed to be able to see a character that read the way, and an old man who was as graceful and elegant as a celestial being. Lord Taishan. In that instant they all bowed, showing their respect to that figure. Inside themselves, they were in turmoil. Was Lord Taixian teaching the way? Countless saint-level figures were sitting there, diligently sensing everything. Lord Taixian was transmitting the way into Taishan City, letting them all feel that the way was everywhere. The people on Taishan Mountain could feel it the most clearly. They seemed to be able to see everything in the world. The true fire of the sun fell, and water flowed to the deep places of the earth. Invisible space will was everywhere. They saw flowers blooming and dying, and they saw demonic beasts riding the winds high up in the sky. They could feel the wind flowing around them. This is the great path of all things. Everyone's hearts trembled. At that moment, their perception of everything became incomparably clear. It seemed as if they could see through things to their true nature. How about now? Lord Taixian asked again. Everyone was still silent, but they were shaking. In that instant, an even more powerful aura spread out. Lord Taishuan's form seemed not to be real. A phantom appeared up in the sky, and soon, it was everywhere at once. The character that read the way was linking everything together. At that moment, the marvelous will expanded even more. It spread out from the vast Taishan city all throughout the Taishan region. In the distance, the people of Taishan city were looking up into the sky, and their hearts were trembling wildly. Was this the aura of a god? Everything in the world became clearer. The people in Taishan saw countless images. They were images of everything in the world. What is the way? Lord Taishan was no longer asking what everyone saw. He was asking what the way was. No one lights the sun and the moon, and yet they burn brightly. No one arranges the stars, and yet they are well ordered. No one creates beasts, and yet they are born. No one stirs up the wind, and yet it blows. No one pushes the waters, and yet they flow. No one plants the trees and grass, and yet they grow. You do not try to breathe, and yet you do. You do not make your heart beat, and yet it does. Lord Taixian seemed to be speaking to himself. Everything in the world is born into something, or into nothing. Everything in the world has its reasons for moving. We humans cultivate the way in order to chase after these rules. However, the higher the level you cultivate to, the more you feel your own insignificance. Saints feel like they have grasped the way, but they have only touched one corner of it. Seeing some of these rules and operations is called understanding the way, and is called sainthood. Everyone on Taishan Mountain who heard these words felt a little ashamed, especially those who were proud and thought of themselves as cultivators. At that moment, they truly felt their own insignificance. Cultivation is hard. Becoming a saint is very hard, and becoming a renhuang is even harder. But although I say it is hard, at the same time it is not hard. When you understand the way and understand the motions of the sun and the moon, then you will shine along with them. When you understand the motions of the stars, you will move along with them. But are the sun and moon and stars and everything in the world well ordered? If they are not ordered, how can you understand their changes? Although the way is but one word, it is incredibly difficult to see through. Lord Taixian sighed, and his sigh seemed to cause the sun, moon, and stars to move. He stood up and waved his hand, leaving a deep impression on the peak of Taishan Mountain. Far away in Taishan City, countless people could still see the character. My lord! Everyone's hearts were trembling. Master! Even Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples looked shocked as they looked at him. Is the master going to break through to the next level? Said the head teacher of Taishan. Suddenly, everyone's hearts beat even faster. If Lord Taishan was going to break through to the next level, what level would that be? That's out of the question. It is just that, in these past few years of cultivation, I have had a feeling. I am teaching the way today for the sake of teaching it to you, but at the same time I am teaching myself, said Lord Taixian. I must spend a period of time locked away in cultivation. I will stay here on Taishan Mountain and guard it for you, master, said the head teacher. The other 3 stood as well and bowed. They would all stay on the mountain and guard it for him. Lord Taixian nodded slightly, then turned to leave. With a single step, he disappeared. Everyone on Taishan Mountain was still looking at the character that read the way. The character contained the actual will of the Great Path. And it was not only the people on Taishan Mountain who were looking at it. In Taishan City and all throughout the Taishan region, everyone was looking across the vast distance towards the mountain. The character filled all their visions. Let us go to Taishan Mountain, they all thought. They all made their preparations to set out for the mountain. At that moment, as far away from Taishan Mountain as could be, in an elegant hall in Xianxia Divine Palace, a figure opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce across the vast distance. Lord Taishan, he whispered, and it was not only in Xianxia Divine Palace. At that moment, many people in the higher heavens realm felt something. They all immediately set out towards Taishan Mountain. The whole Taishan region was shaken. None of them knew what had happened, but when they looked up, they could see a character that read the way flashing in their eyes. Something incredibly important must have happened on Taishan Mountain. Countless cultivators headed over there. Within Taishan City, cultivators were walking towards the mountain from all directions as quickly as they could. They flew on the wind and rode on swords, their hearts trembling fiercely. Those few Renhuang-level figures among them were even more disturbed. They could faintly feel that Lord Taishan was possibly about to enter a new level. Once he did this, the whole higher heavens realm would be shaken. Of course, the most shocked were still the cultivators upon Taishan Mountain. Lord Taishan had said that he would lock himself away in cultivation. The head teacher of Taishan Mountain, speaking for the 4 great disciples, had said that they would guard Taishan Mountain for him. What did this mean? All the disciples felt their hearts beating quickly. Even Yi Futian felt his heart fluttering. Lord Taishan was already at the very peak of the Renhuang level, yet there was still more for him to learn. If he broke through to a new level, would that be the level that Gu Tianxing had broken through to all those years ago? The people of the higher heavens realm did not know either. But after Gu Tianxing, no one in the heavenly mandate dynasty had reached that level. It was said that the old dynasty overlord had possibly been close to or had even reached that level, but that he had been slain by Gu Tianxing in battle and had grievously wounded Gu Tianxing at the same time. After these 2 great figures fell, the heavenly mandate dynasty never again had any figures at their level. The current dynasty overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and the lady of Brahma's pure sky had not reached this level yet. Yi Futian could only imagine what would happen when Lord Taishan reached this level. He looked at the floating character, and his gaze seemed to fall deep into it. Just this single character was enough to make them understand. This was truly how to teach the way. The city lord of Taishan looked behind him at everyone and said, "All of you cultivate on your own in order to understand this." Then the 4 disciples walked away towards where Lord Taishan was shut away. Everyone else was left there, looking at the character. They were unable to calm the storm raging inside all of them. Is Lord Taishan going to break through to the next level? Someone asked. Very possibly. He might just make it to a new level, someone answered. He is already at the very peak of his current level. Everyone nodded. Given Lord Taishuan's current level, he could only look up. Xinjing, did you truly see the way of swordsmanship before? Someone asked Yi Futian. It was Wan Shui, a disciple of Sword Abyss. Previously, he had not seen anything in particular. The character contained all the myriad things in the world and all the laws of motions of the earth. Thus, any answer that he could have given would have been fine. Now, it seemed like Yi Futian had said that the way of swordsmanship was the right answer. His heart was set on swords, and so he had seen the way of swordsmanship. Before, most people had ignored his answer, but now it seemed like they were having second thoughts. Could it be that this Guqin master, who had been brought up to Taishan Mountain by fourth sister, was also an incredibly talented swordsman and had seen a strand of sword will within the character? These days, I have been observing the swordsmanship of Sword Abyss, seeing how skilled its cultivators are, and this has been imprinted in my mind. Thus, when I looked at the character, I seemed to see some sword will, said Yi Futian. Wan Shui nodded. Yi Futian's answer seemed reasonable enough. He knew that Yi Futian had indeed been spending a lot of time at Sword Abyss. He went there to observe every day. He had probably watched them so much that he had swords on the brain. The others all relaxed. If this were the case, they could understand what had happened. Even if that is so, Why did the cultivators of Sword Abyss not see swords? Someone asked at that moment. This made them all go pale. They turned to look at who had spoken. Jun Mu. Many people looked surprised when they saw him. He was the head teacher of Taishuan's disciple, Jun Mu. When Yifutian had first come up Taishan Mountain, Jun Mu had left an impression on him the first time he saw him. Do you remember me, Brother Shin? Jun Mu walked up to Yifutian and smiled. Yifutian nodded. How could I forget such a memorable figure? So, it must have been fate that I saw you coming up to Taishan Mountain, said Jun Mu with a smile. Fourth uncle brought you up to Taishan Mountain, and Elder Lan let you enter String Palace. Now, third brother has returned, and you are still cultivating in String Palace. Apparently, you are worthy of third brother's favor. Now, you were able to see the way of swordsmanship within that character. Why should you be so modest? I think that you must be outstanding in some way, and you have just been humble and restrained. Jun Mu's words made everyone look back at Yifutian. Could it be that he had been downplaying his own abilities? If so, then he was incredibly clever. You are exaggerating, Brother Jun. All of the disciples of Taishan Mountain are incredible. Thus, I must be humble and restrained while I am here. Moreover, I have no right to boast. Fourth sister brought me here and has been very good to me, and so I must concentrate on cultivation. Yifutian was neither haughty nor humble. He simply and calmly answered Jun Mu. Well, now you have been cultivating on Taishan Mountain for a while. Have you had any success? Asked Jun Mu. I have benefited greatly from my time here, said Yifutian with a nod. I once said that if I got the chance, I would like to enjoy your music. I wonder if I might take this opportunity to listen to you play. Jun Mu had been smiling all along, but everyone could feel a different sort of atmosphere. Some of the older folks understood what was going on, but the younger people were not clear on why Jun Mu was being this way. It seemed that he wanted to make Xinjing do something, but what was it that he wanted to see? Did he want to see if he was strong, or if he was weak? All the disciples of Taishan Mountain heard Lord Taishan teach the way today. I was fortunate enough to be here as well, and so my heart is full. How could I dare to play a song here on Taishan Mountain now? Everyone would laugh at me, said Yifutian with a slight bow. Farewell. Will you really be so disrespectful to me? Said Jun Mu coldly. An invisible pressure spread out from him and fell upon Yifutian. I must ask you to satisfy my curiosity once again. Yifutian felt the pressure falling upon him and said, Lord Taishan is shut away, and the 4 elders have gone to guard him. I am very grateful to fourth sister for bringing me here to cultivate, but I am just a Guqin master of String Palace. I would not dare fight the disciple of the head teacher of Taishan. If you insist on fighting me, I will be ashamed of my own inadequacy, and yet I will have to bear it. Everyone looked surprised. This Xinjing was very frank. He would not fight back, but given how powerful Jun Mu was, fighting back would be meaningless anyway. Jun Mu, why are you antagonizing Xinjing? Asked Wan Shuyi. If you want to test yourself, there are many disciples here on Taishan Mountain. Why have you sought out Xinjing? Said Princess Luoyue. She was a little bit upset. She kind of knew why Jun Mu was putting pressure on Yifutian. Now that the elders were occupied, the disciples could do what they wanted. Jun Mu smiled slightly when he heard what they were all saying. He bowed to Yifutian and said, Forgive my rudeness. As he said this, his aura dissipated. He turned and sat down, his gaze fixed upon the character that read the way. Why don't you go, Xinjing? Said Wan Shuyi to Yifutian. Princess Luoyue looked at him as well. Yifutian nodded. Farewell, he said with a bow, and then turned and left. Jun Mu had tried to force him into a fight, but his heart was as calm as still water. He was not distressed at all. He still remembered his identity. At Taishan Mountain, he was just a Guqin master. How could he fight one of the disciples of the head teacher of Taishan? What would he do if he won? When he returned to String Palace, Yifutian looked back up at the character that floated high above Taishan Mountain. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was Little Phoenix. She looked at Yifutian and said, Why did you yield? Although she often quarreled with Yifutian, she and he had become very familiar with each other after spending so much time together. She knew how talented he was. He had been successful in cultivating the 6 famous songs and the fleeting divine sword. How many people on Taishan Mountain could say the same? Yifutian smiled and said, "Are you worried for me?" Little Phoenix looked at him with disdain and said, "I've just never seen you be so cowardly." Yifutian laughed and shook his head. "Little Phoenix, your personality is terrible, but you have a good heart. Your parents are a little fierce, but they have never been that way to me. And String Emperor and Fourth Sister have been so good to me. Why should I have gotten into a fight over such a trivial matter? That would just be giving in to my personal feelings." Today was the first time he had seen Lord Taishan, and he had met with String Emperor only a few times and had talked with him very little. And it was the same with Fourth Sister. But he was still grateful for the way they had treated him. Compared to that, the affair with Junmu was not even worth mentioning. "All right, I am going to cultivate." Yifutian sat cross-legged and looked up at the huge character. The process of freedom meditation began, and his eyes became incomparably deep as his gaze pierced through the air towards the character. At that moment, Yifutian could faintly feel his soul leaving his body. It entered into the realm of the way that floated in the air. A voice appeared in Yifutian's head. "All things are either born into something or into nothingness. No matter whether or not you could feel it, the way was there. It was everywhere." Yifutian seemed to be able to feel the ordered sequence of everything in the world from that character. His will stretched out continuously into the distance. He saw all of Taishan Mountain and then continued downwards. He saw countless figures heading towards the mountain, as well as the chaos within the mountain. On New Year's Day of the 10,031st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, countless figures had gathered below Taishan Mountain. This had led to a huge disturbance within Taishan City. Many of the people there were powerful figures, including some of the top figures of the higher heavens realm. On the first day of the year, an invitation came down from Taishan Mountain. All the people from the top forces were invited up onto the mountain to meet with Lord Taishan. Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples were standing outside Taishan Palace and looking over the invitations. The signature on each of these invitations was enough to cause a sensation throughout the higher heavens realm. "Why have you done this, brother?" said the city lord of Taishan to the head teacher. At that moment, the great figures of the realm were handing them their invitations. If they ignored them, it would be impolite. "Our friends have come from far away. How can we be impolite to them?" said the head teacher. "We must invite them up the mountain and set up a feast for them." "Won't this disturb our master's cultivation?" asked the city lord of Taishan. "I agree with our brother. Since these people are here, why don't we invite them to come up the mountain?" said String Emperor. The city lord of Taishan glanced at him but did not reply immediately. "In that case, I will go and make arrangements," said the city lord of Taishan after a while. Then he turned and left. On the first day of the 10,031st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the usually very peaceful Taishan Mountain shook all of the higher heavens realm. It was announced that everyone who had come could go up the mountain. For a time, countless cultivators were climbing the mountain. Taishan Mountain was vast, so even though they had come from all directions, it was still not too crowded. Most of the people who had come were from the Taishan region. They had come with a desire to advance towards sainthood. After all, this was the holy land of the Taishan region. Moreover, Lord Taishan was shut away, cultivating, trying to break through to the next level. Was it possible that he could do this? And if he did, what would happen? Would Lord Taishan start a whole new school of thought? Xianxia Divine Palace was, without a doubt, the most influential force in the higher heavens realm, as they had countless powerful figures and taught people from all over the world. So they had trained countless heroes. Many of the top families would send their younger members to Xianxia Divine Palace to cultivate, and even some people from other realms would make the journey here, sending their younger members to seek the path. Thus, when talking about influence, Xianxia Divine Palace was certainly worthy of being called the most influential force in the higher heavens realm. In addition to them, several other forces stood at the peak. Compared to them, Taishan Mountain was not so brilliant, even though Lord Taishan was so powerful. The Taishan region was not that big. This was because Lord Taishan had not set up his own school of thought. He had only taken 4 disciples. And it was only because his own disciple, the Taishan Hierophant, had set up his own school that the Taishan region had expanded at all. Many of the cultivators in the Taishan region had thoughts about this situation. They hoped that Lord Taishuan's influence would increase and that he would take on more disciples, giving them a chance to go to Taishan Mountain to cultivate. Now, if Lord Taishan had a chance to advance a step, his influence would certainly increase. This would shake the higher heavens realm. If he started his own school of thought, then cultivators would flock to him. That was obvious from what was happening now. Countless people looked up at the character that read, "The Way," floating above Mount Taishan. They seemed to be able to see the way of all things. It was an incredibly magical feeling, which was enough to make them stare in wonder for a long time. But right now, Taishan Mountain was not a good place for cultivating. Too many cultivators had come. At that moment, everyone saw a group of figures coming forward. It was Lord Taishuan's 3 disciples besides the Taishan Hierophant. The city lord of Taishan was at the forefront. They walked towards a group of figures with powerful auras. One could tell how extraordinary they were at a glance. "The people from the Divine Palace," someone whispered. He recognized who this group was. Some of the great figures of the Divine Palace had come here to Taishan Mountain along with their disciples. It seemed that Lord Taishuan's actions had truly shaken the higher heavens realm. "Greetings, Lord of the Divine Music Palace," said the city lord of Taishan with a slight bow. The old man who was in charge of the Divine Palace had deep eyes and wore a silver robe. He truly looked like he was the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace. "No need to be so polite," said the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace. His tone was cool. Although he said that there was no need to be so polite, he accepted the politeness quite naturally. After all, it was due to his station. "How is Lord Taishuan's cultivation going?" he asked. This was the question on everyone's mind. Had Lord Taishan broken through to the next level? "Right now he is locked away. Our brother is guarding him. We are not sure how his cultivation is going at this moment," answered the city lord of Taishan. "We have prepared a feast on Taishan Mountain. Please come with us." On saying this, the city lord of Taishan led the way. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace followed behind him with all his disciples. Afterward, the cultivators of many top forces arrived one after another. The city lord of Taishan greeted them all politely. At that moment, a powerful aura spread through the air. Everyone looked up and saw golden light falling, brilliant to the extreme. They all covered their eyes with their hands, leaving only cracks so they could look up into the sky. A group of brilliant figures was descending amidst the dazzling light. The Divine Nation. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw these figures. Even people from powerful families were stunned. There was an incredibly old family in the eastern part of the higher heavens realm who called themselves descendants of the gods. Golden blood flowed through their veins, and they were full of so much vitality that it was said that they could not die, and their bodies could not be destroyed. They had founded an ancient nation in the east, the Golden Divine Nation. The Golden Divine Nation was the absolute overlord of the eastern portion of the higher heavens realm. Their power was beyond compare. But the people who had come were not the rulers of the Divine Nation, just some of the top figures. They were the divine generals of the Divine Nation. According to rumors, there was another top figure of the Divine Nation who was a general under Donghuang the Great of the Divine Prefecture. The Divine Nation had gone to war on Donghuang the Great's behalf and had achieved great victories. Now they had treasures that had been gifted to them by Donghuang himself, which made the Divine Nation a force to be reckoned with. They were truly awe-inspiring. The crowd parted to let them pass. The cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward, and the city lord of Taishan and the others rose to greet them. They were a little bit distressed by this. They had not thought that Lord Taishan locking himself away would have caused such a stir that top forces like Xianxia Divine Palace and the Golden Divine Nation would come here. "Where is Lord Taishan?" came an overpowering voice. Everyone on Mount Taishan frowned and looked towards where the voice had come from. They saw a group of figures in black robes coming towards them. All of them had incredibly imposing demeanor, and their bodies were surrounded by fierce auras. This was especially true of the man at their head. An overwhelming sense of power covered him from head to toe. The city lord of Taishan and the others all watched them, and their expressions changed slightly. So they had come as well. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling. All the cultivators on Taishan Mountain were shaken. Another top force had arrived, and it was the prince of the divine capital of Xiling himself, Luo Chongyang, who had come personally. The prince of the divine capital of Xiling had been cultivating for many years and was very powerful. Although he was only a prince, he was still a top figure. Plus, his father was Old Demon Luo. The two of them were absolutely dominant, and no one dared question their majesty. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling controlled a vast area. Old Demon Luo was not there, and no one knew if he was coming or not. But Luo Chongyang was there, and that was enough to make people take notice. No wonder he had dared to directly ask where Lord Taishan was as soon as he arrived. This was Luo Chongyang, and there was nothing strange about that. I am Luo Chongyang of the divine capital of Xiling. I have heard that Lord Taishan is teaching the way, and I have come to pay a visit to him, he said clearly. His voice was very loud, and it rang throughout Mount Taishan, making a look of surprise come over everyone's face. The people of the Taishan region were a bit upset. Was he trying to disturb Lord Taishuan's cultivation? But he was Luo Chongyang, so they did not dare say anything against him. Luo Chongyang, if you are going to be so rude, then get off the mountain, came a voice from a distance. Everyone looked to where it had come from and saw a figure emerge from the depths of Taishan Mountain. It was the Taishan Hierophant. His aura was overpowering as he walked towards Luo Chongyang with a cold expression. You are mighty indeed, Hierophant, said Luo Chongyang with a bright and honest smile. I have come to visit Lord Taishan. Am I not welcome? He is shut away cultivating right now. If you have come to visit him, you will have to wait quietly. My brothers will attend to you, said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. How long until he comes out? Asked Luo Chongyang. 1 inch, I don't know, said the Taishan Hierophant. How long will I have to wait? If Lord Taishan is going to break the shackles of orthodoxy, why wouldn't he want the people of the world to witness it and admire his magnificence? Luo Chongyang had obviously not just come to pay a visit to Lord Taishan. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling did not have a friendly relationship with Taishan Mountain. Now, Lord Taishan was possibly about to break through to the next level, and it was natural that they would be worried about this. Luo Chongyang had probably come to Taishan Mountain to make trouble. He wanted to disrupt Lord Taishan, thereby preventing him from breaking through to the next level. That is for Lord Taishan to decide, Luo Chongyang, not for you, said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. At that moment, all the people on Taishan Mountain could see that Luo Chongyang had come for a nefarious purpose. Indeed, said Luo Chongyang with a smile. He looked up at the giant character that read the way, and said, Lord Taishan is clearly at a higher level than any of us. He carved a character into Taishan Mountain and taught the way to all of these disciples. He must have created many powerful figures today. I did not come to disturb him, but I would be so bored just sitting here. I always need to have something to do. You all go and test how powerful the disciples of Taishan Mountain are. Make sure to seek out their advice and see your own flaws. As you command, my prince. As he said this, the figures behind him stepped forward towards the disciples of Taishan Mountain. This made the people who had come from around the Taishan region look a little worried. Luo Chongyang had indeed come to make trouble. There was no question of it. He had directly asked the people he had brought with him from the divine capital of Xiling to get into fights. Nominally, they were just asking for advice, but in reality, they were going to provoke and challenge the people there to cause a disturbance. The powerful cultivators stepped forward, their mighty auras sweeping out. The people from the divine capital of Xiling were about to start fighting. They were worthy indeed of being Old Demon Luo's messengers. The disciples of Taishan Mountain all looked at the Taishan Hierophant and saw that his expression was cold. His robes flapped in the wind. His mighty aura bloomed, but Luo Chongyang just smiled at him. He looked like he was just waiting for him to attack. He had asked his juniors to challenge the disciples of Taishan Mountain. If a Renhuang-level figure attacked, he would naturally have to fight back. A battle between Renhuang-level figures could easily cause Taishan Mountain to collapse. Lord Taishuan's cultivation would be disrupted, and he would not break through to the next level. Boom! At that moment, the cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling launched their attacks. A dark death airflow flowed through the air, and overpowering demonic power swept out. Their attack power was overwhelming and carried fierce killing power with it. They were not holding anything back. They were not just testing themselves. "I'm still waiting to see what you do," said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. Suddenly, all the saint-level cultivators of Taishan Mountain released their auras one by one and stepped forward. At that moment, a chaotic battle broke out on Taishan Mountain. At that time, Yi Futian was still cultivating in String Palace. His will seemed to be immersed in the character, and he could feel the will of the Great Path. At the same time, he could naturally feel what was happening on Taishan Mountain. There were those who did not want Lord Taishan to break through to the next level, and so they had found an excuse to attack. A chaotic battle had broken out upon Taishan Mountain. A group of saint-level cultivators had begun fighting wildly. The cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling had overwhelming attack power, and there was a sense of excitement about them. It seemed that they would not show any mercy. At that moment, at a certain place among all the chaos, a cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling stepped through the air. Demonic power rolled and broiled around him. An airflow of death surrounded him, and a demonic image floated behind him, which was frightening to behold. He struck out with his fist. His opponent brought his hands together to block him, but fist will pierced through his guard. A terrible dark airflow penetrated him. In a flash, countless dark airflows appeared upon the cultivator from Taishan Mountain. Death will was infecting his body. The people from Taishan Mountain all looked shocked. The cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were not being polite in the least. A fist swept out, and there was a loud noise as the cultivator from Taishan Mountain's internal organs shook. His body was filled with deadly qi as he was sent flying back and landed on the ground. "This is ruthless." The cultivators of Taishan Mountain began to look angry as they beheld this scene. The man stepped forward and thrust out his fist again, wounding the man in front of him. No one could stop him. "He is the prince of the divine capital of Xiling, Luo Yuming." Someone had recognized the saint-level figure who was attacking. He was another one of the princes of the divine capital of Xiling. He was incredibly strong. At that moment he walked towards Luo Yuming. He struck out, and his fist collided with Luo Yuming's. Just when everyone thought he would be sent flying backward, they saw that the figure was unmoved. Both of their wills burst forth, and the air around them seemed to be shattered. They stepped back at the same time. Jun Mu. The disciples of Taishan Mountain looked at the man who had stepped forward. It was the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, Jun Mu. But his face had turned ugly after he had stepped back. Death currents were raging through him, infecting his vitality. Luo Yuming smiled at Jun Mu and said, "You'll do." On saying this, he stepped forward, and the two of them began to fight. While that was going on, other battles were breaking out all over the place, leaving the onlookers astonished. The cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but they pressed forward and took a commanding position on the battlefield. They had obviously prepared for this. One could see the disparity in power between the two sides, but there was nothing unusual about this. The divine capital of Xiling was a great power, and Lord Taishan had not founded his own school of thought. After the four great disciples had succeeded at making names for themselves, Taishan Mountain had no more figures who had the potential to become famous throughout the higher heavens realm. After all, Taishan Mountain was not that kind of holy land. In that respect, Xianxia Divine Palace was naturally the strongest holy land. The Taishan Hierophant and the others watched the battle with dark looks on their faces. Their master was shut away, cultivating at the moment, and they had had a feeling that someone would come to make trouble. Thus, they had been left here to guard Taishan Mountain for him. And indeed, people had come. The divine capital of Xiling had come. Luo Chongyang had been staring at the Taishan Hierophant all along. It was as if he was waiting for him to act. He wanted to take on this great challenge. However, the Taishan Hierophant was quiet and contained his anger. Even as he saw many of the disciples of Taishan Mountain be wounded, he said nothing. He had a calm expression on his face. Lord Taishan personally taught them the way, yet the disciples of Taishan Mountain are nothing to write home about, Luo Chongyang said as he swept his gaze over the battlefield. There was a bit of disdain in his voice that made the disciples of Taishan Mountain feel humiliated. Wan Shui and the disciples of Sword Abyss pressed forward with their swords, cutting through the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling like bamboo and wounding many of them. But a group of their opponents came forward. A hand swiped through the air, and in a flash, countless dark death currents pierced through the air like sharp swords, forming a terrifying death storm. Humph! A sword cut through the sky. Wan Shui's body became phantom-like as he cut among the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling. Blood flowed from their bodies, and they were sent flying backward as they were wounded by his swordsmanship. At that moment, a massive demonic image appeared in front of him. Two massive demonic cultivator hands materialized, and in a flash, 3,000 death currents pierced through the sky towards Wan Shui. An afterimage of Wan Shui appeared as he shot forward. He slashed his sword using the cleave of all things. He collided with his opponent and became tangled up with him. At the same time, the other cultivators of the divine cultivator of Xiling formed seals. The demonic seal of death descended from the sky, pressing down on the disciples of Sword Abyss. The disciples of Sword Abyss were scattered in an instant, and many of them were wounded. Luo Yue was on the battlefield as well. She was forced to retreat. One cultivator seemed to be staring at her. Countless death currents snaked through the air, covering her within them. She stood there holding her sword while shrieking all around her. The demonic cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling stared at her with a cold smile. He formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly countless death currents shot out like swords towards her. Whoosh! Sword will swept through the sky as Luoyue's figure flashed. The images of thousands of swords appeared, and they collided with the death currents that were rushing towards her wildly. The fleeting divine sword, whispered the cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling. What an excellent sword method. Unfortunately, your swordsmanship still needs some work. As he said this, demonic power billowed up into the sky. He pointed down, and in a flash the countless black death currents seemed to transform into deadly spears. They shot down towards Luoyue wildly. She flung her sword away and used her now free hands to form a seal. Countless sword images appeared and spiraled upwards. Her attack smashed into his, but in the end, her swordsmanship was overwhelmed, and Luoyue was smashed down towards the ground. Finally, her sword returned to her hands. She gripped it, and sword light burned as a sword curtain spread out around her. Bang! 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 The attacks continued to fall. She was forced further and further down. Finally, she groaned and her face turned pale. Boom! There was a loud noise as Luoyue set foot on the ground, her face white as a sheet. Divine light bloomed as she summoned her sword life spirit. It melded with the sword in her hands, and a beam of divine radiance flashed. The sword cut through the air, and in a flash, everything in front of her was shattered. At the same time, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. The sword cut into the cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling, and his face quickly became very solemn. He stepped through the air, and demonic figures appeared, covering the sky. They tried to cover Luoyue. Go! Luoyue's sword cut through the air, shining brilliantly. But all the demon images attacked at once, and the deadly spears fell upon the sword as well. There were also overwhelming palm prints that made the sword stop in mid-air, shaking. Every time it shook, more blood flowed from Luoyue's mouth, and her face grew paler and paler. Cold will bloomed from the city lord of Taishuan's body as he beheld this scene. His daughter was being attacked, and he was not about to just let that go. His power surged, but at the same time, A Renhuang-level figure from the divine capital of Xiling released his power as well. It seemed that if he got involved, the cultivator of the divine capital of Xiling would attack him immediately. Boom! There was a burst of incredibly sharp air that seemed impossible to suppress. It seemed that if his opponent dared to do anything, the city lord of Taishan would attack him as well. Within String Palace, Yi Futian's will seem to link up with the character that read the way. He could clearly see the battle on Taishan Mountain. Many of the disciples of Sword Abyss had been wounded, and Luoyue was being suppressed. Taishan Mountain had no conflict with the outside world and did not train its disciples as part of a faction. But even though the tree may crave serenity, the wind would not stop. Just because they did not have any conflicts, did not mean that others did not have conflicts with them. He looked at the character on the peak of Taishan Mountain and could feel the great path of all things. He could feel the flow of the aura of all things between heaven and earth. At that moment, a sword appeared in his eyes. A sword seemed to appear within the giant character as well. The atmosphere on Taishan Mountain became very harsh. Everyone was watching Luoyue's battle. The daughter of the city lord of Taishan seemed to have already been pushed to her limit. Blood stained her robes. However, her eyes were still filled with a cold determination. Sword will covered her until her body seemed to be made out of swords. She shot up into the sky, forming sword seals with her hands. Sword will shrieked through the air. It seemed that she would still fight. Whoosh! Sword will shot through the air above her. A terrible, harsh sword formed, and many other swords began to materialize. After the first sword, another came, and then a third. In a flash, there were countless swords in the air above Luoyue. What is going on? The city lord of Taishan was stunned. Those swords, it was not only him. Everyone else looked surprised as well. Luoyue still had a trick up her sleeve, but surprisingly, a look of confusion came over Luoyue's face as well. These were not the swords that she had summoned. Cut! She cried out and released her sword, but at the moment she yelled this, countless swords moved at the same time, forming a line as they cut through the air. The huge line of swords transformed into a worldly prison of swordsmanship. The cultivator from the Xianxia divine palace looked surprised. He cried out, and demonic will billowed from him. The death currents transformed into spears and shot out. Crack! The spears were destroyed in an instant. Countless swords cut into the space where he was standing. It looked like countless crosses crashing into each other. The cleave of all things. It was the cleave of all things, the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, and it was perfect. It was the best possible interpretation of the strike. Even Wan Shui could not have displayed such a perfect cleave of all things. Was Luoyue transforming in the middle of battle? There was a terrible cry as the cultivator of Xianxia divine palace was pierced by countless cries. He was covered in blood, and his aura weakened. He seemed to have been completely crippled. He fell to the ground, looking like he was in a daze. What a powerful sword! All the cultivators on Taishan Mountain were looking at Luoyue. The city lord of Taishuan's daughter was really this outstanding? So why had she been losing earlier? Had she been hiding her power, or had she just made it to the next level? Some of the Renhuang-level cultivators felt that something was not right, but none of them could say specifically what it was. They looked up at the character that read the way. It seemed that a burst of power had put the character into motion, and it was resonating with heaven and earth, and sword will was spreading out from it. Had Luoyue done this? What is going on? The city lord of Taishan had some doubts in his heart as well. This did not seem like a sword that Luoyue could have summoned. And he was also having a mystical feeling. He looked at his daughter. She herself looked a little bit confused by all of this. She seemed very surprised by that sword. It was not hers. But the sword was truly powerful. The cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling frowned slightly. Many of the fighters looked over to where Luoyue was. Death will wrapped around the cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling. There was a cold look in his dark eyes. You truly are the daughter of Lord Taishuan's second disciple. What are you all looking at? Get back to fighting. When Luo Chongyang roared this, the other cultivators suddenly stepped forward towards where Luoyue was. As she stood there, Luoyue could feel an intense amount of pressure. Boom! Several of the cultivators stepped forward, and Luoyue seemed to be able to feel the power of a god of death in the air. Invisible death will was spreading through her body, infecting her. But she saw that the powerful sword in the air above her was still circling. She formed a sword seal, and in a flash, a formless brilliance emitted from the giant character that read the way on the peak of Taishan Mountain. Sword will formed all around her until a terrifying storm of sword chi appeared. It swept through the sky. At that moment, Luoyue realized that the person who had helped her was still there, helping her in secret. She did not hesitate. She gripped her sword and pointed it up into the sky. In a flash, countless divine swords whistled through the sky, leaving streaks in the air. Many of the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling looked surprised. They released their powerful demonic will to block the onrushing sword will. The countless swords cut through the air. It seemed like the entire area would be shattered by the storm of sword chi. Crack, crack, crack. Lines of blood flew through the air, and many cultivators cried out bitterly. All of the cultivators who had been coming to attack Luoyue had been grievously wounded. They were covered in blood and they fell limply to the ground. Luoyue's battle had taken a lot of the pressure off the other disciples of Sword Abyss. Wan Shui looked at her in shock. He had cultivated the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things, for many years and still did not fully understand it. Now Luoyue had used this technique. She must have reached a new level. Moreover, she had used the will of the worldly great path to resonate with the character that read the way. This showed how prodigiously talented she was. When had Sister Luoyue gotten so strong? Who is helping her secretly? Why can't I see you? Luo Chongyang swept his gaze over the giant character that read the way. His expression was cold. Given his level, he was able to sense that this was not Luoyue's sword. The daughter of the city lord of Taishan was just not that good. He sent some people to surround her. He wanted to see if the one who was secretly helping her would act again so he could pinpoint his location. But he discovered that the hiding person was using his will to interact with the character that read the way, floating at the peak of Taishan Mountain. He was unable to find out where the man was by using his spiritual will. Many people were cultivating on Taishan Mountain and had not come here. However, there was no one there at the nirvana level. They were all contemplating the character, and people who were below the nirvana level did not have the ability to do this. Even nirvana-level figures would have trouble doing this. Thus, his level was not high enough to find the person. A look of surprise came over everyone's face when they heard Luo Chongyang's words. They were stunned. Was this really not Luoyue's sword? Someone was helping her secretly. But who could produce such brilliant swordsmanship from a secret position? This was a sword that was able to use the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. Even Wan Shui could not do this. Didn't you want to test the power of the disciples of Taishan Mountain? Do they have to stand right in front of you for you to test their power? The Taishan Hierophant said to Luo Chongyang. He also did not know who it was, but it was not important. What was important was that they had gained a little bit of time. They had to fight for more time for their master. Time was extremely precious to Lord Taishan, who was about to break through to the next level. He naturally did not want Lord Taishan to be disturbed. Who knew that she had a Runhuang-level figure helping her? Said Luo Chongyang coldly. He looked up at the character that read the way. He stretched out his hand, and in a flash, the sky darkened. A huge palm print appeared in the sky and slammed down into the character. Boom! There was a loud noise as all of Taishan Mountain trembled violently. The character that read the way was shattered. In that instant, all the people on Taishan Mountain could no longer feel its mystical will. All of the cultivators of Taishan Mountain looked coldly at Luo Chongyang. Old Demon Luo had always been overbearing and unreasonable. And now it seemed that Prince Luo Chongyang had inherited his temperament. He was just as overbearing. He had actually directly destroyed the character that Lord Taishan had carved. The Taishan Hierophant looked up at the peak of the mountain. At that moment, he realized that since his opponent wanted to make trouble, he would not delay for too long. No matter what, he would find an excuse to attack. The people from the divine capital of Xiling had come here to disturb Lord Taixian and make him unable to reach the next level. When you reached the Renhuang level, every time you tried to advance, you were making a gamble with heaven and earth. This was especially true of someone at the peak of the Renhuang level. They must have profound insight, and then they had to seize an opportunity to break their shackles. Once their concentration was broken, the way would be blocked, and there was a high probability that they would fail and would have no way to break through to the next level. The character that read The Way was not only for the benefit of the people who had come here to cultivate. Lord Taixian had also carved it for himself. He had used the character to connect himself to the heavens and the earth and to help him understand things. Now Luo Chongyang had raised his hand and destroyed it. Luo Chongyang, said the Taixian Hierophant coldly. That character was carved by our master. If you had come here as guests, we would have welcomed you, but you came here to cause trouble, so go on back to Xiling. He stepped forward as he said this. In a flash, Mighty will press down all over the mountain, covering everyone within it, including both the disciples of Taixian Mountain and the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling. It seemed that if Luo Chongyang did anything, he would be burying everyone else along with himself. Luo Chongyang allowed his aura to burst forth as well. He stood there like a god of death. He looked at the Taixian Hierophant with his black eyes. Taixian Mountain went dark, and death will wrapped around everyone. If any Renhuang level figures acted, any saint level figures would be about as useful in the fight as ants. If you want to fight, then fight. No need to inflict suffering on the innocent. The god of the golden divine nation released his dazzling golden radiance, covering himself and the cultivators of the golden divine nation. He had formed a golden light curtain. The palace lord of the divine music palace took a small step forward as well. The heavenly music of the great path rang out, protecting the disciples of the Xianxia divine palace. An invisible storm of the great path swept through the air, terrible to the extreme. The saint-level cultivators there felt that they were insignificant in the face of its might. Many of the people regretted having come to Taixian Mountain. They should never have come here. Once the battle really started, the consequences would be too disastrous to imagine. The city lord of Taixian and String Emperor stepped out, and their might covered all of Taixian Mountain. It seemed like once their opponents started fighting, they would do whatever it took to defeat the cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling. But at that moment, they saw a cold light flash in Luo Chongyang's eyes, and he smiled. He seemed to be mocking them. Lord Taixian is your elder, and under his tutelage your cultivation has reached the heavens. I came here to pay a visit. How could I have come here by myself? Said Luo Chongyang coldly. As he said this, the Taixian Hierophant's expression changed a little bit, as did the others. In reality, the Taixian Hierophant had thought of this. His spiritual will covered all of Taixian Mountain, but he had not sensed old demon Luo. But there was a possibility that his level was just too high, and so he could not sense his existence. This isn't good. The Taixian Hierophant suddenly sensed a powerful danger. Although he still did not sense an aura, someone's incredibly high level still made him feel that indescribable threat. Indeed, at the moment that he felt this, a burst of terrible demonic power descended. A hand stretched down from the sky. It was a demonic palm print from the heavens, smashing into Taixian Palace at the peak of Taixian Mountain. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the palace at the top of Taixian Mountain was reduced to dust. In the next moment, everyone saw a demonic figure appear in the sky. It was the lord of the divine capital of Xiling, old demon Luo. I had heard that Lord Taixian was about to break through to the next level, and so I came to pay my respects, said old demon Luo, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. The people of Taixian City could not help but tremble. Old demon Luo had come here himself just to stop Lord Taixian from breaking through to the next level. He had not hesitated to start a battle and destroy Taixian Palace. His determination was obvious. The divine capital of Xiling did not want to see Lord Taixian advance to the next level. My lord! The Taixian Hierophant and the others looked up. Everyone's gaze fell upon the ruined palace. Taixian Palace had stood at the peak of Taixian Mountain and had stood as a symbol for them. Now, it had been destroyed by old demon Luo. Amidst the ruins, a figure gradually opened his eyes. Lord Taishan was dressed in a simple robe, and his body was covered in dust, but this could not hide his elegance. The Taishan Hierophant and the others bowed. "We were not strong enough to protect you. We let them disturb your cultivation." Old demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling came. "How could you have defended me?" Lord Taishan answered indifferently. He obviously did not blame them. Old demon Luo was at his level and had brought his son Luo Chongyang. If his opponents wanted to forcibly disturb his cultivation, they would have had no way to stop them. "Long time no see, Lord Taishan," said old demon Luo calmly, just like they were old friends. There was none of the fierceness from before. Lord Taishan nodded. "Indeed, I have missed you all this time." At that moment, everyone in Taishan City felt a suffocating pressure. The two of them were talking casually, but they could feel an incredibly threatening atmosphere. The worldly great path flowed, and the weather changed. A brilliant light shone from Lord Taishuan's arms. It was sword light. At that moment, all of the vastness of the world seemed to shine with sword light. There were swords everywhere. Lord Taishan himself was suffused with brilliant light as if he was a sword himself. The third strike of the fleeting divine sword is fleeting swordsmanship. "I see it clearly," said Lord Taishan. His voice rang out across Taishan Mountain. Everyone's faces became very solemn as they looked towards him. Was he talking to someone? Or was he speaking to all of the swordsmen on Taishan Mountain? The third strike of the fleeting divine sword was the most powerful, and it was the final one. Everyone was staring at him. As they watched him, he raised his arms and pointed at the sky. On Taishan Mountain, at this moment, it seemed that there was only Lord Taishan. The moment his finger fell, the vast and endless space seemed to stand still. Everyone felt an inexplicable breath, and their thoughts seemed to have stopped. Between heaven and earth, there was only that one sword. As this sword was unleashed, the sky glimmered, and the figure of Lord Taishan became illusory. While he seemed to be in the same place, his actual body had appeared in front of old demon Luo. That finger, a sword, pierced through the sky. When Lord Taishan made his move, old demon Luo had already sensed it. The demonic might on his body exploded instantly, sending pressure across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The sky turned to darkness, pitch black. His palm slammed down without any hesitation, colliding with that sword. In an instant, the world was dimmed and dull. Darkness fell in front of many people's eyes, and they felt that death had descended. But in the darkened sky, an incredibly bright sword light pierced through the sky, and the divine light penetrated from old demon Luo's body, reaching directly above the sky dome. In the next moment, the endless divine light of swordsmanship pierced the darkness, causing the light to shine through. Old demon Luo's body drowned in the sword light, awash like the water, and old demon Luo's body seemed to turn elusive. All the will of the way was broken. Under this ultimate attack, time seemed to stand still. The crowd seemed to witness the struggle of old demon Luo. Up and down Taishan Mountain, even the people of the entire Taishan city felt the power of this blow. Countless ideas came into their heads, but in fact it was perhaps only for a moment. Buzz! The divine light sailed across. The crowd saw a sword stab at the sky. Countless divine swords pierced the darkness, and the demonic might roiled non-stop. Old demon Luo's body shot straight above the sky dome and gradually faded until it disappeared. However, soon, a face appeared in the sky. It was old demon Luo's face. At this time, the face was somewhat distorted. Its eyes were extremely cold. Many did not even dare to look at those eyes. It was as if they would fall into them. "You broke through?" Old demon Luo's voice was gloomy. Lord Taishan didn't answer his question. His eyes swept up to the place above the sky. He said, "Divine capital of Xiling put in such a great effort because you didn't want to see me break through?" He had the disciples provoke disputes, and the crown prince of the divine capital of Xiling, Luo Chongyang, pinned down several of his disciples. At the same time, old demon Luo attempted to destroy Taishan Palace. This was not only just to interrupt his cultivation, but to possibly injure him severely, completely stopping any hope of him making a breakthrough. As a major demonic figure of Shieling, old demon Luo was ruthless and vicious. He showed absolutely no mercy. Just want to take a look at your present state. Now that I have seen it, divine capital of Shieling will bid our goodbyes, old demon Luo said. Suddenly, Luo Chongyang and the others were eager to retreat. He could see that one sword strike just now had already injured his father. Lord Taishan had wounded his father with one blow, which showed that there was another breakthrough in his realm. Taishan Mountain clearly was not a place for him to tarry any longer. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Lord Taishan said as he waved his hand toward the void. A huge character of the way appeared suddenly, hanging high above the sky. Luo Chongyang, previously, when you destroyed my character of the way, I didn't pursue the matter on account of your junior status. Now walk out of this character on your own. You are not allowed to use power of any kind, Lord Taishan said to Luo Chongyang. Luo Chongyang's expression suddenly stiffened as he glanced at the word. At this moment, the power of the character was even more tyrannical and contained a terrible power of destruction. His face was sullen as he glanced at Lord Taishan. Eventually, he stepped into the void and walked toward that character, actually entering right into it. Infinite sword will condensed and manifested from the character of the way, tearing at Luo Chongyang's body. He seemed to be suffering under a terrible might of the way. His surroundings were distorted, and his body seemed to be pierced by infinite divine swords of the great path. Blood dripped from him. Every drop of blood contained the horrible will of the way. Bang! Luo Chongyang's hair, disheveled, was flying in the wind. His body seemed to have stepped into the swordsmanship of Lord Taishan. Although Lord Taishan stood below, the character seemed to be one with his mind, emitting sharp, scraping sounds. Luo Chongyang walked through it step by step, and when he passed through the character completely, his body was covered in blood. The wild breath above his body was also floating. What does my lord think? Luo Chongyang asked Lord Taishan. Everyone who witnessed this scene below was trembling. Luo Chongyang had suffered such humiliation, but old demon Luo did not come out. It was obvious that the old demon must be injured so that he did not intervene, allowing Luo Chongyang to suffer such disgrace. Just how strong was Lord Taishan at this moment? Had Lord Taishan really made a breakthrough? Some prominent figures, such as the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace and the Divine General of the Golden Divine Nation, fixed their attention on Lord Taishan. The strength of old demon Luo was well known to them, but now old demon Luo not only failed in the sneak attacks but was also wounded by Lord Taishan. It was obvious that Lord Taishan had grown more fearsome than before. The position of Taishan Mountain in the higher heavens realm would change again. We have finished with the matter of you destroying the character of the way. Next, since the disciples of the divine capital of Shieling wanted to spar with the disciples of Taishan Mountain, and you were the one who forcibly interrupted the whole affair, the discussion is not yet over. Let's continue with the exchange, Lord Taishan said again, intending to deal with each and every one of the transgressions. First, it was old demon Luo, then it was Luo Chongyang, and finally it would be those disciples of the divine capital of Shieling who came to pick a fight. Moreover, he even re-added the character and re-engraved it in the void. Was it to allow those who had made their moves before to continue leveraging its power? The disciples of the divine capital of Shieling were no longer aching to fight. Their king of the divine capital, old demon Luo, was defeated, and the crown prince Luo Chongyang was forced to walk through the character of the way. Could be said that they had completely failed, having been unable to effect Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. What was the point of continuing to fight? Disciples of Taishan Mountain, on the other hand, looked rather sharp. At this time, Yi Futian still sat in the string pavilion. He looked at the character of the way and resonated with it. There were some waves in his heart. The sword strike that was previously unleashed by Lord Taishan was too profound. The fleeing divine sword. With one strike, yin and yang were thrown into pandemonium, causing the passage of time which was destroyed. One point of the finger was one strike, and one strike caused the fleeting passage of time. Such a strike, even at his utmost, was impossible to comprehend fully. He had only observed the magnificence of the fleeting divine sword and was perceiving what kind of technique it was. Now, was Lord Taishan reminding him to continue fighting? Although the advantage was entirely theirs, it was still really difficult for the disciples of Taishan Mountain to defeat the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling. Therefore, Lord Taishan may still allow him to continue to strike back. When his thoughts turned to this, Yi Futian's mind moved, and in an instant, in the land above Luoyue, the sword will whistled as if calling her. Luoyue revealed a strange look. Was the sword looking for her? This was clearly wanting to use her for the strike. It was as if it was really her sword. Luoyue had no words but still cooperated. Her palms were outstretched, and a sword was born, clamoring in the void. With the vast sky, the light of countless divine swords was whistling this way, surrounding her sword. The sword chi turned destructive, leaving sword marks between the sky and earth. Go! Luoyue pointed her finger through the air. Although the others were making their move, it did not prevent her from controlling her sword. But the other swords also followed hers, cutting at the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling, who were in the void. The second level of the technique, cleave of all things, though not as powerful, was equally terrifying. Countless blood splattered, and many of the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling were pale as they were bleeding. There were even cultivators whose bodies were penetrated by the swords. The character of the way resonates. Many on Taishan Mountain looked up at the character in the void, and they all felt the power of its resonance. It was as if this character was hidden within it. Therefore, it urged the terrible fight of swordsmanship on the battlefield. In a blink of an eye, almost all the cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were injured by sword chi with varying degrees of injuries. A moment later, the whistling swords stopped. Those cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling, who were arrogant and overbearing when they arrived, now appeared exhausted and powerless. Take your people and get out of here. Next time, if you dare to come to Taishan Mountain like this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lord Taishan looked at Luo Chongyang and admonished him. Suddenly, Luo Chongyang hung his head and led his cronies away. Without any hint of anger, Luo Chongyang waved his hand and led the people from the divine capital of Xiling away from Taishan Mountain. Watching the disappearing figures in the void, everyone on Taishan Mountain felt strong feelings of emotion and shock. Lord, one after another, the voices called out as their eyes looked toward Lord Taishan. Did Lord Taishan make the breakthrough? Master! The 4 disciples of Lord Taishan also looked at their master because even they did not know if their master had broken through or not. Congratulations to Lord Taishan for great success this time, and the realm is deeper. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace said and bowed slightly to Lord Taishan. Congratulations to our Lord. Others said one after the other. They bowed in the direction of Lord Taishan. That thought of those who cultivated on Taishan Mountain reappeared. Would the master establish a clan and pass on his teachings? Now that the master had stepped into another level, even prominent characters as powerful as Old Demon Luo could not withstand his attack. If Lord Taishan took this opportunity to establish his own clan, many superior cultivators would flock here, answering his call. When their thoughts turned to this, many in Taishan region were very much looking forward to the future. No need for the formalities. Lord Taishan waved his hand. On Taishan Mountain, with the defeat of Old Demon Luo, there would be no more trouble, and everyone was feeling relaxed. Lord Taishan looked at the crowd and said, "Today, Taishan Mountain is honored by the arrival of so many people in the upper heavens realm. However, as I still need to continue my retreat and cultivate for some time, I'm afraid I won't have time to spend with all of you. Soon, my disciples will entertain our guests in my stead." Upon hearing Lord Taishuan's words, everyone looked a bit tense. It seemed that Lord Taishan had not completely finished his breakthrough. Before, he had been forced out of retreat by Old Demon Luo and had to come out to fight him. Now that Old Demon Luo had taken the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling away, Lord Taishan was ready to continue his cultivation in solitude. Everyone nodded to demonstrate their agreement. They had come here to see if Lord Taishan could step foot into another level. At such a crucial state, Lord Taixian was unlikely to spend time relaxing. My lord's retreat is an important matter. What happened before was nerve-wracking, but fortunately, my lord's swordsmanship defeated old demon Luo. However, this exposed the weaknesses of Taishan Mountain's defense. My lord did not accept disciples for a long time, and if I'm to be honest, the disciples on Taishan Mountain nowadays leave much to be desired in their cultivation. At this time, a voice spoke up. The cultivators of Taishan Mountain were greatly embarrassed upon hearing those words, but they also knew that what the other said was true. Taishan Mountain had been neglecting the cultivation of its disciples. The person who spoke was a divine general from Golden Divine Nation, whose momentum was magnificent and super powerful. Everyone was puzzled as to why he was saying this now. Lord Taixian looked at him, waiting for the other to continue. My lord's cultivation is now matchless, and a clan and school ought to be established. The divine general continued. Everyone continued to pay attention to him. Some divine general from the Golden Divine Nation actually took the initiative to persuade Lord Taixian to establish a clan and school. With Lord Taishuan's strength, if he retreated for a period of time, his cultivation might reach a terrifying level. Once a clan and school were established, in time, a new superpower would be born in the upper heavens realm. To the Golden Divine Nation, this was not a particularly beneficial situation. Otherwise, old demon Luo would not have paid such a heavy price to stop Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. Of course, in this midst of all this, there was also their personal grudges. But the Golden Divine Nation had no reason to persuade Lord Taixian to establish his own school and set up his own clan unless there were some ulterior motives. Gai Shir, the prince of our divine nation, received the inheritance of the overlord, but has not yet met a worthy teacher. Previously, there were plans of sending him to Xianxia Divine Palace to cultivate for a while, but it so happened that my lord made a breakthrough. If my lord wishes, he might accept him as a disciple and allow his highness to cultivate under my lord. The divine general continued. Suddenly, everyone understood his plan. Now that Lord Taixian was about to enter another level, if the prince of the divine nation could become his disciple, it would indeed be a win-win situation for both parties. The Golden Divine Nation had been bestowed its power by Donghuang the Great. Its background was profound, and it was absolutely a force in its own right at the peak of the higher heavens realm. Lord Taixian had extensive knowledge of many things and knew much about the past and present. If he were to ally with the Golden Divine Nation, it would definitely be of great benefit to Taishan Mountain. As long as Lord Taixian desired to establish a clan and school, the Golden Divine Nation could be of service. Furthermore, it would be of great significance if he accepted Gai Shir as his disciple. Gai Shir was also quite renowned. His talents were extraordinary. It was rumored that the inheritance of the Golden Divine Nation had gone on for 10 generations, hence the meaning of his nation. More powerful than 10 generations. It was an extremely arrogant name. He did not disappoint his elders, and there was indeed a powerful temperament about him. If it wasn't for a few older brothers whose cultivations were higher, he would probably have already been named the crown prince of the Golden Divine Nation. The master has not accepted any disciples for many years. It would be a happy event if he made an exception and accepted Gai Shir as his disciple, some thought. They looked toward Lord Taixian, wondering if he would make such an exception today. Even Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples looked at their master. Over the years, the Taishan Hierophant had advocated that their master take another disciple numerous times, but Lord Taishan never did accept a 5th person. However, the cultivators of Taishan Mountain wore an odd look. They were a little displeased. Never mind that the other had bluntly stated that there were no decent cultivators on Taishan Mountain, but in the matter of the 5th disciple, all the cultivators at Taishan Mountain had been waiting for such an opportunity. Now that the other wanted to skip everyone, it was naturally a cause for embarrassment for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. But the one thing they had to admit was that Gai Shir's aura was much more dazzling than any of theirs. He was indeed more suitable than anyone else to become the 5th disciple of Lord Taixian after he broke through the shackles of the realm. One Lord Taixian glanced at Gai Shir, who stood next to the divine general of the Golden Divine Nation. He saw the peerless mettle of this young man. The golden robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were also golden, and from them was terrible divine light that exuded extreme sharpness. One could even vaguely feel the majestic breath inside his body. With just one glance, Guy Xiaoxi's outstanding talent was apparent to all. Everyone felt the sharpness he exuded. Young and gallant, and his aura was just like his name. I assume you all know that I once said I would not accept any more disciples. Even now, I will not break this promise. The prince is outstanding and peerless, and he does not need to worry about not finding a suitable teacher, Lord Taishan responded, making everyone on Taishan Mountain feel a sense of pity. It seemed that Lord Taishan really wouldn't accept any more disciples if he was now refusing someone as exceptional as Guy Xiaoxi. I heard about my lord's vow at the time, but now that the talent on Taishan Mountain is dwindling, giving way to the disciples of divine capital of Xiling to do whatever they want, my lord need not insist upon those words of the past. The divine general of the Golden Divine Nation continued. The disciples of Taishan Mountain all revealed a strange expression. They were so bluntly demeaned by outsiders, which embarrassed them. If it were not for that mysterious character, who struck just now, they would have been defeated. Disciples of Taishan Mountain are not entirely as useless as Elder has described, a voice said. It was Jun Mu, the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. Before that, his master had wanted to send him to Lord Taishan to cultivate, but Lord Taishan did not agree to that either. Now, the people of the Golden Divine Nation were being so blatantly disrespectful, so he felt greatly displeased. The Divine General glanced over. At the same time, Guy Xiaoxi, who was next to him, also looked at Jun Mu. Those eyes emitted a divine golden light that were able to penetrate through everything. Jun Mu felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Everywhere he shot his gaze, there was a towering golden beam, which made his eyes feel very uncomfortable. Luo Yuming, the son of old demon Luo, couldn't bear the power of my halberd, Guy Xiaoxi said lightly, slight contempt in his eyes. Previously, in battle with Jun Mu and Luo Yuming, they were suppressed, and now he dared to claim that Luo Yuming could not bear the power of his halberd. But Luo Yuming's reputation in the higher heavens realm was indeed quite a bit behind Guy Xiaoxi's. Although the cultivators on Taishan Mountain are not as talented, didn't you see that there was a sword that repelled everyone? Lord Taishan said with a smile. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that it was a swordsman of the Saint Plain on Taishan Mountain. But just who was it? Whose swordsmanship was so advanced? Could it be that the Sword Abyss had disciples with hidden strength? Luo Yue wanted the most to know who it was. Before, the other had borrowed her sword, which made it look like she was the one in control of the sword. When had the Sword Abyss have such a powerful person? This youngster is pretty good. Who was it? The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace asked. To be able to resonate with the character of the Wei, and use the will of the Wei in the character to form a sword and unleash the second level of the fleeting divine sword was indeed commendable. His perception of the Wei was bound to be extremely strong, and his talent must be unmeasurable. He didn't want anyone to know, so the Palace Lord need not pursue it further. Lord Taishan smiled. Probably only he, as the one who had engraved the character of the Wei and who was one with the character, would know who it was that used his will to ignite the will of the Wei. Others could not connect with the character of the Wei, so they couldn't perceive it. A strange look flashed across Guy Xiaoxi's eyes. It seemed that Lord Taishan greatly valued the mysterious disciple who didn't reveal himself. Could that be the reason Lord Taishan refused him as a disciple? No matter how strong the opponent was, how strong could they really be? Yifutian watched all this and took everything in. Guy Xiaoxi must be a tyrannical character. He was the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, whose name was arrogant and unparalleled. He was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Lord Taishan to conceal the truth for him and did not expose him. What happened today attracted Lord Taishuan's personal attention. In fact, exposure had a limited impact on him, but Lord Taishan still respected his choice. Very well, I should get back to cultivating. Anyone who comes to Taishan Mountain can meditate with me here. But if someone else is looking for trouble again, don't be upset if I don't react well to it. Lord Taishuan's tone suddenly became harsher. He said to the Taishan Hierophant, "Take care of our guests." "Yes, master." The Taishan Hierophant nodded and saw the master walk forward. As he raised his hand and waved, suddenly, an ancient peak appeared out of thin air, rising from the ground. He waved again, and Taishan Palace appeared. He took a step and walked into it, sitting there. He was one with the character of the way, comprehending and cultivating. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the will of the way roiled toward the endless void, flowing into the distance. Many looked yonder with a solemn look. Lord Taishan was using that character to perceive the world. The palace lord of the divine music palace did not leave. Neither did the cultivators of the golden divine nation or the representatives of many top principalities. They were all standing there and watching. Even if it was only observing Lord Taishan cultivate, they could still gain some insight from it. As for those youngsters, the impact on them was even greater. That character of the way alone was enough for them to meditate. It seems that our Lord will really be stepping into another level, many people thought as they looked over there, preparing to witness this event together. On Taishan Mountain, Yi Futian came to the crowd as he looked in the direction of Lord Taishan. He was now closer than he was at String Pavilion and could see everything more clearly. It just so happened that Luoyue was standing next to him. She glanced at Yi Futian, who had come to her side, and said, "How come I didn't see you before?" "I was cultivating at the String Pavilion," Yi Futian replied. Luoyue's tone indicated some displeasure. But when she thought that Yi Futian was just of the unblemished plane, Luoyue thought that she did not need to get angry with him about his failure to participate in the battle. Instead, she said, "This character contains the true will of the great path. You must take care to meditate with it." Yi Futian nodded slightly. On the top of Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan sat above the palace, bathed in the divine light of the great path. His body seemed to be connected with the 9 heavens. Above the endless void, the will of the way entered the body and created a certain wondrous resonance with it. And that character of the way, likewise, also bloomed in endless radiance, connecting the boundless vast area, covering the entire Taishan region. Anyone within Taishan region, even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles apart, could still feel the impact Lord Taishan had on breaking into the realm. Such an extraordinary state was enough to make countless many yearn and dream. Even those who had already proved the existence of Ren Huang were still looking solemn, gazing in the direction of Taishan Mountain. When this step was crossed, Lord Taishan would be a giant figure standing at the peak of the higher heavens realm, and even beyond the higher heavens realm, he would probably be the very top of all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. There were still many preeminent characters in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, but those who had taken this step were probably the minority. Yi Futian did not know how many such old monsters still existed in the higher heavens realm, but according to what he knew, in the heavenly mandate realm where he was, only Gu Tianxing was at that level. The old overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty may have been another, but after the destruction inflicted by both sides, there may be no one left at this level at the heavenly mandate realm. Of course, if there were the existence of hidden masters, that was beyond his knowledge. Therefore, he clearly understood the significance of Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. Not only did he understand it, but everyone else understood as well. Otherwise, old Demon Luo of Divine Capital of Xiling would not have attacked and tried to forcibly interrupt Lord Taishan, even wanting to wound him. The powerful Golden Divine Nation even wanted to have their most outstanding prince, Gai Shishir, to be his disciple. From this, one could understand the significance. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace did not leave. Neither did the divine generals of the Golden Divine Nation. All the other top principalities were all in attendance, watching Lord Taishan impacting the realm. It seemed as if it was some great attraction to them. In fact, not only them, but as time passed, more and more prominent characters had arrived, except that they did not show themselves. Some were covered by thousands of miles of divine will, and some were around Taishan Mountain or inside Taishan City. It would not be an overstatement to say that the breakthrough this time was a highly anticipated event in all of the upper heavens realm. The light of the character of the way was getting more brilliant, and its will was getting stronger. Yi Futian sat cross-legged, and, like many disciples of Taishan Mountain, he was quietly comprehending and cultivating as Lord Taishuan's breakthrough was another kind of teaching. Such opportunity was pure luck, could not be sought out. It all depended on themselves how much one could comprehend. Yi Futian's will blended with the character of the Way, wandering between heaven and earth. He felt the power of creation in heaven and earth, as well as the omnipresent Way. Gradually, Yi Futian gave way to a very strong sensation, allowing him to control the Way more freely. This sensation of freedom was extremely gratifying. It was as if no matter the distance, he was still able to exert control. In a blink of an eye, many days had passed, but the people on Taishan Mountain seemed to have forgotten the time. Many woke up from cultivation and looked at Lord Taishan. Had there still been no breakthrough? Now, the divine light had reached the 9 heavens, and the Way flowed between heaven and earth. Even so, Lord Taishan seemed to have not yet reached the limit needed to break through. All 4 disciples of Lord Taishan were guarding and protecting his surroundings, preventing anyone from interfering with Lord Taishuan's cultivation. It seems that this realm is hard. Not far from Yi Futian, Wan Shui looked at Lord Taishan, frowning, as if worried for him. As a disciple of Sword Abyss, of course, he wanted Lord Taishan to break through. However, it seemed extremely difficult to break through this realm. Old Demon Luo dared to venture here and disturb the Grandmaster because he knew that this realm would not be easy to get through. He didn't expect that the Grandmaster had already transformed before the actual breakthrough, being able to defeat him with a single blow. Luo Yue glanced over with a solemn look on her face. Although it is difficult, I believe the Grandmaster can do it. Well, it'll take 1,000 years to form one sword. Lord Taishan did not establish a clan or school, and he was rarely involved in external disputes, all to maintain a peaceful state of mind. He is a true and pure cultivator. Wan Shui also nodded in response. Senior brother on Taishan Mountain, are there swordsmen with tremendous sword technique? Luo Yue seemed to have thought of something and asked Wan Shui. You are asking about those from before, right? Wan Shui instinctively understood her intention but shook his head. I cultivate in Sword Abyss, and I'm pretty confident in my swordsmanship. My cultivation of the 2nd level of the fleeting divine sword is incredibly skilled. However, when that sword appeared, I realized I was but a frog at the bottom of a well. The man who controlled the sword has skills that far surpass mine, but in daily practice in the Sword Abyss, I was unaware of the existence of such a swordsman and have no idea who it was that concealed their true strength. Senior brother, do you think it's possible? Luo Yue suddenly said to Wan Shui. Impossible, Wan Shui said decisively. If so, would Lord Taishan deliberately elevate the disciples of Taishan Mountain? Lord Taishan had already said that it was a disciple of Saint Plain from Taishan Mountain, so it must have been so. I'm being silly, Luo Yue said. She felt that she was indeed a little crazy. Because of the power and mystery of that sword, she had wild thoughts, to the point that she was even questioning the words of Lord Taishan. But as soon Wan Shui said that, she didn't think about it anymore. There probably were some disciples with hidden strengths in the Sword Abyss. At this moment, a breath of terror flowed about. Above the 9 heavens, countless divine light of the Great Path fell in the direction where Lord Taishan was. It penetrated his body so that his entirety was radiant. It was as if he was on the verge of transforming into a divine body. The mighty holy pressure was now overwhelming the space. Lord Taishuan's eyes suddenly opened, and he looked toward the sky. This look seemed to have penetrated the boundless void, looking beyond this world. The heavenly path is incomplete, an ephemeral voice said, which seemed to contain endless sigh. It was as if the gods were sighing. This mournful sound made countless people felt a deep sense of sorrow. It was as if they were involuntarily affected by it. Such influence was astonishing. Just a voice alone was enough to affect everyone. The heavenly path was incomplete. Those preeminent characters also looked up at the sky, for they also knew that the heavenly path was incomplete. At the peak of Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan took out a guqin and plucked at the strings with his fingers. In an instant, the sound of music penetrated the endless void along with the great path and fell into countless people's ears. The melody was like the sound of the great path. When the music started, many felt a sadness, a mood that seemed to speak of endless regrets. The lost sound of the great path, the song of lost divine. The eyes of the palace lord of divine music palace instantly became extremely sharp, as if penetrating the void. He looked toward Lord Taixian as if to watch every move Lord Taixian made. He listened to each musical note to brand them into his mind. "Listen carefully," he said to several disciples from Xianxia Divine Palace who were next to him. The lost sound of the great path, the song of lost divine, was one of the 10 divine melodies. It was known as the true divine sound of the great path. It was rumored that the epitome of sword technique at Taixian Mountain, the fleeting divine sword, was created by combining the song of the lost divine and swordsmanship. Now, Lord Taixian was playing the song of lost divine upon Taixian Mountain. Even though he was the palace lord of divine music palace, he wanted to brand the entire melody in his memory. At this moment, Yifutian also looked very grave. He sat cross-legged, and his eyes became endlessly deep. His entire person entered an extremely curious state. It was as if he had completely forgotten about himself and had become ethereal, immersed in the sound of the music. This melody carried with it endless regret and sadness. It seemed to be describing the sorrow of cultivation. After cultivating for a lifetime, he had no choice but to refuse the way, desolate and filled with pain. There were also regrets. Upon hearing this music, many cultivators, who were not determined enough, now sensed a strong pessimism. At this moment, they seemed to want to put down all that they had worked for and completely forget about their cultivation. Even as the will of the way reversed, the breath inside their bodies became disorderly and moved out of their control. Soon, some people's eyes became bloody red. It was as if they were in a trance, entering an uncontrollable state. Some even started damaging their own foundations. "Don't be affected by the music," someone alerted the others. Yifutian also shared the same feeling as the breath in his body became jumbled. What kind of existence was the composer who created this melody? The will of the great path roared wildly between heaven and earth. Accompanied by the sound of the melody, the breath inside of Lord Taixian was also roaring wildly, making booming sounds. The world was changing. The sound of Guqin's sword as if to compete with the great path, disregarding fate, aiming to contend with the heavenly path. There was a long river racing between heaven and earth, which made Taixian Mountain tremble. Everyone within Taixian region felt a terrible shock. Finally, with the last note, a divine light seemed to penetrate the 9 heavens. Lord Taixian stood up. The robe on his body fluttered wildly in the wind. The will of the way beat about his body. He looked incomparably great and insufferably arrogant. At this moment, the entire Taixian region shook once, and then all the breath between heaven and earth began to calm down. Success! The disciples of Taixian Mountain murmured and stared in that one direction. At this time, people came from all directions, possessing supreme temperaments. Some were immortal, some were domineering, but there were also extraordinary empresses among them. "Congratulations to Lord Taixian," a voice said. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace looked at Lord Taixian with a very complicated look in his eyes. "Congratulations." Many stepped into the void and paid their respects to Taixian Palace. Everyone who arrived was a great, powerful existence in the higher heavens realm. When the people of Taixian Mountain saw what they were doing, they were extremely moved. Did he succeed? Congratulations to the Lord. The disciples of Taixian Mountain bowed down to worship him. The divine general of the Golden Divine Nation looked in the direction of Lord Taixian. His eyes were a little complicated. Lord Taixian had actually achieved this step, and from this moment on, he was no longer qualified to talk to Lord Taixian as an equal, but must respectfully refer to him as an elder. Beside him, Gai Shi's eyes emitted divine golden light. Had he made the breakthrough? Yifutian watched all this quietly. He looked towards Lord Taixian. From this day forward, Lord Taixian's status in the higher heavens realm leaped again, and he now stood at the pinnacle of giants. Lord Taixian didn't seem to be too joyful. Instead, he took a look at the sky and sighed. The heavenly path was incomplete. Turning his gaze to everyone, Lord Taixian held his hands up and thanked them. "You are all too kind." Afterward, he came to the crowd, and the 4 great disciples led by the Taishan Hierophant came behind him. They finally let go of their worries. Now, they would not be worried about someone making trouble, and no one dared to try. Even that old demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling would have to be more cautious when he met Lord Taishan in the future. If Lord Taishan intended to settle matters of the past, that old demon would lose. Today, Lord Taishan comprehended the way on Taishan Mountain. It is a major event for cultivators in the higher heavens realms. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace said. Many cultivators nodded in agreement. The influence of a top character was very great. Just a few more years of cultivation than any of you. Lord Taishan appeared very calm. One cannot surpass this realm with time alone. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace shook his head and said, On behalf of Xianxia Divine Palace, we congratulate you, my lord. After bringing back such great news, I believe that all people in various palaces will also be overjoyed for my lord. Palace Lord is too kind. Please give my regards to everyone when you return. If there is ever a chance, I will pay you a visit. Lord Taishan responded politely. If my lord ever wants to come to the Divine Music Palace, there will soon be a chance. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace smiled and said, Everyone in the Divine Music Palace must be looking forward to talking with my lord. Lord Taishan seemed to think of something when he heard the words of the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace. He smiled and knew what the other meant. Many powerful figures on Taishan Mountain thought of one thing when they heard his words. Someone said with a smile, 10 years have gone by in the blink of an eye, and it is time for the opportunity of trials once more. It is indeed a blessing to all young cultivators in the higher heavens realm. Xianxia Divine Palace preached to the world, benefiting the world of cultivation, and doing great deeds. Lord Taishan nodded and said, Xianxia Divine Palace was indeed a place worthy of admiration. Xianxia Divine Palace is a treasured land within the higher heavens realm, which can nurture the great path. For many years, it has adhered to its mission of preaching as a matter of course. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace replied. It was well known to everyone in the higher heavens realm that Xianxia Divine Palace was located in the most treasured holy land in all of higher heavens realm and had trained many powerful great characters. Therefore, for many years it had been preaching to the world, never getting involved in disputes. Of course, if it were not so, many of the top principalities in the higher heavens realm would have long been rift with malice, and Xianxia Divine Palace would not have occupied such a lofty status. It's a pity that the fruit grown in the Divine Palace is limited. Otherwise, it could help more people to comprehend the way. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace continued. My lord has not yet established a clan, so in the years past, Taishan Mountain had just a quota of 5 spaces. But now that my lord has had a breakthrough, I will discuss with other palace lords when I return about increasing the number of places for Taishan Mountain to 15 people. Many thanks. Lord Taishan nodded with a smile. He glanced at the disciples of Taishan Mountain behind him. Although 15 spaces were still far from enough compared to the disciples who cultivated on Taishan Mountain, considering those who had a real chance to break through into Renhuang Plain, 15 spaces were a lot. It was definitely enough. After all, it was not that easy to become a Renhuang. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace is biased. Why not add some more spaces for us? Said a powerful person next to him. If everyone could be like my lord, then there would be no problem. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace said with a smile. Suddenly, everyone revealed a dull expression. Could one break through the realm just because one wanted to? Would this kind of character be so rare in the higher heavens realm? Never mind in the higher heavens realm, even in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were not many. Very well. Now that my lord has broken through, this matter is over, and we should be getting back. After everyone gets back, you can discuss the matter regarding the candidates. Now, we should get ready to go. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace smiled and said, When my lord has free time, please come to the Divine Palace to sit and chat. Good. Lord Taishan nodded. Farewell. The Place Lord of Divine Music Palace put his hands together and then left with his people. We should be getting back to. Goodbye. All the cultivators saluted and left as well. Lord Taishan watched them as they left. The divine general from the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward and asked, "Won't you consider our previous proposition? I already said that I would not accept any more disciples." Lord Taishan shook his head. The other nodded and took Gai Shirshir and turned to leave. Other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation also left with them. The Golden Divine Light opened up the road of Great Path, and soon, they disappeared between heaven and earth. "People of the Divine Nation are really too proud," Lord Taishan whispered as he watched those who were leaving. The Golden Divine Nation claimed to be the descendant of the ancient Golden God. It had some connection with the great emperor and enjoyed great prosperity in the past. If it were not for the Master's breakthrough, they would probably not have taken Gai Shirshir to us, said the Taishan Hierophant. Lord Taishan said nothing more. As the crowd gradually left, there were fewer and fewer people on Taishan Mountain, and the cultivators of the Taishan region also bowed and left. With this matter over, they had no more reason to linger there. After a while, Taishan Mountain seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Not many people were still there, save for the disciples of Taishan Mountain. At this time, the disciples of Taishan Mountain were still focused on Lord Taishan. Even at this moment, they had not completely calmed their minds. Lord Taishan was already someone at the peak. He had now gone one step further. With so many powerful figures in the higher heavens realm congratulating him, they could very clearly feel Lord Taishuan's current status, which was now truly beyond this world. Even the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace was extremely polite and invited Lord Taishan to lecture at Xianxia Divine Palace. Furthermore, 10 more spaces were given to them. With this in mind, many disciples in Taishan Mountain could not hide the anticipation in their eyes, especially those whose cultivation was already in the Nirvana plane. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity that happened only once every 10 years. In the higher heavens realm, only the Divine Palace could provide such an opportunity. All the top figures of all principalities in the higher heavens realm would head over to the Divine Palace to prove themselves. However, even with 15 spaces, it was perhaps still not enough. Besides the disciples cultivating on Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples each also had their own disciples to consider. In addition, some elders on Taishan Mountain also had descendants of their own. Lord Taishan looked at everyone in the crowd and saw in their eyes that revealed their admiration, worship, and expectations. In addition, a few people also felt lost, clearly realizing that they had no chance. Lord Taishan could read everyone's thoughts with one glance. He said, "You must have heard the words of the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace at Xianxia Divine Palace. Soon, there will be the once-in-a-decade opportunity at Xianxia Divine Palace, which is mainly focused on those at the pinnacle of the Saint Plane, so there is an opportunity to enter the Renhuang Plane. Of course, it is only an opportunity. The key to success is still your own talent, perception, and state of mind." Everyone listened attentively. This was something they knew. The Divine Palace is the first holy place for cultivation in the higher heavens realm, rumored to be able to forge the basis of Renhuang. For cultivators, it is indeed valuable. This time, the Divine Palace gave Taishan Mountain 10 more spaces, all because the Grandmaster broke through. Other top forces only have 10 spaces in total. Jun Mu, a disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, spoke. Lord Taishan nodded. The top forces in the higher heavens realm received 10 spaces in 10 years. They had never established a clan nor opened a school. They used to have only 5 spaces, but this time, they were given 10 more for a total of 15. So, 15 spaces. 5 spaces for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. You 4 may each choose 2 disciples, so 2 places each. How about that? Lord Taishan said to everyone. His 4 disciples would get 2 spaces each, and cultivators of Taishan Mountain would get 5 spaces, which was considered evenly distributed. Everyone nodded and didn't have any qualms. Lord Taishuan's suggestion was relatively fair, and he took care of the needs of both sides. What about the other 2? The Taishan Hierophant asked. 5 plus 8 only accounted for 13 spaces. I have other plans for them, Lord Taishan responded. The Taishan Hierophant nodded and said nothing more. Since Lord Taishan had other plans, there was nothing else for them to comment on. Yi Futian had been listening quietly, without speaking, because there was no room of him to speak here. But he was slightly moved when he heard that Lord Taishan had left 2 spaces. Could it be that Lord Taishan was leaving one of the 2 spaces to him? Moreover, this time it was heading toward Xianxia Divine Palace, which was where Yi Tianyu cultivated. Not long ago, at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, he had also had some conflicts with the disciples there. However, he had heard that the Divine Palace did not actually get involved in the battles of the disciples outside, as it was just a place of cultivation. Now it seemed that the rumor was true, because whether or not there were people such as Yi Tianyu, it didn't really matter. However, it did not matter if he thought too much of it. It was very pleasant to cultivate on Taishan Mountain, and he was making great progress these days. Well, you may all go and prepare your own candidates, Lord Taishan said, and then turned to leave. After Lord Taishan left, many were talking about it. Let's go back to Sword Abyss, Wan Shui said. Senior brother Wan should be able to get a space, Luoyue whispered. Wan Shui was extremely talented, and there must be a space for him. I'll do my best, Wan Shui said frankly, not being humble. This was an extremely rare opportunity. I hope I can go to the trial with you. Luoyue was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City, so naturally, there would be a space for her. Yi Futian was also on his way back, ready to return to String Pavilion. Xinjing, Wan Shui shouted. Yi Futian looked back at him. Soon, there will probably be some discussion at Taishan Mountain, and same with Sword Abyss. You can come around from time to time to help you comprehend swordsmanship. Wan Shui advised Yi Futian, kind of watching out for him. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Luoyue looked at Yi Futian and nodded in agreement. This time, the final selection would inevitably result in some competition. By observing the battle, Yi Futian could also make some progress. Sure, I will definitely go. Yi Futian nodded with a smile and responded. Well, then you go back now, Wan Shui said. And so, Yi Futian bid his goodbye and went toward the String Pavilion. Soon after, a grand forum battle was held on Taishan Mountain. The selections for the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan was easy, as they each had a quota of 2 spaces and could decide themselves. But since there were 5 spaces for all the cultivators on Taishan Mountain, a competition was essential for deciding on those candidates. As a result, there were exciting battles one after the other, until eventually, 5 candidates were chosen to be sent to Xianxia Divine Palace. But for the 4 great disciples, such as the Taishan Hierophant, the matter was settled internally, with each deciding on their own candidates without participating in those competitions. Many were curious about who would be filling the remaining 2 spaces, which had been reserved by Lord Taishan himself. Yi Futian had been cultivating in the String Pavilion. On the day that Lord Taishan broke through, he had been on the side comprehending and had received many insights, which he needed time to fully digest. This included the divine melody of the Great Path and the Song of the Lost Divine, which also took him a long time to understand. He had tried to play the song but had only made small progress. On this day, Yi Futian was still cultivating in the String Pavilion, and a fiery red shadow descended before him, calling out, Shang Jing, do you have any manners? Yi Futian was a little speechless. This little phoenix was so comfortable with herself and interrupted him so blatantly. I don't, Feng Yan said without a care. Xinjing, you must have heard about what's happening on Taishan Mountain. Xianxia Divine Palace gave Taishan Mountain 15 spaces, so 15 people can go there to seek the opportunity of the Great Path. This is the chance to become a Renhuang. I heard that, but you have just entered the Nirvana plane. The realm of the Demon Emperor has nothing to do with you for the time being, Yi Futian said bluntly. How do you know that I have a space? Feng Yan looked at Yi Futian and said with a smile. It seems that you also know that my talent is unparalleled and that I will undoubtedly be selected by Lord Taishan. This is an opportunity that comes only once in 10 years, and countless people would like to be selected but won't be. I heard from my mom and dad that many powerful Renhuang were willing to make great sacrifices in order to get a place just because this opportunity is rare. So, are you jealous? Yi Futian was able to ascertain that this little girl had come to show off. Jealous? Yi Futian was quite speechless. The parents of the little phoenix enjoyed a great relationship with the String Emperor. They may be String Emperor's demonic beast partners. When little phoenix was born, she received the blessing of Lord Taixian and was also a natural-born saint, so it was no surprise that Lord Taixian would give her a space. Hypocrite, little phoenix said. Yi Futian was a little speechless. Little phoenix showed a smug look and laughed. However, you must wish you were me. Yes, I do. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. At this time, footsteps were heard. Young friend Xinjing. A voice was heard, and Yi Futian looked forward and said, Elder Lan. His voice fell, and Yi Futian saw a figure walking in their direction. He came to Yi Futian and little phoenix. It was Uncle Lan, the housekeeper of Taishan Mountain. Feng Yan is there too, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Feng Yan nodded. Why are you here, Uncle Lan? I'm looking for Xinjing. Uncle Lan looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, You should know everything that's happening at Taishan Mountain. Lord Taishan wanted to give a space to me, but what use do I have for it at my age? So, I'm giving it to you. Yi Futian was surprised. He was not too surprised that he would get a space, but that Uncle Lan came and gave it to him was a shock. But who told Uncle Lan to do so? Yi Futian thought that perhaps it was Lord Taishuan's instruction. Lord Taishan wanted to avoid being too obvious, so maybe he had asked Uncle Lan to inform him? After all, Lord Taishan deliberately concealed what had happened last time and did not expose him. Uncle Lan, you are giving him your space? Little Phoenix showed a strange expression when she heard what Uncle Lan said. This meant that Xinjing also got a space? Yes. Uncle Lan nodded. Yi Futian smiled and did not decline his offer. He bowed slightly to Uncle Lan and said, Many thanks to you, Elder. Miss Four sent you up here. I saw that your appearance and manner were extraordinary. There must be a bright future for you, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Come on. They are already there discussing the matter. I will go with you too. Very well. Yi Futian nodded and left with Little Phoenix and Uncle Lan. Little Phoenix looked strange all along the way, murmuring, and seemed a little puzzled. Not long ago she was showing off to Yi Futian, and now it turned out that Yi Futian also got a spot. Could it be that Lord Taishan knew? This guy hid a lot deep inside, but Lord Taishan was all-knowing, so there was still a possibility that he may know. As they came to Taishan Palace, many people had already gathered here, and many of them were familiar faces to Yi Futian. They turned around, and when they saw Yi Futian, they all looked rather surprised. Uncle Lan. Everyone bowed to Uncle Lan slightly, and Uncle Lan smiled and nodded. Luoyue directed her gaze toward Yi Futian and asked, Xinjing, why are you here? As the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City, she clearly occupied a space. Like Miss Luoyue, he will also head to Xianxia Divine Palace, Uncle Lan said with a smile, and his words astounded everyone. Xinjing was also going to Xianxia Divine Palace? Uncle Lan, are you joking? Luoyue didn't quite believe it. Out of the two spaces reserved by Lord Taishan, the one given to Feng Yan was easily understood, but the other one was given to Xinjing. Would I dare joke with Miss Luoyue? It was I who led Xinjing to Taishan Mountain and placed him at the String Pavilion. Since then, Xinjing has taken good care of the String Pavilion. I will not use the space that Lord Taishan gave me, so I gave it to Xinjing instead, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Taken good care of the String Pavilion? Everyone looked a little spasmodic. Was this even a reason? Uncle Lan was clearly making up an excuse for giving Xinjing his spot. It was said that Uncle Lan had a great relationship with the String Emperor and the Housemaster of Taishan, and Xinjing was also sent here by the Housemaster of Taishan. He was placed in the String Pavilion, and it meant that he had some connection with the third and fourth disciples of Lord Taishan. Could it be that Uncle Lan favored him because of this? Doesn't Uncle Lan also have disciples? Luoyue said. Those few disciples of mine will be useless there. It is best to give it to a suitable person, Uncle Lan said quite casually. Although our friend Xiangjing was sent here by Miss Four, and even though he may be extremely talented, he is just an unblemished saint. Such an opportunity bestowed on someone of unblemished realm is giving them too much face, someone said. If Luo Yue had been expressing her doubts, this person was now instigating. This speaker was precisely the disciple of Taishan Hierophant Jun Mu. He had also been selected and would be going to Xianxia Divine Palace. Yi Futian looked up to Jun Mu. He seemed to feel his gaze. Jun Mu's expression was still relaxed as he nodded to Yi Futian apologetically, saying, "Please excuse me, Brother Xinjing. I'm not deliberately opposing you. It is just that this trip to the Xianxia Divine Palace is to seek the path of the doctrine. Brother Xinjing has great talent, but the realm is still a bit off. Only those of the Nirvana plane will exert the greatest influence. It is really not suitable for you to go." "It's really unsuitable," several people agreed. They also felt that it was a complete waste of a space given Xinjing's realm. This was an opportunity to test the Renhuang realm, and even if the probability of success was extremely low, it was still an opportunity. Yi Futian did not know how to rebuke Jun Mu's words so quickly. "But I'm very optimistic about Xiangjing. Although his realm is a little lower and cannot impact Renhuang, it could form the basis of the fruit of the way in the body ahead of time, which would still have great benefits for cultivation in the future. One day, when the time comes, a breakthrough of the realm will be a matter of course," Uncle Lon said calmly. "Since Lord Taishan is letting me do as I wish, and I chose to give it to Xinjing, what is so inappropriate about that?" Jun Mu's eyes were slightly perturbed. Uncle Lon was insisting on helping Xinjing. "Enough. Now that you have made your decision, there is nothing more to argue about," a voice said as a godly figure appeared above the palace. It was Lord Taishan. The 4 great disciples of his were standing next to him. "Yes, I will obey." Jun Mu lowered his head and responded. Instantly, he became extremely compliant. Lord Taishan glanced at the disciples. "They're exactly 15. His gaze lingered for a moment on Yi Futian, but it was just an instant before he moved on. "Since all the candidates have been chosen, you may depart. The people of other principalities must have already embarked on their journey," Lord Taishan said. Everyone nodded and didn't bother to argue about the matter. Even though they felt that the space had been wasted, with Lord Taishuan's approval, the matter was settled without further discussion. "Feng Zhu, I will trouble you to take them." Lord Taishan looked into the distance. As soon as his voice fell, a burning might descended, and a gigantic figure of the demon emperor appeared. It was the father of Little Phoenix. He was a tyrannical demon emperor. Obviously, this time he came to lead the way for them. "Go, and make sure to send them off before you head back," Lord Taishan ordered again. 15 people stepped onto the phoenix. With a loud chant from the phoenix, the divine bird launched toward the sky and disappeared in an instant. "Thank you for escorting us, Elder." Everyone on the back of the demon emperor successively expressed their gratitude. "Dad, are you also keeping an eye on me, by the way?" Little Phoenix mumbled. Feng Zhu was not in the mood to deal with her but merely sailed through the wind. "Xinjing, you are a really lucky man." Wan Shui, who had also been selected, appeared to be in a good mood and was feeling appreciative of everything in the outside world. "Well, I must recognize all the care given to me by all the elders and the disciples of Sword Abyss." Yi Futian nodded as he looked at the rolling sea of clouds. Xianxia Divine Palace was such an unexpected coincidence. In the past, the cultivators of Xianxia Divine Palace descended in Heavenly Mandate Realm, and now, as Xinjing, he was on his way to Xianxia Divine Palace. It was unknown if he would meet those he knew or what would happen there. Yi Tianyu was cultivating at Xianxia Divine Palace. How was he doing? The phoenix divine bird crossed the sky and left a radiant divine light in the sea of clouds. At the same time, in all the major areas of the higher heavens realm, cultivators of all sides had set off and started on their journey to Xianxia Divine Palace. Xianxia Divine Palace was located in the central district of the higher heavens realm, surrounded by the Sea of the Path. It stood in the middle of the inland fairy mountains. It was said that in the higher heavens realm, the Sea of the Path and the Fairy Mountain, where Xianxia Divine Palace was located, were both the most precious sacred, pure lands in the higher heavens realm. These pure lands were used by the Xianxia Divine Palace for preaching and were the true holy lands for cultivation. To enter the Xianxia Divine Palace, One needed to cross the Sea of the Path from Linxiao City. This big city in the central district had always been a prosperous but unclaimed land. In fact, there were many top powers fighting for hegemony in the central district, but none of them had ever touched Linxiao City. This city near the Sea of the Path was the place leading to the Xianxia Divine Palace. Those top powers didn't dare to touch it, but they all had their own influence in Linxiao City. In the past few days, Linxiao City had been extremely busy. The decennial journey project of crossing the sea and seeking the path had been launched, and the Xianxia Divine Palace had given quotas to many powers of the higher heavens realm. Cultivators of the top powers would cross the sea and enter the Divine Palace to seek for the paths. Restaurants near the Sea of the Path were already overcrowded. During these days, all the people from different realms had gathered here. When the messenger of Xianxia Divine Palace arrived, all the warriors from different powers would start to cross the sea. The people of Taishan Mountain had also arrived. The Phoenix Demon Emperor sent the 15 cultivators of Taishan Mountain here and left. Later, they could only depend on themselves. No one else could help them. At this time, cultivators of Taishan Mountain were standing on the rooftop of a restaurant near the sea. The city was bustling, and there were sometimes warriors passing by in the void sky who could clearly feel the lively atmosphere below. At another place in the restaurant, people looked at them and whispered, "Are they cultivators of the Taishan Mountain?" Yes. Not long ago, Lord Taishan broke shackles and beat old Demon Luo with one single finger, and now he must be stronger. The Divine Palace gave a quota of 15 participants to Taishan Mountain, someone said. Lord Taishan has been absorbed in cultivation for many years and is always diligently seeking knowledge of the path, so now he can reach the apex. We should all learn from him. The people of Taishan Mountain heard this and felt proud. They could feel that the status of their lord was different from before. However, although Taishan Mountain has 15 seats, as the lord has refused to accept new disciples, the strength of the cultivators of Taishan Mountain, someone said and stopped. Many people had heard the news that the disciples of Taishan Mountain were defeated badly by warriors of the divine capital of Xiling. But then a mysterious warrior defeated the people of Xiling God capital with the Tao spell. The Divine Palace is a holy place for seeking the path, but it is not absolutely fair to everyone. The powerful forces in the higher heavens realm have quotas for seeking the path, but for those cultivators who were born into ordinary families and did not enter the top powers to cultivate, they do not have the opportunity to get quotas. Are they weaker than those selected ones? A figure of the Saint Plain drank alcohol alone and spoke, not afraid of offending people. It was probably because he had no chance to go to Fei Mountain to seek the way, so he was satisfied with complaining. There are so many cultivators in the world. How could the Divine Palace be absolutely fair? Some people argued for the Divine Palace. To put it bluntly, it still depends on one's family background. That person said and smiled, taking another sip. Why were you born into an unprivileged background? Someone asked. Suddenly many people in the restaurant laughed, but all of them were just joking, and no one took it seriously. At this time, many people turned their heads and looked in a direction. In the distance, the chi of swords whistled above the void sky, and many sharp swords passed by. A group of swordsmen in training came from the sky and landed directly above the restaurant. They were all dressed in white with keen temperaments. Many people from Linxiao City in the restaurant immediately recognized these visitors and were slightly surprised. In the central district, the Divine Swordly family was a famed family of sword art and was also known as the strongest family of swordsmanship in the higher heavens realm. All their cultivation methods were supplemented by swordsmanship, and they had developed countless horrifying sword techniques. The disciples of the Divine Swordly family were all very outstanding. Those who were not excellent enough were not even qualified to walk outside in the name of the Divine Swordly family. The family's discipline of the younger generation was extremely strict and could even be called harsh. Only in this way could superb swordsmen be produced from the family. In the central district, people were in awe of the Divine Swordly family. They were extremely strict with their internal disciplines, and their way of coping with external affairs was also hard and fast. They always advocated speaking with the gun. It seemed that they came for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. "We are from the Li family," and are here to see our Taoist friends from the Taishan Mountain. These visitors stepped forward and came in front of cultivators of Taishan Mountain, cupping their hands. Divine Swordly family, Wan Shui whispered. The disciples of the Sword Abyss cultivated in swordsmanship, which he as the top one swordsman in the higher heaven realm, was very clear, but this was the first time they saw cultivators from the Divine Swordly family. After all, Taishan Mountain was very far away from here. If it were not for crossing the sea to seek the path, they usually would not come here. What brings you here, my Taoist friends? Junmu said. The 15 people who came were actually the third generation of cultivators of Taishan Mountain. Junmu was the direct disciple of Lord Taishuan's chief follower Taishan Hierophant. So among the 15 cultivators, he took the lead to speak up. Presumably, he thought he was the lead, and other people would not compete with him. Now we are in the prosperous era, and since many of you came to visit us from distant places in the upper heavens realm, we Li family are half of your host. Therefore, we prepare a banquet in Wanghai restaurant and want to invite all parties that cross the sea to seek the path here. We came to know that Taoist friends of Taishan Mountain are here, so we came to invite you, one of the visitors said very politely. Junmu looked at others of Taishan Mountain and asked, "What do you think? Since the Divine Swordly family has invited us, we will attend the banquet for sure." Li Jin, a disciple of Taishan Mountain Guqin Valley, said. She was also an outstanding figure in Taishan Mountain, who was able to play Flight of the Phoenix pair at a considerable level. She was also among the 15 candidates. In addition to her, Chun Yu of the Guqin Valley was also selected. Wan Shui also nodded. Those who practiced swordsmanship naturally wanted to see the genius of the Divine Swordly family. It was said that this marvelous genius of the generation in the Divine Swordly family was now practicing in the palace. He was extraordinarily talented. Junmu's eyes fell on Luoyue. Luoyue nodded lightly, and when she saw that Junmu was looking at the man of the Divine Swordly family, she said, "If that's the case, my Taoist friend, please lead the way for us." "Please," the person of Li family said. Soon, everyone rose up and flew towards the sky. Yi Futian and Feng Yan were at the end. The two stepped into the void sky and followed the crowd. Their opinions didn't seem to matter very much, and they were totally ignored by Junmu. So they just needed to follow up. Because of this, the little phoenix pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Not just because of this, but along the way Junmu had been ignoring their existence. They quickly arrived at the Wanghai restaurant. This was the tallest building in this area. The view from the top was excellent, and one could directly look at the sea of the path from the building. Powerful warriors were staying at each floor below, but at this time, everyone was paying attention to the top floor because several top-level disciples in the higher heaven realm were at the top. When the people of Taishan Mountain landed, a lot of people on the huge platform in the front had already entered the seating area. At a glance, they saw the people of Divine Capital of Xiling. Previously, they had a war on Taishan Mountain, so they could be said to be impressed. This time, the team of Divine Capital of Xiling was headed by Prince Luo Yuming. His eyes were cold, and his pitch-dark eyes swept toward the crowd of the Taishan Mountain. In the last battle, they defeated their opponents, but in the end, they were subdued by a mysterious swordsman in training. He believed that that swordsman in training was most likely a Renhuang figure who pretended to be in St. Plain to go against them. Otherwise, he would not be able to resonate with the character of Tao and trigger the fleeting swordsmanship. In addition to the warriors of Divine Capital of Xiling, the warriors of the Golden Divine Nation were also present, and Gai Shishir was sitting there. His golden eyes still looked extremely keen, and the beams shooting from his eyes were like golden, sharp swords. In addition, there was another group of guests, each with extraordinary temperament. The disciples of Taishan Mountain had never seen them before, but they suspected that they should belong to one of the other two top forces in the central district. However, it was said that the Divine Swordly family and the Sky-Burying God clan had a deep grudge, so they should be another top force, the Changfeng family. The origin of the Changfeng family was also very unusual. It could date back to the ancient Changfeng country that dominated the central district many years ago, so to say, they were descendants of the ancient country, the overlords in the past. One could imagine how strong they were. It seems that we are the last to arrive, Junmu said self-mockingly. Yi Futian was standing behind the crowd. The atmosphere of Wanghai restaurant made him feel a little uncomfortable and slightly depressed. The people here were all the top-ranking figures of the young generation and had an aura around them. The invisible pressure they exerted over others was very unsettling. But many people below this floor were very excited. A lot of them also came from big forces, but the people on the top were the descendants of the uppermost forces and naturally attracted more attention. Your lord broke the shackles, so the divine palace gave you a quota of 15 candidates. You dared to accept them? Aren't you ashamed? What is the point of you coming here? A cold voice came out, and the speaker was Luo Yuming. Obviously, he showed contempt for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain because of the previous battle. How is old demon Luo's injury? Junmu looked at Luo Yuming and countered. Luo Yuming put down the wine glass, and a mark appeared directly on the table. Rays of death surrounded his palm, which looked extremely depressing. He smiled and said, "There was none of your lord's blessing on the way of seeking the path in the divine palace. After you entered the sea of the path, you can only depend on yourself. You'd better think it carefully and then decide whether you should enter the sea of the path." The people of Taishan Mountain heard Luo Yoming's threat and were anxious. Was he implying that he wanted to hurt them after entering the sea of the path? "Thank you for reminding us, but there is no need for you to bother," Junmu replied. "You are the guests, please come and sit down," a voice in the front said. The speaker was wearing a white gown with sharp temperament. He was the peerless talent of swordsmanship in the divine sword Li family, Li Sun. "Thanks a lot," Junmu replied and then found a place to sit down. A slight, unpleasant look showed on his face. "You may enter the sea of the path at any time, and now let's just have a drink with peace of mind. Other things can be discussed later when we enter the sea of the path," Li Sun said to the people. He invited everyone to come and wanted to see who would enter the sea of the path this time. Although they were sitting together at this moment, everyone knew clearly that this did not mean they were friends. Luo Yuming and Junmu no longer competed against each other, but the grievances had been settled since the Battle of Taishan Mountain and would continue after they entered the Sea of the Path. During this trip to the Sea of the Path, the top forces directly own quotas, but the ordinary cultivators in the higher heavens realm are not so lucky to have quotas to enter the Divine Palace, Li Sun said. However, the Divine Palace considers things carefully. For those who enter the Divine Palace to seek the path, they will enter the Sea of the Path before us. Countless people will compete for some opportunities to enter the palace. Among the people who are present in this room today, is there anyone who wants to enter the palace? Everyone naturally understood that what he meant to enter the Divine Palace was to study the path under the guidance of the Divine Palace. In fact, Li Daozi, the strongest talent of the Divine Sword Li family, used to cultivate in the Divine Palace and had gained a great reputation. The people of Taishan Mountain were impossible to do it. Taishan Mountain was a force with influence, and if a disciple belonging to Taishan Mountain also entered the Divine Palace, it would be the same as having a foot in both camps. However, the top clan forces like the Golden Divine Nation and the Changfeng family were able to do it. Brother Guy, have you thought about it? With your talent, you will surely be able to get top-level resources for cultivation after you enter the Divine Palace. Li Sun asked Guy Shishir. Not long ago, Guy Shishir wanted to become the Lord Taishuan's disciple, and masters of such level did exist in the Divine Palace. However, becoming their disciples was an extremely difficult thing, and even Guy Shishir was not likely to make it. I seek for the power that dominates the world, and it does not conform to the idea of the Divine Palace cultivation, so I will not enter the palace, Guy Shishir said. The Divine Palace didn't get involved in secular disputes, which, in his view, was too pedantic. Brother Guy, you refuse to go to the Divine Palace because their idea doesn't fit in with yours, which indeed shows your boldness of vision. Li Sun smiled and said, among the disciples who cultivated in the Divine Palace, how many of them would really stay in the palace and hold the same philosophy as the palace? Very few of them. May I know what philosophy Brother Guy holds? Li Sun asked. I hope the path of martial arts dominates the world, and where the glory of the divine nation passes by, All beings kneel down and worship, Xianxia said. The character he worshipped was a truly unparalleled one, like Donghuang, the great emperor, the only one who ruled over the divine land. If one day he could reach that level, wherever the glory of the golden divine nation covered, he would enjoy everyone's worship. Everyone looked at Xianxia and thought he was just as his name suggested. The divine nation took this name for him, which destined his character. The path of martial arts should dominate the world. Li Sun smiled and said, "Isn't it something all the cultivators in the world are pursuing? But the only thing is, not to mention the vast divine land, only the higher heavens realm had numerous strong warriors. In this trip to the Sea of the Path, besides us, there were other disciples selected from the divine palace this time. Of course, the stronger ones might have already entered the divine palace. My elder brother Li Daozi is among them. In this generation, who could dominate the world and be unparalleled? Who dared to say like that? Li Daozi of the Li family, that figure of the sky-bearing god clan, or the other few warriors in the divine palace? What about you?" Xianxia looked at Li Sun and asked. "The divine sword Li family has already had Li Daozi. Is there another place for you? I never think about comparing myself with my elder brother. The world is so big that it could accommodate many top characters. For me, it is enough if wherever the divine sword passes, no other sword can compete with it," Li Sun said. "Do you think your swordsmanship is invincible?" Xianxia glanced at the direction where disciples of Taishan Mountain were located and said, "The Lord is also good at using sword. Now, I'm afraid that his swordsmanship is the best in the upper heavens realm. Taishan Mountain has sword abyss. Now, their swordsman in training must have arrived. The Lord's divine sword is indeed a supreme sword technique, but I still think that the divine sword Li family's divine sword is the best one in the higher heavens realm," Li Sun said slowly. He looked at the people of Taishan Mountain and said, "After entering the Sea of the Path, there will be opportunities to consult about the fleeting divine sword of Taishan Mountain. I am curious about what level of cultivation you have reached." On that day when the Lord made the breakthrough, it was said that there was a mysterious cultivator crossing the sky with a sword who accomplished the second level of the fleeting divine sword, cleave of all things. If he is of St. Plane, he should be the strongest one cultivating in fleeting divine sword below Renhuang level in the Taishan Mountain, right? One at this moment, a handsome young man of the Changfeng family said, "Is that person here?" The people of Taishan Mountain were speechless for a moment, and the strongest swordsman they had here was Wan Shui. They still didn't know who that mysterious swordsman in training was. "Do you think he really was a swordsman in training?" Luo Yuming said sarcastically. "He must be a Renhuang in disguise. It should not have had anything to do with the Lord," Chang Fenglai from the Changfeng family said. "He thought that the Lord would not do so as a man of such a high level of cultivation." Then asked the people of Taishan Mountain, "Where is the swordsman in training?" Luo Yuming said with a somewhat contemptuous tone. "Why can't he be concentrating on cultivation in Taishan Mountain?" Luo Yue responded coldly. She had thought about it before, but after being reminded by Wan Shui, she saw others questioning Lord and was displeased. "So who was this swordsman in training? Did you deploy the sword at that time? Was it you yourself?" Luo Yuming asked. He wanted to know if there was such a swordsman in training in Taishan Mountain. Luo Yue was speechless for a while, and she indeed did not know. Luo Yuming sneered and didn't say anything. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere was a bit cold. "Let's put the topic aside." Li Sun spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. He then said, "During this trip, there must be someone who could prove themselves Renhuang. Let's see who will have this opportunity." Nobody answered, and everyone just looked at the Sea of the Path in the distance. On this trip, the big figures of the upper heavens realms would gather together. Besides them, many top characters from the upper heavens realms would also participate. Who could prove themselves? All Nirvana plane cultivators were craving for the chance. At this moment, some people looked toward the direction of the Sea of the Path, where there were many people coming by boat to this side of the coast. Suddenly, many people's eyes fell on them, including Yi Futian. Were these people from the Divine Palace? It caused a sensation in the lower floors. Many people in Wanghai restaurant looked over there, and many warriors gathered toward the coast, too. Soon, many small boats approached the coast, and someone announced aloud, "Tomorrow, for those who want to enter the palace to study, please come to the Sea of the Path and receive the assessment from the palace. This assessment may result in hazardous consequences, so please think carefully before making the decision." In addition, after 7 days, people from the top forces who are going to enter the Sea of the Path will be received by someone. His words caused a huge sensation. Tomorrow, the palace would select disciples, so immediately, countless cultivators were stirred and wanted to have a try. If they succeed this time, they would also have the opportunity to compete with those from top forces with quotas and the disciples inside the palace and earn the chance to prove their paths. After his words finished, the people of the palace drove the boats and entered the Sea of the Path, and their figures disappeared quickly. However, there were countless warriors heading towards the Sea of the Path, and there were many people flashing down from the Wanghai restaurant and heading towards there. The event happens once every 10 years, and there is an opportunity to prove one's cultivation. Previously, there were cultivators at the peaks of Nirvana Plain who were reluctant to enter the palace. This time, for the opportunity of making the breakthrough to Renhuang Plain, they may also participate in this event for the quota, Li Sun said, walking to the front and looking at the Sea of the Path in the distance. Many people stood up and looked there. They all understood that the higher heavens realm was too big, and there were still many extraordinary characters and even many senior cultivators who were very old but had been trapped in Nirvana Plain. Among them, some had even almost stepped into the Renhuang Plain. "It's an honor to meet you here today. After some days, we may become opponents on the journey to seek the path." Li Sun turned to the crowd and said, "Now you are free to go. We will see you again in the trip to the Sea of the Path." Many figures asked to leave and then flashed out, leaving Wanghai restaurant. "Let's go," Junmu said, and people of Taishan Mountain left. "I want to take a walk alongside the Sea of the Path to walk," Yifutian said. After speaking, he walked alone. Little Phoenix saw him and flashed and followed him. "Let's go together," Wan Shui also said. He and Luoyue also headed towards the Sea of the Path. The group just spread out, and they all flickered away in different directions. Yifutian came to the coast of the Sea of the Path. He could even vaguely perceive the existence of the path from the boundless sea. It is said that after crossing the edge of the Sea of the Path and entering the real Sea of the Path, one could feel the omnipresent path. Wan Shui walked to Yifutian and whispered, "In fact, I've been dreaming of coming here. And now, I finally have the opportunity to take a look around. Why have you never thought about trying your luck in the Xianxia Divine Palace?" Yifutian asked. There were some ordinary disciples in the Xianxia Divine Palace. With the strength of Wan Shui, he could easily enter there even though he might not be able to become a core disciple. There are not many choices in a lifetime. Taishan Mountain is a very good place to cultivate for me. I have been at Taishan Mountain for decades and have been in Sword Abyss. The world is too big, and even the higher heavens realm is boundless. Even a saint will be satisfied to find a place to cultivate peacefully if he spends most of his time on the road. However, now that I have reached my current plane, it's time for me to go outside. Even without this opportunity, I will still take a tour. Wan Shui smiled and said. When he said going outside, he really meant taking a walk on the land of the higher heavens realm, to see the scenery of the entire higher heavens realm and even to other realms. Although it might take a lot of time, it was also a journey of seeking the path. How about you? You also cultivated in Taishan Mountain for a while. I didn't hear you talk about your past except knowing that you were sent by the fourth mistress. I sometimes feel that your character is too good and too humble to be true. You are not like a Saint Plain cultivator. Wan Shui smiled and said. Really? Yifutian said, smiling. He didn't know whether Wan Shui noticed anything, but it didn't matter. My luck is good and bad. Although my cultivation time is not very long, I have traveled through many places, Yifutian said with a smile. It seemed that he was always on the road because the starting point of his cultivation was too humble. He didn't know who thought of such an idea to throw him in this corner of the world. However, it seemed that it was not easy to trace some things now. You also have some stories to tell? Wan Shui smiled and said. You are humble and studious, low-key, and forbearing. Maybe among the 15 people who came on this trip, your achievements will be the greatest. Yifutian glanced at Wan Shui, smiled, and said nothing. He looked ahead. On the seashore, a woman in white was walking quietly. She looked very clean. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she made one feel comfortable. Comfortable and also a bit lonely. When Yifutian saw her, a bright smile appeared in his eyes. Long time no see. It didn't take long, but it seemed like a long time had passed. Yifutian lifted his feet and walked toward the sea of the path. Wan Shui was perplexed when he saw Yifutian walking away. Where was he going? Yifutian moved forward and walked toward a woman, which causing Wan Shui to be even more curious, and little Phoenix blinked as she looked yonder. The woman in white seemed to have sensed something. She stopped and lifted her head slightly, looking at Yifutian, who was walking toward her. There was a sharp sword will in her eyes, and her temperament seemed to have transformed in an instant. Is our little girl so fierce? Yifutian said with a smile as he raised his hand toward the head of the woman in white. The woman in white stared at him, and a powerful sword will spat out ferociously. A powerful murderous intent bloomed, and the whole space was shrouded in an atmosphere of carnage. Yifutian seemed not to care at all, still extending his arm. Out from the woman's eyes came a terrible sword will that enveloped Yifutian's entire body. It seemed as if Yifutian's hand moved forward a bit more. She would have slain him. You are still the same as before. Yifutian smiled, and the woman's eyes stiffened. Then Yifutian's hand landed on her head, and the woman looked him in the eyes. At this moment, that murderous intent dissipated like fading tides. She lowered her head slightly, with a gentle smile in her eyes. Clearly, she recognized Yifutian because only he would do that. Won't you say hi? Yifutian's familiar voice said, and the woman gave him a nasty look, but there was no malice. Seeing the other stared at him, Yifutian gave her a silly smile. Fine, don't say hi. The woman in white was Yaya, and she had also come to the upper heavens realm. She had come to this sea of the path. You want to enter the sea of the path? Yifutian asked. Yaya nodded gently. Now her realm was already nirvana. At the time, she laid down her life to protect Yifutian in the heavenly mandate demon realm and then cultivated for a long time after that. Now, she had not returned to the magnificent state she once was, but because of her experience, she was even stronger than the Sword Saint of the Void. So, she came here wanting to seize this opportunity to prove the supreme way pursued by all in the two realms, the realm of Renhuang. Of course, now her vision was different from before. For the Sword Saint of the Void in the past, Renhuang was the apex, but in this realm she had already seen many Renhuang. Are you going too? Yaya asked. She didn't ask Yifutian why he had changed his appearance. He was different from her. In the heavenly mandate realm, Yifutian was too high profile, and there were too many who knew him. If there are any prominent figures from the heavenly mandate realm who were here, they would easily recognize Yifutian's true identity. I was cultivating at Taishan Mountain, and there was a spot for me, Yifutian said. He glanced at the vast crowds around the sea of the path and asked, Shall I go with you? No need. Yaya shook her head. We can watch each other's back, Yifutian said. There were numerous strong cultivators on this trip, and he was not sure if Yaya should go there alone. Yaya looked up at him and looked into her eyes. Yifutian smiled and shook his head, saying, Very well, you will go by yourself. He had always thought of Yaya as the girl who once came from the Tombkeeper village, and it was easy to forget that she was once the Sword Saint of the Void. 2 lifetimes of cumulated cultivation, and she was stronger than he had imagined. Several times when he was in danger, Yaya was there, guarding him every time. But now Yifutian thought that she had the ability to take care of herself. However, Yaya also needed to have her own experience in cultivation. Xinjing. At this time, Luoyue came over and asked him, Is this your friend? Yaya cast a glance at Yifutian. Xinjing should be an alias. My little sister, Yifutian responded with a smile. Yaya was a little speechless, but she was used to it. A swordsman? Luoyue asked. From Yaya she could feel a similar breath, sharp. That was the breath of swordsmanship. Yi Futian nodded. Your little sister's realm is stronger than yours. Luo Yue looked at Yi Futian, a little lost for words. My little sister is way more talented. Yi Futian smiled, and Yaya was silent. She clearly understood how talented Yi Futian was. He was the existence of a unique record in the heavenly mandate realm that no one had broken. Even in that battle with Yi Tianyu, he still had the upper hand. Yi Tianyu was also cultivating in Xianxia Divine Palace. No wonder you went to the Sword Abyss to learn the swords. It seems that it was because you are not as good as your sister, Luo Yue whispered, and immediately guessed the truth behind it, that Yi Futian's swordsmanship was not as good as his sister. So he decided that he would go to the Sword Abyss at Taishan Mountain to watch and learn, working on surpassing his sister. If Yi Futian knew what she was thinking, he would admire her imagination. Next to him, little Phoenix made a face. She scoffed at Luo Yu's conclusion. Watching Yi Futian's expression, she wanted to beat him up because he was so hypocritical. Who better than her to know more about Yi Futian's swordsmanship? This guy was truly pretentious. He stole the famous music piece from the String Emperor and stole the sword method. But those people at Xianshan were still oblivious to the truth. Well, you guys talk, we won't keep you, Wan Shui said, and then left with Luo Yue and the others. Yi Futian looked at little Phoenix and saw that she had no intention of leaving. When she saw Yi Futian's look, she gazed at the sea and said, I am checking out the scenery. Okay, take your time, Yi Futian said with a smile, then started moving forward with Yaya following him. The two walked side by side. Little Phoenix stole a glance, following their footsteps. Was this really his sister? Why was he so suspicious? Yi Futian's words had no credibility with her. 1 inch, how have you been these days? Yi Futian asked Yaya while ignoring little Phoenix, who was trailing behind. Just business as usual, cultivating, Yaya said casually. But, in fact, ever since she stepped into the upper heavens realm, her experience had been unusual. She had had several battles in which she faced great dangers more than once. But these were things of the past, and there was no need to worry Yi Futian unnecessarily now. I heard that Lord Taishan broke through not long ago, but I didn't expect you were cultivating there. What plans do you have for the future? Yaya asked proactively. Things can wait. Set foot in Renhuang realm as early as possible. Yi Futian looked into the distance. The cultivation of Saint Plain was nothing in the 9 supreme regions of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Only those at the level of Renhuang had true eligibility to participate. Now he was devoting all his energy to elevate his realm to that of Renhuang. Yaya nodded, agreeing with Yi Futian's thoughts. In this cultivation world, where strength was above all else, only Renhuang could have a real foothold. The two chatted. At dusk, the setting sun illuminated the sea of the path sea with a glowing red, and red clouds appeared in the sky. They could vaguely make out some ethereal place in the distance. There was a flat dinghy. The scene in front of them was like a beautifully painted picture. When they were tired of walking, they sat on the beach, basking in the dusk, watching the sunset, and watching the stars when the night fell. This night the beach next to the sea of the path was extremely lively, for all those who had come from all sides were gathered here, waiting. The next day, when the sky began to light up, many were looking forward, gazing at the sea of the path intently. Finally, they saw the small dinghies appearing in the sea of the path, and without being aware of it, they seemed to be near already. Those who wish to enter the divine palace, enter the sea of the path. A Renhuang cultivator announced loudly in a clear voice that had a strong power of penetration. At this moment, all of Linshao City could hear his voice. Suddenly, those on the shore of the sea of the path walked toward the sea, and even in the distant Linshao City, there were people continuously coming through the air. In an instant, the shore of sea of the path was crowded with countless cultivators. Furthermore, most of them were of unblemished saints, the 3rd realm of the Saint Plane, and Nirvana, the 4th realm of the Saint Plane. This time, it wasn't simply for the purpose of seeking the way at the divine palace, but also to bear testimony for their way. Therefore, there were more people from the other 2 realms. There were people in all kinds of attires, and some were even white-haired elders, who had already reached the top of nirvana. This time, though the chances were slim, they still wanted to fight for an opportunity. As people entered into the sea one after another, Yaya looked at Yi Futian and said, "I'm going now." Yi Futian nodded gently and said, "Watch yourself." "I will." Yaya moved forward and stepped into the sea of the path. A sword appeared at her feet and suspended in the sea, replacing the sailing vessel with a sword. She moved forward, and her white garment fluttered. She appeared carefree and unfettered. After a long while, those who came as guides turned towards the depths of the sea of the path, and countless people walked deeper into the sea. "Goodbye," Yi Futian whispered. In a few more days he would meet up with Yaya. After everyone left, the seaside looked a lot empty. Although there were still many people there, it seemed to be much quieter compared to before. "Lover," a voice was heard, and Yi Futian looked back at little Phoenix. He said in a condescending tone, "Little kids are not to comment on adult matters." Little Phoenix blinked and asked, "Who's little?" Her face was angry. Her fiery red clothes accentuated her sexy figure perfectly. She was the equivalent to a young human woman. Indeed, she could not be said to be little in any way. However, in Yi Futian's view, her mindset was indeed that of a child, quite immature. 1 inch little everywhere, Yi Futian retorted with contempt. A fire of anger sputtered out from little Phoenix, and she couldn't wait to beat Yi Futian to a pulp. But it seemed that winning would not be likely. 1 inch a blink of an eye. A few days later, there were once again many cultivators who came to the sea of the path. But this time, instead of going to the sea of the path, they had come to watch those who had entered the sea of the path. Above the sky, the golden divine light shone, and Gai Shir stood proudly above the void. Countless people looked up to that brilliant golden glory. Cultivators from the golden divine nation were here. There was another terrifying dark demonic will of death circling. It was Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Xiling, whose group had arrived. With sword chi whistling, the cultivators from the divine Swordly family were now here. After the arrival of the divine Swordly family, a group of cultivators with unusual temperament stepped in the void. The breath exuded from their body was unfathomable. They stood shoulder to shoulder with the Li family. The cultivators of Sky-Burying God Clan were here. Afterward, the Chongfeng family also arrived. The people of Taishan Mountain were there already early on. Yi Futian looked at the many figures in the void. In the distance, in the sea of the path, another small dinghy appeared, and it was the guide from Xianxia Divine Palace.